Sniper on the top side of the map
chat?
is not having a good game or series, but the team is able to still rally and team fight in a great way, have a better macro in that series, and then on top of that, FBI be the primary carry. And if you're in a team where you can have like a bad day and you can rely on either Quid or FBI or River, depends on the day, then like
Audio check.
you have a really
Audio
good
check.
roster.
And let's be honest, the trash talk definitely got in
Audio
his
check.
head.
Audio check.
Yeah, it did.
The XU trash talk.
I feel like both him and XU were punished in that series for typing. But you know what else I love? In addition to Hunt Thieves, I really do like them. I also like lane swaps.
We need a music cue for this. It's a TL series.
All right,
Come on.
so it's a TL series. I actually do think lane swaps have become, sadly, more boring and more predictable thus far this split, which is kind of sad. But TL are still really good at them.
Okay, sick.
Here, we're going to take a look at this mini map really quickly because they'd already placed a ward right here, which is actually going to catch out Surdy. And as we play forward, you probably know this play already. Surdy gets set behind really, really quickly when Yon and Core are going to come in. He's going to end up with his flash blown. They spot him on this ward here, like I pointed out before. And the other big thing for me in this is not only Surdy losing his flash, but how Core and Yon continue to harass him, especially Core. Core goes in, he makes sure he can't back here, and then Core's going to path all the way down here, end up harassing Lyra and taking 2 CS from him over here, while Surdy again has to back off. This sets Surdy like initially so far behind, they actually end up on the first recall from bot lane, sending Senna up to lane with the Rumble. Now here, the big thing I really wanted to point out is how TL get advantages in swaps, because you have Impact at 5, you have Surdy at 3 because he's been splitting the XP, right? But look at the bot lanes. They're actually still the same. So here, TL still have a massive XP advantage that they then use with coming around, wrapping around here for First Blood. He passed from Krugs where he was at. Flash was already blown from Tomo, and he doesn't have level 6. And it's a really easy dive that ends up being set for them. They set up this dive really well in a land where they're aware that you can't get off as many early dives. So I thought they played, again, really well around summoners, really well around XP differentials. And it's what makes TL so tough, even when they look really shaky in some of those 5v5 fights.
Yeah, Emily still, even though lane swaps are different.
This week got me feeling great.
Yeah.
The team you're rooting for.
Big fan of lane
I'm sad
swaps.
that they're not as interesting anymore.
Still a big fan, though. There is one person who does disagree a lot with you, though.
Yeah, we fight about it.
I want Cloud9 to beat FlyQuest.
Lane swap is not a strategy. Lane swap is a steaming pile of dog. Have you ever watched a game of baseball where everyone only bunts? Have you ever watched a game of football where all they do is lateral passes? Do you ever watch a game of soccer where 2 guys just kick it back and forth the whole time? That's lane swapping. It's not the game. It's just some stupid bullshit bastardization of what the game is supposed to be. Red-blooded American League of Legends is 2v2 in the bot lane and 1v1 in the top lane.
In fairness, I did bunt a lot in baseball because I had no power, but I was really fast.
I couldn't tell by her lower body.
You play with what you have.
Oh my God, don't they know the strat when you're up at base then?
Look at my strike zone, it's so small.
Yeah.
How are you gonna hit that?
That's the most unathletic thing I've seen today.
Core JJ is another player we have to
All
talk
right.
about. His Pantheon last week was quite impressive. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of diversity
Who
from
do we
him overall.
predict?
But let's just talk
Who do we predict?
Yeah, and I'm still triggered from the Renata play that Emily just showed us of him too. Like, he is annoying on every champ that he plays. I think this is
I think 100 Thieves
the
loses here.
perfect Core JJ meta. Support Pantheon just
Team Liquid.
really accelerates all of the playmaking that you want to see from this player.
I think they
he
too,
is so good moving
my first
around the
prediction.
map, avoiding enemy vision, making constant annoying 1v1 plays against you in your own jungle. By the way, the 2 CS that he steals there in the Emily replay that I'm still thinking about is the big wolf. That's not half of a
annoying.
camp. It's like 80% of the camp.
Here, I'm gonna see my
Oh my God, you just get so triggered as a jungler because right now
Kobe's going through it right
supports are always invading junglers right now because they have so much freedom in the bottom lane, and it's perfect for Core JJ. the metas where he gets to play, these engaged supports, these supports that have kill pressure now
Team
too,
Fly.
with the
The
likes
only
of
reason I
Pantheon,
don't want Fly
rather
to win
than if it was
is
an
because
enchanted
that
meta
one
and
guy-
he had to sit bottom lane with his AD
his
carry.
name?
I just feel like he's
B-Wop or
completely
the fuck his name
unleashed in the
He
current
kind of
meta.
pissed me off.
Emily,
Yo.
He's
I
really
feel like
annoying.
you deserve an apology for unlocking a memory.
Thor deserves both of us an apology because there have been too many support Pantheons now in solo queue. They're not
all
core
over the
JJ.
place.
Well, like Barrel and all them
Okay,
did it too. Carrier.
no.
No?
Barrel should not.
The worst thing about this Pantheon,
What team
this
is that?
iteration of Pant that we've seen from the past, where I'm seeing more Heartsteel Pantheon. He's just tankier now.
Yep.
It's because they added the bonus health ratios to Pantheon, like 14-11 or something,
Yeah.
well, quite a while ago.
Yeah.
But it made Bruiser Pantheon really good, and Heartsteel is just so meta right now.
Yeah.
Being able to stack it up feels
He
so good.
stacked it up so
He's-
fast in that game.
He's actually so tanky.
In the past, it was basically, okay, the strategy is if this guy falls behind, at least he's squishy, right? Just
Nope.
like just look past his E. When the E is gone, okay, you can kill him. Now that brother's a tank. So, I don't know about that anymore.
I think we'll see some Pantheon flex pick as well, but let's talk
Yeah.
more
You
about the
call
bot lane in
Pantheon a
general.
brother?
It's Core versus Ayla, who used to be on Team Liquid Academy, and then it's also FBI and Yon going up against each other. So,
Core's on record as saying Ayla is the second best at the time
said that.
support in the LCS. So this should be the matchup of the #1 and #2 supports in the entirety of the LCS.
Or just Core JJ being the #1 hype guy for his own guys, one or the other. But yes, I love this matchup just because it's another new look at the Australian bot lane and FBI and Ayla, but also just I think it is going to be a good matchup. The best bot lane in Team Liquid, Yon and Core JJ, and FBI and Ayla just basically showing what I would imagine to be a strong lane focus, because we haven't seen a good lane focused, I guess, match lane for Ayla since I would say like Team Liquid Academy. When he was with Yon.
Yeah.
So that's what makes me excited about this matchup.
and I think Yon might want a little bit of his thunder back. Masu kind of stole it away with all his Varus performances. People were saying Yon's the best AD carry. Now it's a big conversation. So before we get into our predictions of this series, let's see how Sniper, APA, and XU felt about this matchup on last week's episode of Pros.
My hair is like,
Sniper.
it's majestic, you know what I mean? Like,
So we face Australia next week.
Yeah.
Loser goes bald.
yeah, make the bet again.
Loser goes bald.
You just want him to go bald.
I'll go bald again.
Bro, but he has much less to lose. Like, make it do something else,
but
bro.
the
He's
thing
got so
is-
much less hair. Like,
Yeah, you're basically already bald, no?
Loser goes bald.
Damn.
Next week, whoever loses.
Bro, like, I do not want to make a bet like that again. Like, straight up.
on it.
No, I'm not going to shake on it.
Why are you
He's
scared?
shaking
No,
already.
no.
You're not confident you can't win?
I know we're going to win, but like...
So shake on it.
Okay. No, okay.
If you're confident you're gonna win, shake on it.
Bro, I value my hair more than us beating you guys. I'm sorry.
He's not dedicated to the game.
No, I mean, I am dedicated to the game, you know, but like, I'm more dedicated about my hair than the game, you know? I feel like...
Don't look to the left. Don't look to the
This guy's
left.
kind of mocking
just
me.
look at Raz. Look at Raz.
Bro.
He's hearing you. Look at me.
Listen, go on.
Oh, okay. I actually cannot look at
pressure.
it. Bro, this guy's like a Chad, bro.
No
Like, straight
pressure.
up. But, no. Okay, I feel...
Okay, I take shame in mind. This guy right here with the hair, that's the reason I picked Team Liquid.
But, like, on a real note, I feel like we can definitely beat Team Liquid.
Yeah.
We'll probably go 0. No, I'm just playing. That was a joke, guys. That was a
Okay,
joke.
okay.
We will definitely beat Team Liquid.
Yes.
Scrims are like pretty close with them, I feel like, whenever we play against Team Liquid. I feel like they're just like a bit smarter, but if we use our hands and if we use our brains during the day, which we definitely will, we're gonna easily 2-0 them. Like maybe they can, you know, drop a game if Daddy Impact decides to carry Mr. APA here, but if not, then quick 2-0. You know, what I
Sniper, you
mean?
know when we
Gotta
stream you
do-
guys, we have a term for your team. We call it a team bonding
Don't say
day.
team bonding day. Oh,
We call it the team bonding day.
Team bonding.
oh hell nah.
Wow.
I just love how Sniper already knew about the term team bonding day.
He's like, don't say it.
Don't say team
say
bonding
it.
day. Please don't say it. Just because the mutual snakes on their team of Ayla and
My
and
God.
Yon just giving information.
The energy that those two had was pretty
It's
wild during
great.
that episode.
It was a fun episode. It was a really fun episode if you haven't gotten the chance to watch it.
Real quick, let's pull up our predictions. For me, I'm
Pepper
having it
runs
as a
off the stage
2-1
like a
for Team
scaredy
Liquid.
cat.
I'm giving 100 Thieves a game, and apparently everyone else
Wow,
is.
we're
So this
all 2-1 Andy.
I thought Team Liquid actually looked a little bit off last week.
Y'all copied me. I did mine first.
No, I did mine first.
Emily did
We
it
all
first.
agree. We all agree. So we're just going to toss to the game.
like
As we get ready
how
for game one. Raz, you cut up with both
Everyone
coaches
has
ahead
Team
of the series.
Liquid
Let's
winning,
watch
which makes me feel like I
that.
should.
It's everywhere.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Hello, Donnies. My name is Raz, and I'm right here with 100 Thieves Spooks and Team Liquid Swiffer. Okay. New coach, assistant coach. First of all, wanted to bring you guys together. You guys started your career in Oceania together on, what was it, the Chiefs Rowing Club?
Yeah, so how many years ago? 10?
Yeah.
Yeah, a long time ago. We had a ranked 5 team, and we were taking out a couple of the NA teams on the ladder. And I was really fond of the name of having like a rowing club as a name. I don't know why.
Did he choose the name?
He chose Rowing Club.
Did you like the name?
Look, I was just down. I thought it was funny. I thought it wasn't going to last. Like, it's fine.
Yeah, but then when we went to like Chiefs as an actual team, they took out the rowing club. So like,
Yeah.
but it's just classic Chiefs Swiffer favoritism, as per
Wait,
usual.
What? I don't know how this has turned on me.
We
already.
turned the whole team name into your name.
No, you did.
Yeah, but we took out the rowing club. That was my spice.
That is true. You were
That
Chief
was my
Swiffer at the
spice.
beginning.
I was Chief Swiffer at the beginning because of a sordid history, but
Sid Meier's
you're
Civilization
the one that
7?
actually you got the inspiration from my. I actually had no part of it.
We're getting off track. Right?
Yeah,
What's
sorry,
the next
Raz.
question?
No, that's fine. I mean, I kind of want to ask about the dynamic because you guys started your career together, ended your like playing career together in order. So you like, I feel like you guys have like a weird personality or dynamic with each other. He annoys you.
No, he's sufferable.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why am I always the bad guy? This is classic.
Yeah?
Yeah, is it like what? Simon, you are the guy that tilts in scrims and I have to deal with it. So why is it like why am I annoying him?
That's true.
No, that was actually true, but I would have thought that I'm not the one digging up the past here. You know,
Well, it's him.
I'm not the one that's digging through it.
You're
I'm
just
not
a bad
I'm not
mediator.
the one that's bringing. You're our divorce attorney. It's just not working out well.
A little bit.
Yeah.
And I mean, even just coming into this, like we were making comments about how you dressed up for him. So just making that clear. And also got a trim on the beard. So like, how do you feel like this dynamic is going to, I guess, clash? Because now you guys are going up against each other for the first time. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, I think well from my perspective, because I understand Simon very well. I understand how he wants to draft. He's very predictable.
Yeah.
He likes setting up trap drafts. So when I'm writing the situations down in the sheath, it's just like very easy for me to understand what's going to happen.
Yeah.
So yeah, prep was pretty easy for me.
That's good. It was really difficult for us because, by your own admission, you have no idea what you're doing. so we have no idea what they're doing either.
Dude,
But,
I hate this
it's a
trash
strength
talk.
and a
Just
weakness.
look each other in the eyes and
I
just say,
might
this
add.
dude fucking
so
sucks.
yeah, put a thought out
Dude,
of
you're
mind.
not good.
How to
You're not
sound
gonna
nicely.
win. Like, holy shit, just
Yeah,
tell him
we
he's
should
butt.
be all right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, you just recently joined Team Liquid. Also, I guess, working alongside APA. APA talked about a little bit when he was on Pros. How has that experience been like?
Oh, I've never like actually worked with the player as closely, so it's new for me as well. He's like actually a very good player. Can be a bit headstrong at times.
Yeah, I heard he was a bit of a tilter. So you're putting two tilters together, it's kind of like two negatives make a positive.
Tilter anymore.
He's changed.
You moved on?
Bro, they're friends. What are you talking about?
Are you sure? After 10 years, you finally decided to move on?
Yeah, I've been meditating.
Okay, but even
5
then,
months ever since
hear me
we
out.
stopped playing
I can
together.
tell by those
Even if
eye
he's a
bags.
friend,
Separation.
I'm talking more shit to my friend than
Separation.
anybody else.
You've got FBI on your team now. How's the dynamic changed a little bit, if it has?
I'm talking more
Yeah,
shit to my
FBI
friends
is the
than
exact same as he was.
anybody
But
else.
The good thing about him is he's a degenerate in real life, but he's actually
Be
he's
honest.
actually a leader in the team, which we need
Like-
because we didn't really have a leader before. But Vic is like the vibes guy. He
Like
knows,
Smokey, if me
no
and
one
you
really gets tilted
were
with
in
him
this
the game. He
situation,
has a little- he's a
I'm
funny
talking
little,
more
"Hey, guys,
shit
it's
to
all
you
good," like,
than the guy I
thanks,
don't
mate.
know.
And
If
everyone
that makes
starts
sense.
giggling, like,
Yeah.
woohoo, we can win.
Yeah.
And I think it's honestly like, even though it's kind of just funny, it's like really important as well to have that because we can actually learn how to play from behind.
All right.
So yeah.
So they're not real friends.
Sounds good. Shake hands. I'm going to need it. I need you guys to shake hands.
Okay.
Good luck, Chieftain.
Let's get on with the show.
Eliminated. You don't want to advertise toxicity.
Welcome back to the LTA North here. We are here week 2, day 2 to kick it off. It's win, go to Brazil for 100 Thieves versus Team Liquid. I'm Azael here with Emily and Jat to kick things off today.
So yeah, loser of this matchup will have to play up against Shopify Rebellion next Sunday. But yeah, the winner is the most important thing here, and we're already into the draft.
Yeah, and already we see K'Sante taken away for Impact, kind of the old standby blind pick for him, especially in some of these TL swaps. Skarner taken off the table, and then on the other side, Yone, Ambessa, and Varus all taken off.
I do think it's interesting here because 100 Thieves could potentially leave Jace open and say, hey, Impact, you're not actually going to be able to play this. Because those kind of are the big 3 right now in top lane is the Ambessa, the K'Sante. The both have been banned away. They ban out that Kalista, so they do leave the Jace open. Jace, Rumble, both very popular, high prio in top lane right now. So it'll be interesting to see if they do elect to go towards either of those.
Yeah, and we see the Vi hover coming out right now, locked in for That also is a bit of a takeaway from River, in my opinion. I think River really excels on the Vi. It allows him to interact with his lanes a lot more. And was kind of a little shaky last week with TL.
Yeah, he was, but they still managed to 2-0. Both of these teams did manage to 2-0. I also think there's a slight fearless element to first picking the Vi away from River. If it's something you're afraid of him playing, the fact that you're playing it in game 1 is also like banning it for the rest of the series. Even if you're not completely confident it's the optimal first pick, it could be the optimal first pick for the series overall.
And on the side of 100 Thieves, we have the Jace Maokai setup. Maokai provides such great setup and lockdown for the poke that comes out of Jace. We also don't necessarily know where these champions are going, right? Like, theoretically, Maokai could still go top for Sniper. They talked about him playing more tanks in the boot camp, right? So we'll see if that is for River and whether the Jace is for Sniper or Quit.
And on the other side, Corki was played by Jan last week, but obviously could still go mid as well. So a lot of really flexible champions being locked in thus far.
Yeah, Corki is a true flex. It's the third most played in bot and the third most played in mid in pro right now. So it really is quite popular across the board.
Yeah, and we could potentially, with the Corki locked in and the Poppy locked in for on the side of 100 Thieves. The Corki is really interesting, though. I'm glad you brought it up. There was a flex because we were kind of expecting APA to pull it out, right? But he had such a great game on the Taliyah when they flexed it, and the Vi Taliyah is such a great combo. I'm expecting to see that banned out in this second round by 100 Thieves.
Poppy going to be locked in. This will be interesting. You know, I am kind of expecting it to go support. You definitely don't want to play it into the Rumble. Could be jungle. You know, there is possibility of flexing things around a lot, but I am kind of operating under the assumption that it will be support.
Yep.
You know, be able to shut down some of the engages. We know Core loves playing these hard engage type champs, which are hard to pick into Poppy. Poppy really is a neutralizer in these 2v2s. And it just kind of shuts down any of the picks like, you know, Alistar and Nautilus and things like that.
I agree. I also think because Maokai is going to be either Maokai or Poppy are fine junglers into Vi, but I am waiting to see when the support Maokai makes its way into pro, because I've seen so much of it in really high elo challenger solo queue with basically AP support Maokai just leading the team in damage, but it's a little bit more of a greedy support build that is harder to pull off in pro play.
You can also see that they 100 Thieves know, hey, enchanters would be the more difficult things to actually lane against in the 2v2, so they are going to be banning out the Ashe as well as the Lulu here, so giving a nod to the fact that this might not be the marksman pick, the Corki, and is going to be mid lane banned out on the other side by TL thus far. See the Azir getting banned out, and they will have one more ban to give. It might just be another thrown towards Quid. Most people, when they are playing against 100 Thieves, are most concerned about the mid and jungle.
Yeah. And this is where I am really curious to see what TL do if they do end up flexing that Corki bot and going for the Vi Taliyah combo, because I think as much as we talk about APA being really strong on something like the Corki, their TL's like map awareness overall, being able to move him around the map, take down turrets. I thought his Taliyah game, and I think his Taliyah in general, is one of his strongest champions for the same reasons, right? It allows this kind of spread map play that TL really like to do.
And with the Ezreal being locked in for 100 Thieves, it's a very non-committal poke draft at the moment. So if Team Liquid picks either too short range or too much dive, they have to be really careful here with these last two picks. I'm trying to figure out exactly what they'd want to go for. They could still try and do something lane dominant. Lulu's not the only Enchantress support that CoreJJ could play. Renata's still on the table if he wanted to go in that direction. So.
Vico also another really lane dominant pick if they want to go that direction, but not going to actually lock it in. Will be the Nautilus here. So it is very standard stuff, as you say. And now we have to find out, is it going to be an AD or is it going to be a mid laner here for APA and Yeon? Where will the Corki go?
The nice thing here is that both work, so it's pretty much just a preference of whether Yeon likes the pick. I know APA is very comfortable on Corki, and you've already mentioned the Taliyah being a strong pick, so they have plenty of options here.
I mean, you can even play double ADC if you wanted, but instead they are going to go towards the Aurora, so it gives them a lot more pick. Aurora plus Vi plus Rumble plus Nautilus. It is a ton of dive here going in aggressively towards the other side. Poppy, Maokai are really good as far as the counter engage and can be difficult to dive through. Ezreal can be difficult to get on. You know, you can potentially see the Jace going towards a tankier build, so I don't think that there's the easiest dive targets yet, and that's why I'm a little bit surprised to see TL kind of committing so heavily towards this dive. And it is going to be a Jace mid, so Ornn coming through, so it should be Ornn top, I think, for Sniper, and I think we'll get to see a Sniper tank here. I would be really surprised if it does end up being Poppy. I don't think you go Poppy top against Rumble. That is a really tough matchup.
Yeah, and I am also super curious to see this out of Sniper, right? Because they did talk about how, I believe it was Spooks or Golden Glue who came out and said, came out and said, like, actually, I think he's been performing a lot better on tanks coming out of the big boot camp they had. So it'll be really curious to see, because I feel like one of Sniper's weaknesses last split was joining up with the rest of the team for team fights.
TL basically drafted what I would expect to see, or excuse me, 100 drafted a TL draft from last year.
Definitely.
2 threats, 3 tanks.
The biggest fear I have here, so Sniper's played 3 games of Ornn in his career on stage, won 2 of them, so it's not like it's been a cursed champion for him, it's just not something he normally plays. If you pick Ornn top, a lot of times I like to see a jungler who can do damage, because when you run Ornn and potentially a tank Maokai up into a side lane,
I think he's
sometimes you just get 1v2'd.
I think he will go AP because they are pretty much
on the Maokai. On the Maokai,
exactly. The Maokai, I think, will go AP, but I agree. You know, it is not a tremendous amount of damage. It's more about the poke and the saplings, even if you do go for Leandries, but it'll be an interesting one here, and we'll see if 100 Thieves coming in definitely as the underdogs can battle it out against TL.
I love the little, it's a good luck, have fun from APA and Impact, and then Sniper says, you too, baby girl.
There's already a lot of banter, and at the moment, especially after what Sniper said on Pros last week about XU getting in his head, APA is completely emboldened to type as much as possible to try and throw Sniper off his game.
Spamming the R7 emote as a call out to Worlds. Speaking of Worlds, this is, I believe, the second time we've seen TL trot out the Aurora. The first time was actually Impact on that pick.
They're going to be spotted on this invade, but River is surrounded.
Might have to flash.
Oof.
Yeah, that's tough. River losing the flash already. Nice little level 1 plan there from TL. They go for the wraparound. To me, that screams of early scouting, right? Of looking where people start in their level 1s and being able to anticipate that someone could be in that side brush. They punish it, and they are going to go into the lane swap here as you see Yeon and CoreJJ heading up towards top side.
But we also see Sniper headed down bot, right? So it really does look like we're going to end up with Australian lanes for the Australian coaches.
And I think this is going to be something that Team Liquid is pretty happy with. I think Impact would actually like to 1v1 against an Ornn rather than get swapped. So the early scouting, getting the ward on the red buff are all good things for TL. Because even though 100 Thieves is here, they're not going to be able to do anything with that space.
And before we get too much into the action, I know a thing or two about curses. And Emily, I've heard you've got one of your own.
Yeah, so, okay. This is the courage curse going into me.
Wait, that win rate is getting pretty low.
100 Thieves, yeah. So the wins, I believe, were NRG and Dig. And
you're the curse.
It's
I don't
been
know.
all other losses to TL or FlyQuest.
Why do you hate 100 Thieves?
I don't. They're one of my favorite teams last year. That sounds like someone. I am a curse. I'm a curse to any team I follow. I'm a KT Rolster fan.
River actually hasn't been spotted, though, with what he's done, though. He went Raptors to enemy Wolves, and now he's clearing out the blue side from Umpty. And since Team Liquid didn't have any wards, other than the 1 ward on red buff, Umpty could think that River just started on River's blue, and he's going to walk into an empty jungle here. Maybe catch him at blue buff, though, if he's fast.
And they are going to spot him out on that ward.
He's going to straight check it. Yeah, River's going to have to likely back up here.
Yeah, it looks like he will, but Poppy is coming over, so they are going to try to scrap it out. Poppy's coming, and Poppy has that first move, so Ayla's going to be here. APA trying to move over. Was grabbed there, though, by Umti. It looked like I think he got the smite on it. Yep.
Yeah, so that was interesting. River went for the fight. Umti went for the buff secure. Normally the Maokai buff secure is Q smite, but he Q'd Umti for the damage, so therefore Umti had his E left to spike it with his own E smite, and then he's able to Q away. So actually well played there by Umti after getting invaded.
Oh, and now Umti is behind Quid. He just TB'd back in, so this would be a really rough timing to get ganked. Wallbreaker getting charged up. Will he get the flash out? Nice sidestep. Knocks it back into the tower. Goes to the skies. Doesn't quite have the damage to finish him off, but he's trying to threaten. He flashes forward. Quid with the monster outplay in the 1v2. What a move from him.
Ooh, that is really...
He just broke brother's ankles.
Really rough for Umti and APA. They saw the opportunity and then, yeah, wow. Really, really good on Quid. And another, like, kind of rough start for Umti coming out, being a little bit hesitant around this mid lane play.
Yeah, but think of the confidence from Quid here. He steps forward with the plan to hit him back into the turret. It's one of those things where Umti's just thinking, well, surely if I land the Q, I'm going to burn his flash. That's all he's thinking about. He's not thinking that there's a chance he dies there.
Nice, Quid. Ooh, the mid goats.
I mean, that was so sick because everything has to go right there. He steps, as you say, Jazz, steps forward to knock him back. He doesn't panic and use his flash, so then he can land the Q flash to follow and get the first blood. You know, that was just beautifully done there by Quid.
And again, it speaks to how much Quid and River are, in my opinion, the engine of this 100 Thieves team, right? When something is happening early, one or both of them are involved. And even in a world where we haven't seen junglers necessarily be as interactive with their lanes early like we would expect from River, they're able to punish Umti for doing the same. But we have a fight
maybe
top
in a little bit of trouble. Ignite going to get thrown down. They do back off, but in comes River. Yawn now. Remember, he has no cleanse. There's the Twisted Advance. It's going to be on a Core JJ. Knocks him back. Don't get much from it. Surprised that River didn't try to go in for Yawn, but maybe he was worried about getting flashed into the tower or something like that if he goes for the Twisted Advance.
I think that's possible. Ayla and FBI were not in a very good spot there, so this is more of a let's bail out my lane gank rather than let's actually go for a kill. What's interesting about this jungle start is River's really low tempo. I mean, Umti died on his own gank to a solo mid laner and is still ahead in gold and experience.
I think that's just River though, right? Like I feel like whenever we track River, again, it's like
no wonder you hate 100 Thieves.
Oh my!
Doesn't even like River. This is crazy.
Oh my
River,
gosh,
the enemy jungler runs him down.
I would like vote River all pro like no one else is. He loves interacting with his lanes, right? And that's the sacrifice. I remember arguing with Freak about this when he first came into the league, where it's like, okay, how much is River going to be willing to give up in the jungle in terms of actual XP and camps to help out his lanes? Whether it's resetting to get his duo lane a better look, whether it's, again, like going mid to try to reset for Quid to put him in a better spot. Even if he's not necessarily getting a kill, there's always an intent and purpose because he is losing that, like you said, Jack.
Yeah, but now Umti's level 5, moving towards the Grubs already. Sniper is level 6 and has the ability to teleport in, so I feel like River is at least considering going for a fight here, knowing Umti has no flash. He might be the target.
Yeah, Core is here first, though, and APA is in stealth. Goes between the Veil, looking for him. Does connect with the twofold Hex, but not the weirding. Ayla and FBI moving
Umti,
down.
no
We'll
flash.
see the engage going to be onto Quid. Quid, no flash. It's going to get taken down for sure. The teleport's coming in, but it is quite late. Do they have the damage to make it happen here? River on the run. Umti has fallen. Core now the one in trouble. Nice ultimate comes through there from Sniper. A second kill going the way of 100 Thieves. APA, though, on the side, getting damage done, and TL still healthy. Flash forward from River. Knocks him back with the Twisted Advance. In with the heroic charges. Ayla finishing him off. FBI untouched here. Has to get a lot of work done. Sniper trying to survive, but the Grubs helping to take him down. Impact trying to get out, but the red buff slows. No flash on him. Surely he is going to get finished. It's a killing spree for FBI. No Grubs taken by 100 Thieves, but they win the fight.
That's some objective battles, and we might be on our way to our first Ruinous Otacon. I don't know. That's the most kills I've seen. At the start of this fight, you could see both teams were just looking to punish the flashless player. Quid does get a little too aggressive on that control ward, but as they are jumping on him, the rest of 100 Thieves knows that Umti has no flash, so it's 1-for-1, and then the fight continues with the TPs.
Yeah, they jump onto Umti, and then Sniper comes in, gets the knock-up onto Core.
with his ultimate. I thought that was really good. When he goes back in, though, he just ends up taking damage after they're able to take out River there. And yeah, maybe we will see our first Ruinous Otacon. I'm very curious.
It's already pretty high tempo. The rest of the Void Grubs did end up going over to Umpty during the pause there, so they get the first objective stack by actually getting all 3 of those. It's just going to be difficult for them to deal with FBI at this point in the game because those 3 early kills are going to be pretty lethal for him, and he's coming off of a great week 1 as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's a barrier. Ezreal, this guy is already going to be really evasive, hard to dive in onto. We'll see if they can make it happen, though. Core going to be looking here for Sniper. Tries to actually charge back to the tower, but gets interrupted there. Now getting incredibly low. Umpty will come around. Sniper's going to spot him, but I don't think he can just walk his way out. So he's going to try to have to make his stand here under the tower. Has no ultimate, no flash. Can't really see him surviving this one. Nice stuffer on the W, but there's just no shot. They get the kill. They'll farm some plates. I see 100 Thieves trying to push up in bot lane, trying to push up in mid lane, but not really much of an answer for them.
That was just a well-played dive by Team Liquid. Sniper did misplay that 2v1 a little bit. When he's in that situation with his Maokai on the other side of the map, he just has to wait for the wave to crash rather than trade. And look at this trade in mid, speaking of which.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things you can see comfort, right? If he actually just W's the hook, as Quid's going to get engaged on again, no flash. Well, he does have it, but it's not going to matter. Cease and desist takes him out.
Yeah, and that was really nice recognition from Umpty as soon as Quid went in on that, was pushed up in the lane, was able to punish it, setting up APA into being into a pretty good spot with this mid Aurora.
And Umpty's kind of everywhere lately. He supported that dive top lane, he rolls mid and takes another kill. Those are the sequences when you are, let's say, River, that you're just furious that your 2 laners just kind of, guy dies top and then the mid laner just pushes up for the natural path down of the jungler. I think that is definitely a bit of a misplay by Quid to get aggressive in that moment. However, they will be able to pick up this Drake.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we're gonna see them responding on the bot side with this Drake pickup in response. So getting a neutral objective for themselves as FBI and Ayla head back into this 2v2 lane bot.
Yeah, but it's a pretty close game. About 1,000 in the lead is TL. Core 6 now on that bottom side, so if they do go too far forward, there is potential for them to look. FBI and Ayla trying to play it very safe here. Hex Flash getting channeled. Nice buffer out from FBI. Quick on that arcane shift, but has to be a little bit safe, knowing now that Nautilus will have the ultimate available and he won't have his E or flash for a couple seconds.
I think that ultimate from FBI was more to try and suspect that Umpty was sitting in that bush because he was a little curious about how aggressive Core was getting. River is kind of in support position if a gank were to come.
Yeah, both junglers about equally close here. You know, you can see the Umpty's down on the Krugs. River, you know, was just taking that scuttle down in mid lane, and Quid again just trying to push up. Has the flash back, but it's going to be Ayla trying to check this tri-ward and does regret it. It's going to be an easy kill there. Umpty, though, wrapped up, and it's going to be a trade kill back very likely. FBI should be able to get donated the kill. FBI now on a rampage. Not a bad trade. Both junglers in the area, and it goes 1 for 1.
Yeah, it definitely seems like anytime one team wants to do something or one team makes a mistake, the other is able to counter at the very least in kills. And the end result here is that FBI is set up really, really well for these mid to late game team fights. And that is, in my opinion, where TL have kind of struggled, right? With the game having so many timers now that you absolutely have to kind of 5v5 around. This Ezreal is going to have so much setup for his team, and he's in a really great spot.
I will say, though, a little bit concerning, you know, it's not the end of the world that Tank is behind, but Sniper very far down as far as the farm is. Over 30 CS down. You know, you do need to have enough gold income to be able to build MR and survive against Impact, but also not just get killed off by Yeon in the team fights. You know, you need armor and MR in this game.
I agree, and even more than the team fights, the first turret going over if he's this far behind, the fact that he's going to be getting chunked out pretty heavily in wave, in lane. So Impact really needs to keep playing with this pressure, and I think we could see yet another brawl here as a TP comes in, and it's 5 players of both teams in the area.
Look at Core on the side again, has the pink ward down, knows that he hasn't been spotted, but now will be by the shock blast from Quid. APA trying to be on a flanking angle here, looking for FBI, connects with the Weirding. Nice little chunk on him, and Ayla taking taking some damage there from Jan as he tried to walk through. You can see in the top lane, they're both scrapping it out.
Yeah.
Sniper tried to come down, but he's just getting bullied out of there. And now I don't know if they can take this fight. 100 Thieves moving forward, though. Maokai going to let the ultimate rip. They're looking for Jan. Jan going to Valkyrie back to safety. Now MT is the target. Flash forward, twisted advance. The equalizer's going to get dropped across everyone. FBI's not in the pit with them, but Quid gets the first kill. Between the worlds goes APA, and he is crushing them in the back of the pit. Sniper trying to re-enter, but can't do it. At the end of the day, it's Ayla very low, but it is just the 1-for-1 of junglers again.
Yeah, but even on that contest, TL end up with the 6 grubs, and the combination of Impact and APA in that fight really ended up turning around. Impact is now...
They want to. It's at 1,200 health with just Rumble Nautilus, but let's see what they can pull off.
Yeah, he is behind. Nice dodge on that, but the ultimate's going to come down. Bellows Breath to actually immune that, but Core is just tanking this up, and Impact trying to finish him off. Doesn't have the damage to do it. Sniper holds on. No physical damage there. Has the fully completed magic resist item, so was enough to keep him alive.
I think that was just a little ambitious there by Team Liquid. The idea was right, though. Try and punish and get plates. Looking at this fight one more time, Impact started it really well, especially when the fight is moving a little bit towards the bot side, keeping Ornn out of this fight. But again, with Umpty having no flash, it does present himself as a fairly good target. But the fight overall was pretty smartly played by both teams. Yes, 100 Thieves gets the kill, but then they are kind of trapped in the pits, and Sniper could never approach. So they're just not going to have as many people there, and they ultimately have to sacrifice a flash and a Maokai to get out of there.
Nice.
Yep, and that is going to be Quid, no flash now. Ayla, no flash. River, no flash, for these subsequent next ones. It's nice hook there onto FBI, but Jan is taking so much damage he can't actually follow. The ultimate does not connect, but it's Core who's not going to be able to get out of there. He has no flash, and FBI gets another one. Aggressive move there from Core. Hits the hook, but Jan was just too low to follow up, and now Ayla going to look. Can't actually find him. Jan was not caught sleeping. Up top side, they're looking for another dive. They're just going to finish off the tower. And now Sniper might have to try to flash out of there, trying to look to turn this around on Umpty. Umpty flashes. It's a flash to follow. Takes him down. Going to get roasted up here, likely by Impact. We'll see if Impact can finish this off. Searing charge, trying to dodge out on some of these electro harpoons, but can't quite do it. Should have the damage and just barely does. But good job in the 1v2 getting a kill back from Sniper.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's really important for Sniper to get that kill back, as we see that first turret going down to TL as well on the front side of that fight. But again, this is one team makes a play, the other team's able to do something. You see where TL have been able to excel kind of in plates and then ending up getting that first turret here.
And Umpty is just flinging his body around to try and get advantages for his team. 5 deaths already of the 8. And it feels to me like this game is 100 Thieves often on the back foot and TL just pressing over and over again. They haven't... 100 Thieves hasn't broken yet, though, with FBI being the main problem.
This Dragon, though, would be feats of strength here for TL because they have 6 scrubs. That's 2 of the 3 objectives. They already have that first tower, so this becomes pretty important to contest here for 100 Thieves, but it's TL first to the area and starting up the Dragon.
Ornn's got ultimate. No flashes for
Dude,
Jace,
I love feats of strength.
They're going to look for Ornn's going in between the worlds.
I think
the
he's a great
Equalizer
add
gets
to the
dropped
game.
over the top, but FBI just shifts forward, not afraid at all.
Get him.
Umpty
Get
getting
the tank.
incredibly low. Quid trying to get
Nice.
some work done onto Impact. Ayla buying space in the back line, but Quid's in trouble. APA going forward. FBI has to shift back, has to flash out, trying to turn it around, gets Impact, but it's APA dashing in there with Jan taking down the Ezreal. They pick up the bounty.
Oh my God,
they
Quid's
get
so
the
close.
Dragon. TL full control of this game.
That might be the fight that breaks it open as he's almost able to steal it. You could see FBI was mostly untouched for the majority of that fight, but APA is the one who actually did so much work with that mate engage and by the end.
Yeah, APA goes into this, I believe, like with 1 kill, exits with another 3. The big thing is them immediately getting onto River, getting the Rumble ultimate down, does so much damage. River is completely out of the fight, and then Impact getting into the backline, also taking Quid out of this, right?
Yeah.
Because he's constant sustained damage. Ayla goes down here from APA, and even though FBI does get the shutdown, APA is still able to clean up those kills.
You can see FBI's having a good time so far in this game, having 6 kills before falling there, so they're still in it, and we got another fight.
Live. Ayla charging in, trying to lock them down, but River is just getting cooked up. FBI now arriving. TP comes in from Quid from behind. APA is here as well, though. He's looking for FBI, misses on the weird disconcerting. Yon trying to snipe into the back line, can't quite get it. Quid finishing off Umti on the left side of your screen. And down at the bottom, it's Ayla going forward. It's FBI trying to get back involved. The equalizer going to get dropped on Sniper. Sniper has got to get out of there, but he has no flash.
Nice.
No way home. He falls as well. It looks like TL going to win another fight.
And even with Quid being able to TP in, get around the backline, Impact's Rumble ultimates have been huge in being able to not only do damage, but separate out these team fights so TL can really split their targets, get those kills, and then they just got mid-tier 1 off this as well.
Yeah, the 6 grubs they have at the end of that fight also make it so they can apply pressure after one team fights even more. The Rumble and the Aurora damage is just out of control in this game. I do just love that Umti has died 7 times. Just not in a flamey way, but he's just in there every single time. 100 Thieves actually had to spend a lot of time finishing him off in that fight, and by the time Quid had used everything to try and finish him down, he got him, and 5 CS a minute only. Some nice play.
I was going to say, speaking of a flamey way, we did have the 5 CS a minute Ornn coming down. This Ornn not looking so great coming out of Sniper. Impact has really had the best of him in this game.
Yeah, and it's tough, right? You know, he falls behind, he's not getting farm, and then it becomes in a situation where the team is just trying to group and fight, which means you're getting less and less gold. Your team is not winning those fights. FBI shifting back to safety. They showed up, they didn't answer the side lanes, and they get nothing here. 100 Thieves are still just kind of grouped, looking to see if they can find a scrap. We'll see if they even win it. Sniper going to let the Ornhorn go. Can't get the redirect until just the last second, but on the side, Quid is in trouble as APA is in on him.
Get Sniper.
FBI able to take down Umti though, and now
they'll get
Impact is completely separated from the team. Going to get taken down by Quid. It's a one fight out of what feels like nowhere from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, but I would say Quid is the unsung hero of that fight because as Jace, he completely kept APA and more people away from that fight, so 100 Thieves just had the numbers advantage because no one could get through the Jace.
Yeah, the important thing to me here is, again, you see APA is going to be coming up around on the flank, and this actually allows the Maokai and Ornn combination to go off. The Rumble ult doesn't hit many people, and Quid is still able to get right into the backline, while AP is only able to get into the fight at the very, very end.
Yeah, the thing I noticed there is Rivers' ultimate tagging Yon's Corki made it so kind of the Aurora and the Corki were out of that fight. So it just ended up being, even though they were 4,000 gold down, super advantage for 100 Thieves.
And that's 100 Thieves' window back into this game, right? They have a 7, 1, and 5 Ezreal. They have great setup for the poke that this Jace can do and this Ezreal can do with the Ornn, with the Maokai. When you see it comboed together, it's going to end up looking really good if they can pay attention to their flanks like they did.
Yeah, not to mention they just got the Manamune transform on both the Jace and the Ezreal, so they're on a little bit of a power spike at the moment, and even though
they're playing so good,
Sniper is racing up to 5 CS per minute. His items are kind of the same as Impact at the moment without the Riftmaker being completed, so Impact is way ahead in gold, 1.6k, but the actual power that he's given at the moment is not massively more.
Yeah, I mean, Sniper definitely needs to get some experience, though, at least so he can start getting those Ornn upgrades in. You know, that is an important part of it. But as you pointed out, you know, this is not a tank Jace. This is a damaged Jace. This is the head-to-head between Sniper and Impact.
Oh my goodness.
I feel like it's not really fair to compare the damage numbers, but
25k damage. 25k damage at 20 minutes is
insane.
Cooking.
Yeah.
I mean, Impact is having a big game.
He is roasting people on this Rumble.
He has played very well.
It's not a comparison. Those are just two stats that happen to be side by side. Yeah. No flame intended.
Yeah.
It's always Impact in these.
Yeah. I'm actually glad that I get to see Sniper's damage, Impact's damage. I've actually never seen that graphic, the live in-game damage head-to-head.
Yeah.
I want to see more of that.
Sniper wishes you hadn't seen it.
Well, maybe next time it'll look better.
down, you know, it's looking tough. But 100 Thieves out towards the Dragon. They're going to be the first ones to pull it. We can see, obviously, the injury's completed for a while now. FBI going to be hitting this. They are going to be starting up. Ayla taking some poke here from Yon on the side. Lose about 30% of his health, but now it's going to be the Herald dropped mid and the TP coming in from the Rumble. So TL looking to fight. The Maokai ultimate going to get put out, and Umti's in some trouble in the back of the pit here. We'll see if he can get over. Equalizer is used. Going to be able to claim the Dragon on the side of 100 Thieves. This is a really weird fight. Is down in the bottom. Quid wins out in a 1v1 against APA. Gets a kill there. If they get the Dragon, this goes 100 Thieves' way again, even from 3k down. A very strange fight.
Yeah, and I mean, this is, again, 100 Thieves win window back in it. The big thing to me, Quid marking APA. He's like, you are not going to be able to get into this fight.
Yeah.
Like, you are not going to be able to get into our setup. And then he ends up 1v1ing him in the bot lane and coming out ahead.
That was massive because Quid was able to do that
the most kills in the game I've
getting
seen
the shutdown gold on APA's Aurora.
20 minutes.
He's been able to pull that off in the last 2 fights, and that, I think, has been the big key to this game is once they've stopped the Aurora flank coming through, then their own version of Maokai or Poppy is enough to stop the dive. The Aurora is kind of putting it over the top where they're able to win the fight despite all the anti-dive that 100 Thieves has, but now the Quid is really just turned into this almost peeler who's soloing Aurora in back-to-back fights. It's really turned the game.
And I've got to say, it just felt kind of disjointed from TL because goes into the pit, they TP an impact, but then he's behind the pit just dropping Equalizer over the wall.
Yeah.
Like, it felt like they fully wanted to commit to it. They dropped, you could have just dropped Herald and charged down mid and taken a tier 2 for free. You could have just pushed out top. You could have done all these different things, but they postured as though they wanted to go for the fight and then didn't commit to it. So maybe getting a little bit nervous now with how these fights are going, but Otacon is spawned and the teleport's coming in now here. This is going to be APA in the flank. I don't think he's been spotted yet. Sniper sectioned out away from the rest of the team. Quid is coming in first though. Impact and Umpty sectioned out and burst down. Quid is on a rampage. That's the jungler down. That's the top laner down. And that's APA, egg on his face with a teleport that did nothing.
Yeah.
And Quid is an absolute problem.
What's up?
Flash rogue charge into the wall, stuns him. It's Quid with another. It's 100 Thieves at Otacon, and it's the underdogs making it happen. Scrappy fight after fight after fight. 100 Thieves are not going down quiet.
And this is the thing we've called out about TL, right? Like you said, that 100 Thieves drafted this almost TL-esque comp, but it is a great 5v5 comp. It has great setup for their carries. Quid has been doing super well since that first blood in mid lane. He's been marking their flanks so well. APA has not been able to get into so many of these 5v5s, and it's just looked way more coordinated for 100 Thieves because they've been able to pick off targets, because they've been marking APA and where he wants to get in.
Yeah, APA has not been able to sync up with this team whatsoever. I think 70% of that credit goes over to Quid, and then the other 30% would be that TL needs to coordinate a little bit better with the way Umpty and APA go in together.
Shifting aggressively. Remember, they have the Otacon GA, so he is down to get scrappy here at this point in the game. They are going to push up. We'll see if they can try to find a dive on the side. It's going to be another catch as APA found out by Ayla. Locked down and burst down. Rack them up and knock them down. 100 Thieves are on a roll here. They get a freebie, and now they're just going to keep the push going.
And they can be as reckless as they want with this Otacon buff being alive at the moment.
Umpty going in onto River, but this is Umpty potentially in trouble here. Hook is going to land onto Quid. They're going to look for a nice equalizer into the back line. FBI will withdraw. Quid's sure to follow here, you have to think, but not before he gets a kill. Pushing forward on Yon, trying to take him down with him. Can't quite do it. It's going to be another one. Just Ayla now and Sniper with the Otacon GAs, but they got a couple kills, and they're taking the tower bot.
Yeah, the big thing for me is Quid TPing in here. Sniper was kind of waffling to see whether he'd join the fight for a little bit, but pushing down this bot tier 2. And this is how 100 Thieves use their voracious Otacon. We're never going to see Ruinous if we didn't see it in this game.
This is the bloodiest game I've seen, and we still didn't get it. But the interesting thing about this is I like the start because it's just a straight-up pick onto APA. Ayla had found a great spot to be in, even though he doesn't get the perfect cross plan. Doesn't matter because APA was so out of position here. But the rest of the buff, I think, wasn't super well used by 100 Thieves.
That was a big reaction from APA.
That is a big reaction.
And here we see Sniper is taken down tier 1 in the bot side. I mean, they can be as reckless as they want. Not the best use of voracious Otacon buff, but like also not the worst. You know, like you do want to be chaining it into taking something.
So they have about 15 to 20 seconds of it left on Sniper. If they want to try and just start the Baron and have time. Sniper peel, it might be worth it. But I've also seen that backfire more than once.
You can see the Ornn upgrade starting to come through as well. There's the upgraded Triforce for FBI. APA sneaking around on the side, but I think he was spotted. Yes, indeed he was, as he goes between the veil, trying to get over there and see if he can actually find an angle. Could not do it. Quid now moving down with the rest of the team. And as he had gotten top lane moving in their direction, they push out mid, they go back in towards the river. They're trying to force TL to face check and look for a pick here. Shock Blast going to be poking away onto Yon. It's a difficult spot here, it feels like, for 100 Thieves right now.
Yeah, we'll see. They can just pretty much poke here, play with Fog. I think they really are looking for a pick off to kind of start it off. or just get some poke down.
I mean, yeah, a couple Qs from Ezreal.
Oh, no.
That's
here.
disastrous.
It's a hard engage in onto him. He's just gone already. The flash force, though, by Sniper's ultimate. They're going to go in with the Maokai ult. They're chasing it out. Core is gone. But in the back line, it's Quid that's in trouble here from Umti and APA. Can they actually knock him down? Sniper fighting with him. And Quid is just making magic happen. You can't take down Quid. He gets the kill. But it's Sniper now left alone as they've died on the other side. TL wins on the left side of the fight, takes out FBI. And it is Quid and Sniper running from the hills. Trying to get out of there. You can see the recall does finish. Sniper might not have an easy way out. Trying to get back towards his team. Searing charge in. Flash over the wall. APA across the veil. Still looking to chase, but Quid is coming back. If he over chases, he could run right in onto the Jace here and get taken down.
I think at the very start of that, 100 Thieves just overplayed their hand. Ayla was going for a big flank when really they had total control of the river, and they could have just kept playing that poke game in the river. So Team Liquid given a bit of a lifeline back into this game. With this pick, they were able to pull off onto Ayla, who spotted right there.
Because when you got your heart in it, you know, your heart is in it.
Spot him out, and
when
we saw 100 Thieves have problems before Yon able to flash that Sniper ult wasn't necessarily coordinated with the Maokai ult either. And APA, even though Sniper does jump onto him, he's still able to get into the back of this fight as well. He's not completely taken out of it.
Yeah, and Impact played that fight really well. How often do you see a Rumble managing to solo kill an Ezreal, especially one that has 8 kills? So really well played by Impact.
FBI got so aggressive. I think they got a little bit excited. You know, he shifted and flashed into the wall to try to chase in, and Impact says, no, you can't do that. I am fit. I am still strong. You won a couple fights, but you're going to have to calm down. FBI, though, soloing up the Dragon. This will move them to Soul Point now. So that is their 3rd Dragon. It is Hextech Soul, incredibly powerful. And just the individual stats are always nice. The ability, haste, and attack speed. So 100 Thieves now really getting close to potentially securing this game. They were down a lot early, but they fought valiantly back. And more and more Ornn upgrades are coming through. He's level 15 now, so going to have another ready.
And they should have control in these 5v5s as we see River clearing out kind of the Baron vision that TL were able to set up while they were getting that 100 Thieves rather, were getting that 3rd Drake. But again, like, we just want to see patience from them, right? Because I do think they can pull off these flanking plays. They can play with Fog, and we see Ayla kind of marking, tracking where TL are coming up
going down so fast. I think TL are just too late. I think the Baron is just going to be dead here, down to 3K. Ayla is in position to keep Umti out. No shot at a contest. 100 Thieves grab the Baron. Maybe going to lose a tier 2 mid for it, but honestly, who cares? That is well worth the trade.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the kind of more patient setup that we'd like to see from them, or just, you know, focus the Baron, recognizing that they do have ultimates up. They can take a 5v5 if TL decides to challenge them in the pit.
You get the munchies.
Wonder, especially with FBI on the team, if he's able to pull them back into normalcy after they went a little bit aggressive. Just because of the leadership they talked about in the past, and last year 100 Thieves would have these bloody games. They just stayed bloody forever, but it actually does feel like they said, okay, that was too aggressive. Let's use the Maokai saplings. Let's properly set up the Baron, and they secured it. Now, I could have just cast across them if they're doing a fairly aggressive-looking 3-2 split with the Baron, but let's see how they play this out.
And look at where Yon is with Umti on the side. They're looking for a potential deep flank, but 100 Thieves are just cheating towards top lane, knowing that that's the only angle they could come from. So there's not really much of a look here. Yon just trying to get some poke in onto Sniper as they chip away at it. And I think Umti is just too far away from the rest of his team. Even if he looks for the flank, I don't feel like it would work.
Yeah, Umti's having a tough game. 11 deaths already.
A tough split, to be honest, so far.
It has been. I put in the request to see if he wins this game and how it ranks in all-time deaths in a win in LCS.
I don't know why.
He's 11 of the 17 deaths. Now, I'd say at least half of them have been necessary. So the most actually all-time is 10. If he's able to win this game, he would have the record.
It's looking tough to win this game. We'll see if they can pull it back. APA on the side here, looking for Ayla.
11 deaths is
both
crazy.
of the spells, Twofold Hex and the Weirding, are both going to whiff, and the cannon will finish off that top lane and hit. Sniper escorting this cannon in towards mid lane here. Will get taken down.
Can't relate.
But still, the push so far going great for 100 Thieves. Already a 2,500 plus Baron power play.
I don't like how it makes me feel.
Yeah, that was a really nice setup from 100 Thieves, starting with that topside push from Quid kind of hovering. And this team does a lot of poke.
That's a Fed
That
Ezreal.
is what they were designed to do.
Level 16 Ezreal ultimate.
And now it's going to allow them to siege this base really well with Baron.
Nice Arcane Shift back. Sniper going to let the ulti rip just to kind of buy some space. Yon not going to elect to use any summoners there. Barely does not have the flash. You can see Umpty on the side. The Equalizer's going to get dropped. Locket going to be popped immediately in answer. Umpty, will he get found? He flashes back. He's going to go right back in, but it is onto a tanky member there. Quid trying to survive in the back line. They kill APA. Impact looks like he's going to fall. The Zoni is only going to buy some time. Make a pose as you watch the rest of your team fall. FBI shifts over the wall, trying to take down Umpty, but he's going to not be able to do it. Yon knocked against the wall, stunned up, taken down. On the other side is Quid getting knocked down.
Is that enough?
TL, maybe, just maybe, hold on.
They might have. It's just Umpty and Core alive. It's just tanks for 100 Thieves, so they're actually going to bail out of this one. It looked like it could have been all of it, but TL got just enough damage out to kill Quid and FBI.
It's definitely not for the weak-minded. Let's go,
FBI is getting way too spicy in these fights, man. Some of these shifts, he's right
feeling
in.
himself. Well, they did say he's a leader, but he's also still a gremlin. So
yeah, he like
did
Jet said, he can get them in the comments. I don't know what that Ezreal was doing, but don't worry, guys. We can still win this.
My gosh. So there's a lot of significance in this game. So the winner of this series does advance to the Americas stage. They'll play at the end of the day as well to see who gets the number 1 and number 2 seed from the north. But there's a death stat still. The all-time death record for previous LCS in a game is actually 11. So Umpty he already has the LTA record. He's tied it for deaths in a game if he dies one more time, which was, I was on the edge of my seat.
In LCS history?
In a game.
Not even just in a win, in a game.
In a game.
Wait, really?
Is 11. So he's tied for that record right now.
Actually. Some of those early LCS games were
Get me in there. I can break that easy.
Yes,
That's light work.
The game has to
That's like having the record for most turnovers in a basketball
game. If you die 11 times, the game usually ends before number 12.
Maybe with that attitude, Jeff.
It's like if you ever try to get 20 deaths in an ARAM, like it's a little tricky. The death timers get long.
I think you're just not trying hard.
All right, well, it is going to be Soul Point here, 400 Thieves, Hextech Soul. TL definitely does not want to give this up. They're trying to move in through mid lane. APA on the side here obviously is marked again by Quid, who has been so strong. They're just rushing it down. Umpty,
that's just going to be Soul.
Pit? If he goes in, he's giving up his life, so they elect not to do it. Soul is given over, and now the slow immediately displayed there by Quid. Nice backstep on the weirding. As 100 Thieves pushing forward, but they're going to try to turn this around, looking for the engage onto Quid. Quid could be in some trouble, but APA is just getting rocked, and APA is gone already. FBI is low, but FBI is standing. He is firing, and he is taking down Umpty. And now Quid going forward, looking to get a kill. He has the GA to come right back, and I think that is going to be that. 100 Thieves are wiping TL off the map.
And that is just Quid having such a massive game. The instant he started marking APA's Aurora, Aurora was 5-0. It's 5-5 at this point. He could just not be effective.
100 Thieves marching on the Nexus. What a comeback. What a start to this series. They were the underdogs, but it's time to stand up and take notice, Team Liquid, because 100 Thieves are here to fight.
They're definitely here to fight, and that's how they won this game, right? Like, that was amazing from 100 Thieves getting set behind. It looked like Impact was just going to absolutely roll over these fights. When APA was getting into these fights, as you pointed out, Jat, there was one point where he just did not get any kills after 5, and it was through these 5v5
pick it up
setups.
in the second game.
Quid in particular, marking the flanks.
We all know
they were
how rigs work, right? You pick the
destroy
team, and then you
them
pick
in
the
team
score.
fights.
That's 2
Heads
points
up,
per.
this is an LTA
So I'm
public
officially
service
0-1
announcement. The LTA will be
I could
back
be
in the
1-1 at
main
best.
arena next week at the usual time, but only on Sunday. There will be no show on Saturday, so make sure you tune in next Sunday to see who will take the final tickets to Brazil and who will have to
Super
wait
Bowl Sunday
for Split 2. We're headed to a break before Game 2. Don't go anywhere.
Who is your way too early here MVP?
Ooh.
Let's get some games in.
Honestly, I think who I'm predicting to play extremely well is probably...
Let's get some games in. Let's get a Wordle in real quick. Easy. I do. Resty. Nope. I don't know. That doesn't work. Crude. It's not how you spell crude. I'm stupid. P-R-E. C. Dude, that's stupid. Crude. That's spelled an I. Alright, now, give me a second. P-L-E-N. So, what if it was, so E-R. Froggy. Fuck. K-type's hell slow. Yeah, dude, I'm not a fast typer. Banger, play this by the way. You guys are welcome. W. Chore, no. Got it before you said that. Alright, we still got like 2 minutes till the next game. Alright, we're doing the mini. Auto check. Okay. Don't tell me. I'm covering up chat. I'm not looking at chat. Bird with great blue and great white varieties. Something here. It's fine, whatever. It's fine. Home made of sticks, say? Ready for another customer? Pricey sections of theaters? So angry? Pissed? Upset? Angry? Muscled guy? Jacked? Ripped? Swole? Buff? Iron God? No. Blank Connors, Bill Murray's character in Groundhog Day? Dude, who the hell? Trent or Trey, Harry, Ron, Dog. Oh, fuck, it's Paul. No, it's not. Pete, no. We're trying to every vowel we have. E. Fuck me, man. Phil. Okay, here we go. Hummingbird. Herod. What's it, O? Herod. Heron. Okay, now we're going somewhere. Material for party balloons and hospital gloves, latex. Okay, let's see. Next. Easy. What's this? What's it ends with a T? Home made of sticks, say. Next. Nope. Nest. Pricey sections of a theater. The fuck is this? Oges? I'm not looking at chat, stop. No one knew that. That's not even real. Something rehabilitated by a PR firm? Phil. Sick. Match isn't back on yet. I'm watching it. Irate. Image? PR firm. Fuck. Muscled guy. He-Man. Oh, dude, this ain't real. What did chat say? I'm so high. I've never seen these games on the internet. Bro, I don't spend much time on the internet. It's low-key brain rot. It's all about learning. Everything is good in moderation. Dude, I just played a word search. It's like the smartest thing you can do. Brain rot's playing like fucking... Oh, shit, dude. Brain rot's playing like... I don't know, fucking Roblox or some shit.
They'll take it away.
Thank you, Raz. Thank you, Kobe. I'm hoping for 3. I think TL definitely have it in them. They are the favorites coming into this series. Umpty definitely going to want to clean that one up, wanting to have a bounce-back game here in the second game. Of course, it is Fearless Draft, so we are going to have different picks. But what a monster performance from Quid and also from FBI. I don't think he deserves to be overshadowed here as well, because FBI really was the cornerstone of so much of their early game team fighting.
Kept a minute. They were down 4,000 gold at one stage in that game, as Kobe and Raz were just saying. So they should be feeling pretty good about that game. But Team Liquid should also not be out of it, since they were the ones that were 4,000 gold up, and it does feel like a big upset.
Very down right now. When you look at the player cams, I always love looking at player cams.
Yeah.
You can tell so much about the team's mental state. We just saw, you know, over on 100 Thieves side, they're all laughing, they're all smiling. You see Umpty, he looks down in the dumps, and I understand it, right? You're coming off a game, he knows that game did not go well for him. You know, you really don't want to have that level of performance on stage, but you have to wonder, you know, where he's at mentally and if he's going to be able to bounce back.
Yeah, and I hope he can. I mean, we've talked about Umti a lot. I've followed his entire LCK career, a lot of which was on a lot of teams that really, really struggled, right? So now I don't think he's looked particularly like great thus far, this split. But we've also seen him look fantastic with this specific with this specific TL lineup. As we see Varus, incredibly strong AD pick right now, and first pick for TL coming out on blue.
Definitely going to try and bully the bot lane very early on with this one. Having the top lane Ornn and Rumble gone from Fearless in game 1, it might open up Sniper to pick this, since it's kind of like 4 top lane bans already. The 2 that were played last game, also the Cassante and the Ambessa. But Ashe, which had been banned in the 4-5 by 100 Thieves last series, gets picked here.
Okay.
Yeah, and Ashe will be something that FBI is super comfortable on. And it sets us up for potentially a lane swap coming out of TL if they think that it will benefit them more. I do think they're still better at executing it, but I also think they're not nearly as punishing, right? And we see the Sejuani coming out for River, which is a strong pick for River.
But I do agree with you.
But a great denial from Umti.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about Umti last year at TL, their dominance, it really was Maokai Sejuani, right? Those were the picks that he was going towards heavily. River has taken both of them away now through the first 2 games. He also has the advantage of having Ashe on his team to help track where Umti is going to be. So that could be problematic for them. TL considering the Azir here. Pretty common to see these kind of pairings alongside Varus, especially if you want to go lethality. You do need a high DPS carry in the mid lane.
And even though APA traditionally hasn't been much of an Azir player, the Azir he played in week 1 was pretty impressive. He did a ton of damage in that game.
Yeah, he looked a lot better on it. He was really, really crucial in a lot of their team fights, even when they didn't necessarily look super coordinated. And we see the Xin Zhao coming out for Umti, his actual 3rd most played career all time. So we'll see if that fares better for him. Silas, meanwhile, coming out for 100 Thieves, and there's already some great ults for him to steal.
Yeah, there are.
If you can put the hand up accountability,
right? It's going to be really, really nice. The
some people
great to
just
steal.
are like, all right, I guess
Azir
one time I woke up,
can be pretty powerful.
I was supposed to be working
at 6. It also can be a little bit of like a denial pick, you know, where it's like, okay, now you pick this, but you can't really take Gnar in top lane. You can't really take Alistar in the bot lane.
I did not wake up.
Limits the
hand up
champions that opponents
accountability.
can take
My bad.
without being
I get into
heavily
work. He's
punished by
like,
the stolen ultimates.
We're not gonna worry about it.
I'm really curious to see what
Let's try
Impact
to
ends up
avoid
going with
that
too, because I'm
happening again.
looking forward to seeing Impact
he's
as
a real,
Fearless
like,
continues to develop because of the picks he has.
Yeah,
like,
he's really he loves his rule book.
Shen, he
But
can
you know
pick
what?
Mordekaiser in the right situation.
He said because you put the
He
hand
might
up,
end up getting
you
Renekton,
understand it's
but
your
I'm
fault.
actually a
You
little
give him some
surprised that they're
stupid-ass
going
excuse,
for
like you saw
support
Zebra on
bans
the way
right
and you
now
hit
for
him
the
with the car
bot
and
lane
you took him to
pile
the
rather than
vet.
really heavily
They don't take
trying
care of
to
Zebra, so
pinch
you had to
Sniper's chance
tell
and pull and set
take him
something up
to
for
the
Impact.
hospital, but
There
the
are 2
hospital's like, we
schools
don't
of
work
thought
on
though,
zebras.
right?
And
Because
you're
I
like,
actually
need
think
someone to
Core has
work
been
on the zebra.
performing really, really well, and we've seen the impact he can have, pun not
No
intended,
trouble.
on a lot
Nothing.
of these picks. A, when he's roaming,
Same
and
whenever
B, when
we accidentally
TL
met
are
Honey
able
out
to
of
set
season.
up for those lane swaps.
And I only
it's
got a
been
$355
Core
ticket
who has
because I
been
put the
an
hand up
absolute
accountability.
pest, harassing enemy junglers, harassing his lane opponents.
story.
Like when he's able to get all over the map, it's awful for the opposing team. It feels really, really oppressive, and it's one of the reasons why I think TL are so good in swaps when they choose to go
Thanks.
with them.
Thanks, Smokey.
So
Thanks,
I'm also
Rich.
not
Thank you
surprised
both.
to see 100 Thieves removing
Appreciate that.
the Lulu, who's incredibly lane dominant and also really annoying, and then the Renata, who we saw Core already perform super well on last week.
It is interesting, though. I mean, you know, the Lulu, obviously, it makes sense here, but Lulu globally has 5 bans so far this season, and it's gotten banned in back-to-back games against Core. So clearly they are very concerned about this potential dominant 2v2 that they could play with those enchanters. Maybe that is info that they've been seeing a lot of from scrims, but I am a little bit surprised to see, you know, how much focus they're giving towards these enchanters throughout the first 2 drafts.
I absolutely agree. It also means that if we go to game 3, Lulu's still going to be available, even though it didn't seem like an incredible Lulu angle here. It would have to be an attack speed Varus.
Both of those would be pretty exciting to see. I know Core obviously is a real grinder, is playing a lot of these. These are both very popular right now in high elo solo queue as support. At least not really played jungle that much, but Pantheon can be flexed around to different roles. And Renekton, as I said, you're going to keep
thinking about the support pick.
Congrats. How do you feel about that, Jet?
I feel Impact feels fine about it. He's a Renekton
but
fan.
it's at least support.
Yeah, amazing.
He can still go up top and dive you, though.
They kind of have to. If they go Pantheon, they're really heavy physical damage with just the Azir, so I think the Elise makes a lot more sense for the even jungle support 2v2s when you're fighting up at Grubs.
Oh.
But Pantheon's more comfortable.
Okay.
That's a lot of physical damage. Weirdly, it's physical damage with Merc Tread's value, so there's still a choice that 100 Thieves would have to make.
Yeah, and I mean, we did see CoreJJ last time he was actually playing this go for the Heartsteel build.
He probably will again.
You know, we'll see if it's going to be that. When you look towards solo queue, you do sometimes see the Heartsteel quite a bit now. You do sometimes see, you know, full lethality or the more bruiser. There's kind of different approaches, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him just going Heartsteel, you know, acting as kind of a pseudo frontliner. You have the E to soak up a lot of that damage to be able to block things out. Gnar, of course, makes a lot of sense here as a pick. Pretty solid matchup, classic one up there in the top lane, and we'll get to see how Sniper is actually able to perform on this, because it's not really a pick that I associate with him, even though it is one of those really common picks in pro play. I'm gonna go check. Yeah, he has 4 games, excuse me, on Gnar in pro play, so not a lot at all.
Yeah, and the thing to look out for with Sniper, I think, we saw some really good teamfight targeting and selection from him in some of those fights. We saw some iffy ones.
With the
I don't know
Sylas,
how
doesn't
you
he
guys
have a
feel
pretty
about
good
the,
range of ults
the
to pick
orange
from?
Sniper
Like the Pantheon ult's
coming
not
out.
bad.
Didn't look good early
I don't
on,
know
was set far
Renekton
behind,
ult.
but I did
Can't
think
remember.
he was contributing a lot more
Giving him a
to
he 1
team
out of
fights.
10.
Wow.
Yeah.
But the Gnar test is, for me, obviously a lot of it is about lane, but for Sniper specifically, it again is going to be how he's joining up in these 5v5 fights, because I still think that is how you take down TL. That is where they've shown themselves to be vulnerable. That's what allowed you to win game 1. So when I'm judging his Gnar, I'm actually going to be looking at his bar usage and when he's coming into these fights.
I would expect his Gnar to be a little bit better than his Ornn, to be completely honest. The Ornn, it definitely felt like he was trying to, you know, sprint in flip-flops. It was one of those things where it's just not a perfect fit for him, but I think the Gnar could actually be much better.
He's wearing Crocs all the time. You think he'd be used to those.
You can kind of sprint in some Crocs. One thing I do want to point out going into this game as a stats update, because we were like, what is it going to take to get the Ruinous Otacon?
Okay.
We had the most kills before 14 in the last game. It was 15. The previous was 11. So we need to get more than 15 kills by 14 minutes.
Well, we'll see if they're going to be able to do it, but FBI is back on 100 Thieves. Sniper talked about on pros what he brings to the team. Let's take a look.
When I first heard that we got FBI, I was like, Tomo played so good, like why do we even replace him, you know? I was like, I kind of missed Tomo in a sense, but then after I like met FBI and like we started playing together and everything, he's just been like an amazing teammate. Like he's probably one of my favorite teammates that I've ever had. Whenever I'm feeling low or anything, he just brings the energy to the squad, and we have like really productive days, and that's like a make or break, you know, for just everyone on my team. So I'm very grateful to have FBI on the team.
Yeah. And we heard that echoed in the coaches' interview as well, although they're also throwing shade at FBI for still being a gremlin a bit. But I think the big thing to me is if FBI is on the team and able, when 100 Thieves do get over aggressive in some of these fights, to kind of reel the team back in. That was an issue that we saw them having in these best of fives last year, that it just, obviously the 1 game sample size from this series, they were able to come back, right? And it was through team fighting when they did kind of overextend, although sometimes it was FBI who was overextending.
And I will say 100 Thieves deep wards for the swap and gets a bunch of damage on impact. So actually, the very start of this swap I really like for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, that was kind of spicy. So Impact used the E to actually dash through Ayla to avoid that W that he was coming in with, but was able to get some of the experience off the wave. The question is, was that worth it? Because he actually took a lot of health and damage, and Sniper is going down towards bot lane.
It's so hard to dive now.
This is like the old school potential dive, though. Instead, he's going to TV back towards top. Invading here on a river, but he is losing this fight.
Oh my.
He's going to get smacked and kind of sent backwards. We'll see if they can look for anything on top side. Doesn't look like either team's going to be able to threaten a dive.
Yeah, probably not. Umpty was trying to go red to Raptors, actually, just to stop River from being able to get an early level 3, since they should have complete control of that top side. So River was trying to be a little cheeky there, clear a top side that he's going to completely abandon afterwards. And now that he's clearly moved to around the bot side, Sniper might be a little bit vulnerable, but as we mentioned, with the strength of turrets nowadays, it's very unlikely we see a dive.
Yeah, not only the strength of turrets, but the cannon minion wave change, I think, is also massive. Like, it's so much more difficult to set up
really
these
gonna try to dive top at level 2? He's 2 camps in, and he's heading top. This is...
I'm surprised he didn't just go to clear.
This is just what I was talking about.
This has to work. If you go for this, like, he is getting so delayed on his tempo.
Sniper's level 3 and halfway to Mega Gnar.
Yeah.
I mean, Core is really strong on the Pantheon to be able to go for this dive. We'll see if they can execute it. They're going to look for it. Sniper is going to hop back. He does get stunned up. Will flash to fall there from Umti.
Get him.
Ignite goes down, and they should have him.
Nice.
The piercing arrow comes through. Umti claims first blood. Down on the bot side, they're looking to pull off a dive as well onto Impact. Impact in some trouble here. They can potentially set up this redive. They should be able to do it. Alich needs a pull threat. Does have it. They're going to be able to give it to FBI.
I mean, interesting sequence right there. I'm a little bit surprised Sniper didn't just
Cheer
stay
for
under the
TL.
turret. Make the
100%.
turret do a little bit damage for you so that you can then teleport back and they have no chance of having a threat again. Although he'd already teleported to the top wave, I still think just staying under the turret and making them take turret shots is worth it.
And these are some of our TL patch notes. People have been talking about, what some of the reasons that, hey, maybe we don't think TL is as strong as last year. Lane swaps kind of have been nerfed. They were really good at managing these super complex situations last year. They are a little bit more simple, right? So that has been kind of changed. People have also brought up some of the question marks about, the depth of their champion pools with Fearless. That's another point. The other one that I have heard echoed, by a number of coaches and teams is that they believe the weakness of TL is their team fighting, and with the addition of Otacon and the additional objectives, the game becomes objective team fight, objective team fight, objective team fight, and you're forcing TL into this situation and pushing them away from that creative map movement and mastery they had over the mid game last year.
And I think we've seen the team fighting weakness in every game they've played so far this split. It happened even when they 2-0'd. They were having some close team fights while heading gold. In that last game one, they were 4,000 up and then lost.
Well,
and
Umti is up here. FBI could be in trouble, have to flash back early, and the heal is committed. So Umti gets that dive on top side, grabs first blood, puts on a little bit of pressure, and gets a couple summoners for it. Ayla gonna look to try to interrupt that, but Core says, nope, my jungler is not having his tempo ruined today. We'll go back to base.
How good does it feel to have Core on your team, honestly?
Pretty damn good, not gonna lie.
Sets up first blood for his jungler, lets him base in peace.
There you go.
I thought Quid might be heading up here, kind of cheating topside, but it doesn't look like they're going to set up anything as Ayla and FBI are going to push in this wave.
Yeah, and even though they've swapped and kind of swapped back, Team Liquid, I would say, has a slight advantage here. I think Yon and Core JJ are very comfortable. Having the flash down from FBI makes it a pretty quality lane for them to gank if Umti makes his way up yet again. And then also just Renekton versus Gnar. No one had a big experience disadvantage early on. They both died to turret dives, so even though I thought Team 100 Thieves had a pretty good start to lane swaps, I think it's neutralized by this point.
Yeah, definitely pretty neutral. I'm going to be interested to track the flash timer for Core because that is desynced with the flash from FBI. So maybe when that comes back up, you can pull up Umti. They'll both have flash on that timer. FBI will not. Even with cleanse, it's very hard to escape from that. So it would be interesting. 100 Thieves, though, going to be over here onto the Grubs. They are pushing up top. They're trying to push out middle. You can see that Umti is down on the Dragon, trading that. I see his Prow here with the Renekton. Core looks for a little bit of a poke, trying to see if he can steal away a grub or something, but no such luck for him.
Yeah, once again, it just looks like they're going to trade objectives on either side of the map, kind of leaving the feats up to the next round of neutral objectives.
Yeah, just going to be able to grab, one of the 3 objectives that they do need. Both teams, of course, at 1 kill. So 2 kills away, 2 objectives away on both sides. Sniper, a rough trade there as he does get hit pretty hard. Quid going to go in, steals the ultimate. River is in the area, but it's just the ultimate for nothing from APA. Notices there's going to be some pressure, just lets it rip, keeps his health high, and is going to be able to get this wave in very likely.
Yeah, and Sniper is definitely a little bit on the back foot, but he will probably still be fine. His teleport will be up soon. I like how Impact's actually freezing the wave at the moment, though. See if he can deny any more CS. And Sniper's still half a level from 6.
Yeah, it is definitely difficult. He was down about a third of a level as they were coming back to lane, after the initial play. Partially because Impact, when he got dove, stayed under the tower. So he's actually getting experience there as he did die. Sniper, trying to stay in XP range here, is going to be able to jump back. Slice and Dice is committed. But once he gets 6 and Mega's out, you'll get some health back. But this is just excellent play here from Impact, turning a very small advantage into a much larger one. And that's something that he has excelled at his whole career.
Yeah, we talked about this a lot as we see River kind of visiting to just hopefully reset, right? And allow Sniper to be able to get this wave in. But Impact and Core, the 2 kind of veterans on this team, were lending their expertise to why TL were so good on the map, right? And it is a lot of tiny incremental stuff like this, because in a world where you're not looking at lane swaps as something where you're going to be like chewing through turret plates immediately and that's the only goal, you're looking at XP advantages, farm advantages, stuff like that. That's really where Impact shines.
And that's what they have in this game too. Impact got level 6 first over Sniper, Jan got level 6 first over FBI, and it's also taken the agency a bit away from River because he had to spend that extra time to shove that wave in, which means he's a little bit late to the top lane, and it's keeping 100 Thieves on their back foot. With that being said, the game is still completely even. It's not like Umpty has been able to take huge advantage of these small advantages.
TL are warded out, and they haven't spotted River here, so if they go aggressive, this is going to go bad for them. So 100 Thieves, it's time to just do a little bit of play acting. Now, unfortunately, Step Forward did get caught. We're going to see if they can find it. Clean's going to be popped immediately there from Jan, and Core's going to have to flash out to safety. Chains of Corruption there. Going to be popped onto Ayla, but it will not be nearly enough to get a kill. It is a bit of a chunk back there from TL, but it cost him the flash and the cleanse.
Yeah, and good response from TL to be able to kind of stave off that dive. Good attempt from River. It does seem that,
Sorry, I petted you.
as we see Impact trading with Sniper in the bot lane, it still seems early on.
Right now, by the way.
Yeah.
It's going to be one soon, but still, that is actually really rough. And Umpty's coming down. This is problematic. He's going to lose Mega, and he might lose this wave. Because I'm not sure if he's going to be confident to actually stay under tower here.
Yeah.
He does elect to, but Impact at least trying to threaten the dive and see if he can make him scared. Now he's going to have to bail out. But yeah, the XP advantage now is going to be a full level and a half. You can see that purple bar right under Impact's portrait. That is the current experience. So a full level and a half is a massive advantage.
Yeah, Sniper feeling the pressure at the moment. Don't even think he has a great buy. Yeah, just has to pick up the plated steel caps on the way out.
Over 20 CS down as well. And now Core is up here. No flash. Are they going to look for the dive? It'd be all about the E usage. Tries to point blank, go for it. Does get a bit of chip onto Core. They were seeing if they could maybe make him panic or waste his E and then re-dive with River, but no such luck.
And Umpty might be responding. Yeah, they're going to spot River out on that ward, and Umpty is kind of tracking where he is. So it doesn't look like 100 Thieves are going to be able to do much up here.
So I'm pretty sure we're getting Voracious Otacon this game.
Yeah.
Compared to last game,
We're at 10 and a half minutes.
Less.
We needed to pass 15 kills at least.
Yeah, a little bit less action in this game. The next set of grubs is going to be up, though. Sniper no TP. Impact does have TP, so Team Liquid should be willing to play very aggressive around this with Impact's ability to join with Ultimate.
Yeah, and I think even just based on the posturing, it looks like they are down to fight for sure. It is worth noting we haven't touched on the fact that Jan, of course, is not going lethality. He is going to be playing on hit, but they do find APA. APA in trouble. Uses the flash, but it gets him nowhere. Quid is in on him. Nice slide out, though, to safety from APA at the end of it. The damage just kind of ended as 100 Thieves didn't have any more spells up.
How does that change things, though? That's all ultimates for 100 Thieves. So I still think that if Team Liquid wants to re-enter here, they should be pretty confident
Azir and no
to do
TP, so that's the difficulty, right? You know, you are down ultis, but you have to kind of make that trade. And Sniper now doing okay in this 1v1 down on the bot side. Both teams looking like they're down to scrap. They're going to go in onto Umpty. Pops the Crescent Guard early, but is it even enough? Umpty getting locked up, is stunned here, but Jan has arrived now and is going to push them back. Core hitting hard here, and the teleports are coming in. Can they be stopped in the bot lane? No, Sniper cannot stop it, and he has no teleport to match. 100 Thieves have got to run. FBI is going to be in some trouble. Impact's in the middle of all of them. Gets the first kill onto Quid. Another grabbed on River. 100 Thieves are getting roasted in this fight. Grand Starfall going to be dropped here. Spots Ayla. Can he hit him? The Comet Spear just short, but FBI now in trouble. Does actually spot him with the Hawk Shot. Impact takes a couple of turret shots there, but FBI cannot chase.
Well played fight
Can I
overall
ask you
there
what
by
something
Team
means?
Liquid. Umpty
said-
using his health bar very well as a resource,
said
and it was
the
pretty much the
anti-stress
TP advantage. It's
PBT
just the fact that 100
got
Thieves
me.
thought they'd be able to
What does that mean?
kind of make a cheat play here. Their top laner, really with no TP, you probably aren't able to contest grubs in the first place because they were able to chunk out the Azir. They felt confident going in, but with no ultimates, they just didn't have the ability to finish anybody off.
Yeah, that ultimate damage ended up being huge, and then this TP coming in from Impact
The
is
anti-stress
also huge because he's
PDT got
able
me.
to immediately just get
might know what that
onto
means.
Quid, kill him off, and then chase Ayla out of the fight.
I mean, it was really well timed out. Also, Sniper was about 20 raids short of going Mega, and then he could have interrupted the TP. So, you know, had he had a little bit more on that Narbar, maybe it's a different fight, but it, of course, is not. TL play it really well. And Umpty was also right on point. No flash, though, here on Impact, so he has to be careful. Going to get chased down. Enchanted Crystal Arrow connects, and that should be that. They're trying to give it to FBI, but get a little bit nervous, so River does take it.
It's still a really nice play by 100 Thieves, just punishing the cooldowns that Impact had expanded. That is the game of League of Legends. One team has a turn, the next team has a turn, and then 100 Thieves use their turn extremely well. You almost want to take this, right? Because especially if they could have given the kill over to Sniper or FBI, with this Drake being able to be secured.
Yeah, and the end result from all of this, like, back and forth is that it's 3-2 in kills. TL did claim that feat of warfare on the top side, but it's 1-1 in Drakes and 3-3 in Grubs with no first turrets taken either.
Yeah, so 100 Thieves only one objective off, that feat, and then it would be all up to that first tower. So we'll see how it's going to go in these next couple of minutes. APA playing well, has a nice little farm advantage in his pocket here and just kind of scaling up on the Azir as you would hope he could. FBI is still working on that first item, and Sniper down alone on the spot side has no Narbar. Umti is heading down to the area, but Ayla is here to cover, so I don't think there's really going to be an angle for anything other than a plate.
But if they are able to kind of chip in, and again, like, TL are really, really good at taking incremental advantages on the map. This is, I think, where they excel. The question mark for me, so we see APA. The question mark for me is when it gets to these 5v5 fights, like we've talked about, the way the game is set up right now, where you really have to contest 5v5 for objectives, what is TL going to look like?
Well, and that being said, FBI doesn't have a big advantage. Quid doesn't have a big advantage like they did last game, so they don't have this clear point of power that can maybe take over. Quid, I think, can be really strong here on the Sylas, but there's also tons of CC and lockdown on the other side. You try to fly into the back line, you get stunned up by Core. That's going to be a stun followed by Impact. You might just get 100-0'd.
I feel like this game in particular has a lot more pick, so it's all about who can make that jump first, and 100 Thieves has been slightly on their back foot for a lot of this, but they might be able to get this turn. Core's going to ult the wave.
Yeah, he's going to ult in here, but there's 4 members from 100 Thieves still looking to threaten. Not quite confident to fully go for it here. But both teams really knowing that the feats of strength are likely going to hinge on the first tower because 100 Thieves has the edge in the objectives thus far.
Yeah, and Impact having the Stride Breaker to Sniper not having his first complete item yet is slowly, if he can get a good trade-off, could probably get that turret on his own if Team Liquid's just able to hold on this latest push from 100 Thieves, and they're going to look for more than that.
Yeah, they're going to look for the engage. Nice flash out there as APA goes in with the ulti. Forces the flash from FBI, and now he is extremely vulnerable. But look over towards mid lane. Yon in trouble. The Chains of Corruption do connect. The flash out from Yon. The cleanse as well. He's trying to finish Quid. He goes in with the Kingslayer. Barely able to survive. Yon played it out well, but not well enough. And now the teleport coming in here. It's going to be interrupted, though, by Impact on the top side as FBI is in trouble. But FBI is fighting it out here, trying to survive against Umti. Barely. Slivs is able to get the kill. APA does grab Quid on the other side, though. Sniper trying to teleport in, got interrupted by Impact, so that does give TL the advantage in the globals, and it does mean Impact is still pushing towards topside where they have that low tower.
One of the most annoying things about Sylas is how long he can survive sometimes in these fights, and he's going to continue scaling throughout. APA was able to take him out on the backside of that, and then 100 Thieves was able to take River out before that. But I was shocked that Quid lived after that first pass.
I mean, looking at, we're going to see what we get the replay of. Yon played this so well, flashing almost all of the Sejuani damage, and then I thought for sure after that Q3 hit that it was just a matter of time. One more auto attack on Quid is going to get him and maybe even walk out alive, but he ends up falling. The teleport getting interrupted is maybe still going to be pretty impactful since Impact was able to get a chunk up top, but it doesn't stop Umti from going down, and clearly APA still finishing off Quid on the back end. He almost got another one.
Yeah, you can see the frustration there, and as they're chatting it out, a little bit of...
Quid!
Quid got APA incredibly low. We'll see if he can find him. The Q detonation does hit. Flashing in, finishes him off. Quid finds a solo bolo on the other side. It's Impact threatening on the side. River's got to run. He's going to be down already. FBI in trouble, and so is Sniper. Sniper is just gone. It's another kill there, and the question is now, who wins the race for first tower? You can see Quid is shoving up bot as fast as he possibly can. Impact heading back towards topside to try to make the race happen.
Core can maybe ult in a few seconds, but it's over.
No, they got
it's
it.
Gone.
Yeah.
And so now it's down to the objectives here. 1 feat apiece here, 1 extra objective. Or excuse me, no, both of them actually have a dragon and a grub. So next objective wins the feats here. It's going to be a really big fight.
And a couple things about this game so far. Quid has had APA's number ever since the mid-game of Game 1. That's so many times he's been able to solo kill him. I mean, I remember in game 1, he was down 2,000 gold and got the kill. Here, APA is trying to get a little bit aggressive under the turret.
Yeah.
Quid just lands and he steals his ultimate, and one fell swoop throws him back. So APA wasn't ready for it, and then expends the flash to finish. But on the other side, Yon is going to be a problem. He almost turned around that 1v2 before, and now with Blade of the Ruin King, can get even more.
And excuse me, they'd gotten the Herald before we saw that fight skirmish, and when we were looking at bot lane, they had claimed Herald up on top side, so they already have the feats. And now going to be able to use that to potentially play towards this Dragon here as well. Dragon spawning in a couple seconds, River moving down there. Could look to drop the Herald in mid if they want to just put that pressure on and try to use that to claim this next one. Sniper up on top side, though, has no teleport. Impact heading up towards top to answer, does have the teleport, so this could be a difficult take here for 100 Thieves.
STL is going to go in, clear out Vision. I do think they should.
Oh, they want to contest. Sniper is here. Has the Narbar ready. Remember, no sums on Yon. He could look for him.
Hunter's going to go fast. I mean, Ayla's flash ult is what I'd be looking for with Yon having no summoner spells. If Yon even gets close, I expect 100 Thieves to just try and fly in on him.
Yeah, Quid's heading up too.
So far, though, Impact is just going to continue to push here. Quid not answering, so they have to start the Dragon. They are doing so now.
Okay, Sniper's going to have Mega at a really good timing. This is so hard for TL to contest.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have to, though. They could just give up the Dragon and allow Impact to try to take this tower top, but he's positioning like he wants to join. He's going to TP in now. They're looking for the fight on the bot side. Core is actually scrapping out with Quid. Quid going to be winning that, of course, though, as the ultimate comes out from River. Doesn't quite connect. Umti going to be slowed down as they're just poking away. The Dragon has been secured by 100 Thieves, so they don't really even need to fight, but Umti's going to go back in. Going to get Nard against the wall, and Quid re-engages, pops the Crescent Guard. Quid is surviving and is knocked down Umti. Impact's in trouble as FBI is firing on the side. FBI trying to threaten, steps back. APA uses the ulti for a disengage, but FBI is just going crazy. There's the slows coming in from River, and FBI is cleaning up the fight, taking over on the Ashe.
That was such an interesting fight to watch because there was so much caution about both teams engaging first until Umti just says screw it and flies in, and it's disastrous.
And it's another case where we see Umti being a little far ahead because I'm thinking, okay, they're going to play this slowly. They're going to really want to wait out that Narbar, right? That's what you do not want to get kind of walloped back by this Mega Gnar, but Umti goes in, he sees the angle, ends up getting stunned, taken out really quickly. Meanwhile, FBI completely untouched, able to do damage, and even with the sweep from APA, 100 Thieves are still able to clean this up.
Yeah, and I think a crucial thing there is that Yon was without his flash, so he never felt comfortable to really move up into big damage.
Boom, 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 boom. This kind of shot calling I like here.
Boom, 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 boom. Did you start saying that?
Veteranship.
Look at the damage in that
doing
team
the damage,
fight.
yeah.
I mean,
boom, 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 boom.
Impact having no flash as well was such a big deal because he couldn't really threaten the Ashe. You could see he was trying to step forward and threaten in zone, but Lethal Tempo is fully stacked. You know, this is a 2-item Ashe who is just rocking them in that fight, and now TL in a very dangerous position here. You know, they are tied in gold, but this is match point for them here. They do not want to be knocked down to that lower bracket.
I mean, qualification to be able to play in another country, and 100 Thieves is there. They're going to be there every single time. We were thinking, remember the winner of this is guaranteed top 2 as a seed going into the America stage of competition. One more win here from 100 Thieves, and they knock TL down to the lower bracket and qualify themselves.
And I think we're also seeing kind of why people
TP, and they're going to go for the dive here on Impact. The teleport's coming, but it's not in time, I don't think. Sniper goes forward, gets the kill. Core on the other side fighting Ayla. FBI lets the arrow rip, does not connect onto anyone. 100 Thieves now have to play this a little bit slow. River being forced to flash back as APA was just crushing him. Quid barely does not get hit by the wind, becomes lightning there, and Umti cannot follow in. It's 1 kill for 0, 100 Thieves.
Oh, Umti might be able to...
Nope. Oh, just barely, and Sniper can hop out. For as strong as Impact was in the laning phase, 100 Thieves has punished him very well in team fights, and especially in that side lane. This was a flip of what we're used to seeing from Team Liquid. It's actually 100 Thieves whose macro, I feel like, has been really good in these situations.
Quid, Chains of Corruptions, going to be stolen and connected onto Yon. Had to cleanse because he knows if the Abscond Abduct comes through, he's going to die. You know, they trade the ultis, but he loses the cleanse, so that is very concerning now for Yon because, again, he can be a big target in this next fight.
And I hope I don't curse them, but the big thing that I want to talk about with 100
woman
Thieves.
Who has cursed 100 Thieves many times before.
Oh my gosh. Now that I brought it up, it's never going to go away. Is that they actually have, yes, they've had kind of their like step forward, we went a little too aggressive moments, but they have been able to reel it in, and they've been a lot more patient, like on that top side 1 for 0, right? It feels like a situation where maybe last year's 100 Thieves would continue to go in, potentially lose that fight to TL. And so I think we are seeing kind of a modicum of patience from them that we're not always seeing from TL, especially with Umti kind of always being ahead of the play.
They've been team fighting exceptionally well, and they're going to be going for another small engage.
River going back in, does proc it. You can see the Crescent Guard has been stolen. Core trying to keep him away from Yon as Quid's trying to get in the backline. Crescent Guard does have to be popped. Core, nicely done, zoning the 100 Thieves mid laner away. Impact is pushing bot lane, so they really just need to buy time. Umti trying to catch up, though, has the speed trying to do it. Can't quite get in to finish anyone off. Picks up a couple roses, and 100 Thieves will be sent back.
Really small win there for Team Liquid. Quid thinking he was going to be very strong by stealing the Xin Zhao ultimate, but they just didn't have the damage to pull anything off in that engagement. So I think we're probably in a bit of a waiting room until the next Infernal Drake, because Otacon is a little bit too dangerous to take. I would think, even though Varus will kill it very fast if 100 Thieves doesn't have vision, and then the Drake will be soul point if 100 Thieves can get it.
One thing I will say, the objectives are going to melt to Varus and Azir, and it's super hard taking Otacon, when the opponents have Azir and they start it first, you have to walk through that corridor, and the soldiers just kind of cover it so well. It's not like Baron where you have all these extra angles to approach from. It's much harder to approach late against some of these champions that control space well. So it'll be interesting. I do think it's very risky, and especially when it is match point here. FBI getting poked very low as Sniper and Impact going to be battling it out. Impact looking like he was getting the better of this early. Flashes back in. Sniper flashes out, but in comes CoreJJ. The reinforcements have arrived, and CoreJJ makes the difference.
No fair. Impact brought a friend, but CoreJJ and Impact set that play up together. Sniper could have probably flashed out and maybe had a chance of living, but that's going to be all it takes to get the Drake.
And CoreJJ is, again, he's such a pest, he's such a menace on champions like this, right? Where
Pest
he
is such
can...
a funny word.
Sorry, I've been watching too much hockey lately. The 100 Thieves are able to respond by taking that topside turret down as well. APA going to get some damage on this bot side tier 2. Actually, he's going to be able to take it down fully, so that's an even trade. So, TL still in it.
Absolutely. It's a very, very close game. TL, in fact, up a couple hundred gold.
Yep.
Both teams have 2 dragons. Both teams have 3 grubs. It is as even as it gets. It's going to come down to team fighting.
I think it might be a one-fight game, because if one team can win the next fight, it's likely Otacon Baron, and then it might be insurmountable. So both teams are very hesitant to make a big play. There's flashes on all of the main carries. Yon's cleanse is almost up again, so it's also going to be a little bit difficult to force a fight with all the summoner spells being up for the carries that people are trying to catch.
100 Thieves are
sneaky
starting Otacon here.
And they're showing their main carries who you would think they would kind of want to be able to take this down, but it does die. It doesn't do much damage at all if you dodge those abilities. River and Sniper working away. It's down to about half health here already, and now Quid is moving up. They're just going to try to burst this. TL gets the information now, but is it too little? Is it too late? Umti trying to run through, but I don't think they can get here in time whatsoever.
Nicely done.
They just take it away. Nicely done.
Really, really nice posturing from 100 Thieves to kind of hide.
Teleporting in on this. This is really dangerous. I mean, he was trying to force with the Otacon GA, but
maybe
that
he's just trying to get
a freebie if I've ever seen one. Talk about a delivery. Delivers himself in, and now he loses the GA. Can't TP back in after the fight, so they just kind of kneecapped a lot of the strength out of their own buff.
And it's hard to fight here with the Azir turret behind them. I mean, we saw this yesterday in the Dig game where the team with Voracious Otacon got aced, and then they're actually just giving over gold, and it's no buff. It's not giving you any immediate combat power, so you still have to take smart fights.
Yeah, you really want to chain it into an objective or a fight where
you're
you're...
going to threaten. He's flashing forward. In onto APA. APA's in some trouble, but a nice stun over onto Quid. Keeps him safe for just a second, but it's not long enough. Sniper about to make out. He's trying to get in the back line. Meganar on the wall. Goes on. Umti is down, and FBI is just free firing. River in hot pursuit here. Yon has both summoners, but can he get home? Core just going to go back in. He's going to be the sacrificial lamb. Flashes back out, ill-advised, as he was always slated to die. The boulder toss does not connect. Yon, the sole survivor here. 100 Thieves, their eyes are set on Baron.
Yeah, they'll be able to immediately turn on to the Baron, and that's a fight that you maybe want to take for Voracious, right? I think, again, 100 Thieves coming out on top of these fights, really being able to protect their carries has been the main difference for me, right? And like, obviously, well, I said I was going to look at snipers like Narbar usage, rage usage, etc. I think River and Quid and Ayla in these fights have also done a lot to set up FBI.
and FBI was untouched in that fight. I want to see how they caught APA one more time, because he's the one who, with Flash up, just flew out and died early. So Ayla's in the back here, just zips right onto him with the Flash R. But at the same time, the spacing is a little weird to me for Team Liquid. They have the Azir turret to back them up, but they allow themselves to get engaged in a tight corridor on the side and don't really play in the Azir turret that much. So very good engage by Ayla, but I think questionable positioning and setup there by TL.
Yeah, and the other big thing is that Yeon, unlike...
Liquid looking, Chains of Corruption does connect, going to be answered by the E, but the arrow's there to follow it up, and on the side, Umpty's in trouble. Impact trying to get back in there to help his team out. FBI going to rejoin, but Umpty goes forward on FBI. FBI forced to flash out. Impact is in hot pursuit, takes him down, but he's just withdrawing. He's not truly dead. The rest of the team going to get swept into the corner. It's Fish in a barrel. Yeon, beautiful flash out, dodges.
Please kill one of them.
coming through, and now Quid goes into the stasis, trying to fight it out. Going to be another one likely to go down, but there are low health bears on the other side. He can't actually connect with the E. Does get a double. He needs the cooldown, gets a triple as he tags him with the Q. Fights his way out. I didn't think he could do it. Does he have the confidence to go back in with the Pantheon all? Here he goes. We're going on the wild ride. Quid is going APA hunting. Can he find him? Looking for the E. Can't connect, but it doesn't even matter. He gets him with the Kingslayer. He gets him with the Q. It's the delayed Quadra. It's Quid's world, and we're just living in it.
Quid is too damn good. He's got the upgraded boots. He's just stealing ults left and right. It was 1v3 by the end of this, what looked to be failed engagement, before Quid absolutely turns the tides.
Yeah, and the big thing is, even with them it looking like 100 Thieves is going to be able to go in, no, FBI finally gets taken out of the fight early.
And that could have been a disaster, because your main damage dealer is down. Flash gets burned on Yeon from Sniper's Gnar, and at this point you're thinking, man, that's a bit of an early stopwatch. Maybe this gets turned around, but he's just level 17, low Silas cooldowns, flying around. That blast Q onto Yeon really caught him by surprise. And then his Proto Belt comes back up for the final Pantheon ultimate, so he just had too many gap close spells.
I believe he got the little
we're
helpful.
back to live, and we're back to Impact dying in the picture-in-picture. Impact going to get chased down here, very likely. Level 16, pops the ulti, doesn't even matter. 100 Thieves, full control over this game.
It's 2-0 time.
Yeah, it is getting dangerously close to that. TL now need to find some sort of answer here. If anyone was predicting a 2-0, it was for TL. And 100 Thieves are making it happen. Umpty on the deep flank here, but they are down a member. Not sure if it's the right time to go for it. They're going to look for a sniper anyway. APA trying to follow in. Does have a lot of damage, but there's the ulti turning around now onto Umpty, and now Umpty has no real way out. The Azir Tower is going to get summoned. Yeon on the side is going to have a nice sidestep on the Absconded Duck, but the Crescent Guard popped there by Quid. Quid standing and fighting against Core JJ, and we know who wins this one. We've seen it before. Sniper in the backline trying to stay alive. FBI stepping forward, though. FBI is untouched, and in comes River, slowing him down, setting him up for FBI to knock him down. 100 Thieves win another fight on the doors of TL's base.
You can really see the difference from FBI in these fights. He's so stable. They're setting up for him so well. And I do want to know who had 100 Thieves as a 2-0. Brag about it in chat, because they are winning these team fights, and they're doing it like surprisingly cleanly, in my opinion, because we knew that this is a team that likes to team fight. They like to skirmish, they like to team fight. Grayson Golden Glue said that's something that he really wanted them. He loved out of them last year. But they're being so much more stable and patient about it.
And it's the natural growth that you would hope to see out of a team that retains the majority of their roster. And it's a team that got completely slept on in the offseason, because if we think about the surge they had at the end of summer to qualifying for Worlds, and then because Worlds didn't go well, it's like, that must have been a fluke. That it wasn't a fluke that they lost. No, it must have been a fluke that they were ever good in the first place. But they're proving that wrong, I think, a little bit here. 2-0 in week 1, maybe 2-0 in week 2, taking down Team Liquid, who was easily the best or second best team for all of 2024. And it's the improvement you see. As you say, Emily, the team fighting was always there, but they're actually playing smarter and with more structure.
Yeah, it's leveraging the strengths that they already had to kind of shore up their weaknesses, right? And get tighter as a team. I think adding FBI to this lineup has done wonders for them. Again, I think he's been so stable and so good in a lot of these fights. And then by contrast, TL, the 5v5 team fighting was something that we did see them struggle with at Worlds and even previously last week.
And I've got to say, FBI, calling him stable, I think doesn't do him justice. He's been playing great. You know, he has been playing aggressive. He has been getting so much damage out in both these fights, and now APA in some trouble here. If they lose him, this could be the end of it. He's going to go aggressive in onto Sniper, tries to sidestep the Abscondum Duck, is able to do it. Nice sweep back into the tower, but it just doesn't matter. No one there to back him up. They have to call it quits on trying to save APA. They are going to be without their Azir for 50 seconds.
It's a little bit strange with some of the things we're seeing out of Team Liquid. We saw almost exasperated APA in Game 1 when he wasn't able to make the Aurora flanks. And a move like that with, yes, the game is still in a bad spot, but he's going to be down for the Baron respawn, and their bot inhibitor is going to be out. That's not the spot where he needs to be in this situation. So it's just a little bit disappointing to see from Team Liquid so early in the season.
They're posturing to maybe try to end the game here. They're going to look for it. The Chains of Corruption is stolen, does connect onto Yon. That's a cleanse gone already. In the bot side, Umpty's in trouble. It's going to be Impact tanking the arrow, but I don't know if he's tanky enough. Impact is getting knocked down. FBI is doing so much damage on the other side. Quid barely going to survive. He goes back in, but he goes back in to die. Sniper about to make it out. He's going to look for the engage. He jumps forward. He doesn't find it. Goes for the scoop. Can't get it. They get knocked down, and now Umpty wants to try to chase and get more. That's a massive hold there. RTL, they're going to TP back in. They want to go for the chase. This is APA coming in. River going to slow him down. They need to keep FBI safe, and they know it. But FBI is going to get chased here by APA. Another teleport now coming in. It's Impact this time. He's going to try to get in. Nice knockup from Ayla. Corjay comes in, flashes forward. FBI, you got no way out. Ayla will escape over the wall. There's minions, though, down in the bot lane. They will have to answer them eventually, but not before they head to Baron.
And this is so frustrating. Like, it's good. It's great for TL, right? Like, they are going to come away with the Baron. It's so frustrating because we were like, okay, 100 Thieves, they have the perfect Baron setup. They just took out bot inhib. They can go up, they can get Baron, they can close out the game. They go for the end up getting separated. Quid dies on the top side of that fight. Sniper misses that Gnar when he goes forward, and TL are back in this.
They really are. They can probably take this Drake too.
Wait, it's just teleport coming in now. It's Umpty going to look for another play here. They're double TPing in. They're going to look for it. We'll see if they can find anything. Doesn't look like it's just going to be a play towards the Dragon. They want to see if they can get a pick here. They're both waiting in this brush, but Sniper has no rage bar. Gets a little bit of a chunk there onto Umpty. They're playing around here with Ayla. They'll go back for the Dragon.
They're just trying to buy time for FBI. The double TP cost Team Liquid about 5 or 10 seconds because if Team Liquid was able to just 5 before that Drake, they get it for sure. Whereas if 100 Thieves gets it, they get Infernal and probably take control of the game again.
Sniper on the Dragon. He's trying to charge up the Gnar bar. Knows he's going to need it for the fight, and now FBI is coming in. Flash forward. They catch River. Are they going to have the damage to take him down? FBI is back, and now APA is getting turned around on. FBI is free firing. You got the jungler. We got the Azir. Quid is going to the backline. He's incredibly low. Yon standing, firing. There's a flash forward from Ayla. He catches him. Can Sniper get in? No, he's going to get stunned up by Impact. Beautiful deals from him. Umpty in the backline gets a double. Quid barely still alive. Sniper limping out of there. TL win the fight. Heroics from the front line and from Yon.
Oh my god.
TL is so clutch right now.
Man, I've got to say, these stuns coming out from Impact and Core are so well timed, constantly saving their carries. That is beautiful frontlining.
Yeah, and that has been the difference maker, right? Because Sniper on this Gnar really has not been able to set up as well as this Renekton and Pantheon have. Especially when you think, okay, FBI is going to be able to free fire on the back half of this fight. They take
Are they still in it, though?
out.
Are they really still in it?
Looks like he has good entry here.
Yeah, Yon is playing this so well, though. He's dodging any major CC from Sniper. Even though Ayla hit him, it wasn't able to get chained. And with the Terminus and the Jack Show and the QSS, he's very difficult to pin down. It's that late game bruiser Varus.
I'm just so impressed by how perfect the CC chain was on Sniper as he goes forward. Right at the moment that Yon was vulnerable from Ayla's engage, it's a Renekton stun, no overlap whatsoever, like almost pixel perfect chain into the Pantheon stun in the heat of that team fight, to be watching the stun bar, to have it perfect overlap there, you know, not waste it at all, keeps Yon safe, and that's really the difference maker, because when they lost to APA early, I thought the fight was cooked.
And also, I'd say probably 2 fights in a row where Quid hasn't had a great showing. He was so far ahead of the curve of the game. He's got 19,000 gold. He's full 6-item Sylas. He's
the CC's tough to deal with.
The most OP, but yes, the CC's tough to deal with. No way of reducing it right now in his build because he has the upgraded Sorcerer shoes. And we spent like 3 minutes crowning 100 Thieves. Spoke too soon.
Yeah, we definitely did. And
take that off for a second.
Put it on the side.
Give me that back.
I do want to talk about. I want to talk about Yon a little bit more too, though, because I feel like in the ascendancy of Masu to like default best AD carry on best team previously, we were talking about Yon being that carry for TL. He showed up massively in these fights with them giving him space to do so. And it speaks really, really well to like, he's like, guys, I never left. Like, and this Varus has looked so, so good from him.
And he's actually quite tanky at this point. He has the QSS, he has the Jack Show. You obviously get armor and MR as well from the Terminus when that gets stacked up. He has the cleanse that's going to be coming off cooldown. Like, you need to land quite a bit on him to be able to take him down, but he's missing his flash, and that is a vulnerability. You can see APA sitting out on the side is going to potentially threaten. We'll see if he can find an angle, because I think at this point, we really are in one fight territory.
There's no easy angle for 100 Thieves to actually force a fight anymore, because the Varus is so difficult to kill. The Pantheon's incredibly tanky. No one is really that burstable on Team Liquid outside of maybe APA, but he's got the Banshee's Veil, so unless he throws himself into 100 Thieves, they can't get a clean engage off.
Yeah, we'll see. The FBI Infinity Edge is also done, so he is down 2K, but he's very strong himself here over on the other side. Quid was kind of scrapping with Impact, got a little bit of a chunk, and then was able to walk it out. Impact closing in on his 5th item, looking to finish that off pretty soon and getting quite tanky himself.
Yeah, now it's just, I mean, I think you're right, Jet, in saying that it is the team fight angle, right? Like, whoever is able to win this next team fight
Bloodletter's Curse
should be able to take it. And
there's Yon, true 6 items. He forced the flash as the Enchanted Crystal Arrow does come out.
Oh, the new item.
As I said, good flash. It's a necessary one. You go down a man this late in the game, it's a minute without him.
Wow, look at this damage so far throughout the game. 40K from both mid laners.
Even. Look at the ADs as well. Both of these guys, the total damage between mid and bot is within like 1,000, 2,000. That's crazy.
What a beautiful game this has been so far. It started off a little slow, but my God, did it accelerate fast. Baron in 55 seconds. It's still 100 Thieves holding most of the good position, and FBI does have that long-range arrow that might be able to pick people off, but let's think. They almost got Umpty, that burned his flash. You're not going to be able to hit APA because of the Banshees. There's a cleanse on Yon. Pantheon you can hit, but he's still going to be able to get a lot of damage reduction with his E, and Renekton is probably too tanky with the Merc Treads also being able to break the CC. So that's a tool, but it's not an amazing tool.
I feel like we've hit the point in the game where it's just a trade for a better cooldown, right? You throw out the arrow, you hope you get a cleanse. You throw out the arrow, you hope you get a flash, right? Because unless your whole team is there to instantly capitalize, it's unlikely, as you're saying, to be able to get that easy kill here. But both teams now on Soul Point. He has to be careful about his positioning. Remember, he doesn't have that flash to retreat. Ayla just sneaking around the side here. And we have Sniper down in that bot lane. Has the teleport available, but sometimes these fights can be so explosive in the late game. You've got to be ready. He's trying to prep that Narvar, and APA on the side is threatening. He's going to get poked off, forces the flash already, but is he going to go back in? Uses the ulti defensively, but there's the whole team piling in on him. Quid's in the back line. The Zhonya's is used, but FBI has gotten the first kill. Ayla barely surviving. Quid has got to try to run. Can he get out of here? Sniper to the back line, gets the Mega Gnar onto Yon, but he's losing the fight, and FBI is getting piled in on him. TL are making it happen.
Oh my God, they got him.
Takes him down. Yon gets a double. It's an ace for Team Liquid. They need the minions, but they've got the time. I think we're going to game 3.
Team Liquid is going to win this. It looks psychotic there from APA. He's the only one who falls, but it starts the fight that wins the game for Team Liquid.
What a comeback here from Team Liquid. It's the inverse of last guy. We saw 100 Thieves dominating early, winning those team fights, but TL stands strong at the end. Yon steps up, the team steps up, they battle back, and they're sending us to a game number 3.
And man, 100 Thieves are going to be looking at that base push, and they're going to be like, should we have gone for this? And the answer is no.
They're definitely going to unanimously agree that wasn't a good push.
Just as we were talking about how they'd been more patient, right? Like, we were like, okay, you're using your fights so much better. TL really step up. We finally see the team fighting we'd wanted to see from them.
Exciting game. Don't go anywhere. Game 3 is coming at you right after this.
It's crazy how close their locker rooms are.
The first one should be really easy because you're a pro player in the LTA, and all I need you to do is tell me how the new format works.
Format?
Yes. So you should definitely know about it, right?
Of course I do. When you said easy, I knew I was going to get it.
I don't know how it works.
the format.
Yeah, I don't know how it works.
Oh no.
Right? So, like, as a pro player, you should be an expert on this.
Of course.
How many weeks are in LTA Split 1, including the second part of it? How many weeks?
It's like 3.5 weeks, I think.
3. I think 6 weeks. My coach told me if we lose the first 2 weeks, we're out. So it leads me to believe we play each team once, and there is 7 weeks.
You need to check your phone?
No, I'm just trying to silence it. I'm sorry.
6 weeks.
8 weeks.
5 weeks.
5 weeks.
5?
5.
Woo! I'm lucky.
Why lucky? I thought you would just know.
I had no idea.
All right, this one will be more tough, but in what country is each week played?
I'm gonna have to say 2 countries.
That's great. The question was, in what country is each week played?
Sao Paulo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which weeks are in Sao Paulo?
Each week? I have to do week by week?
It should be like a 2 week there. Yeah. 1.5 weeks in my head.
After 2 weeks?
I think 1 to 3 is LA, and 3 to 5 is in Brazil.
So 3 is both in LA and Brazil?
The first 3 weeks are in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
And then the second 2.
Which is in the USA.
3 in the United States.
4 and 5 in Brazil, sorry.
Okay, yes.
ESL guys.
3 weeks here to Brazil.
The first 3 weeks are in the Riot Games Los Angeles for the Northern Conference, while all 5 are in the Riot Games Sao Paulo for the South. The North will join them for the last 2 weeks in the RGA Sao Paulo.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, it could be a whole LTA, Travis. Are you only asking LTA North questions?
No. How many teams from LTA North go to the South?
If we lose our first 2 games, we are out. I would assume 2.
It was 3.
Fuck, I don't know. I know if you win 2 best of 3 series, you're going to Brazil.
6?
4. 4 teams.
4 teams from each conference.
The top 4 teams from the North will join them in the South.
Ah,
Yeah.
that's why my owner say at least to top 4.
favorite part about Game 3 is that now there's 30 champs they can't play as. So that's 30 champs they can't play as. 1. 2. It's like, that's when people start reaching their bag. You know what I mean? People start just getting in their bags or start pulling out the tricks.
You're looking pretty small right now.
I'm looking pretty small. Nah, bro, if I actually work out, like, I can get big, you know? Like,
I don't believe that.
Impact, this is good, bro. I got some, like,
You don't have it in you.
I don't have it in me?
You don't have it in you.
Bro, I have it in me. I have it.
You're the same size as Cliff for life.
It's not gonna be for life. It's not gonna be for life, okay?
Alright, we can get bigger.
Okay, hello? No, I'm definitely bigger than this guy, bro. I'm definitely bigger than Quinn. Like, bro, do you see how my biceps look like compared to this? It's like a really big difference. Both same, see? No, we're not the same. I'm 10 pounds heavier than Quinn.
Are you?
No. I'm just trying to, like, I don't want to look like.
Why is everyone always bullying Sniper? Everyone's
just too easy. He's just too easy to bully. He reacts to literally everything. Welcome back, everyone, to the final game of the series. Yeah, as you already see, APA right before the series was lining Sniper up, just always taking pot shots.
Squad there, huh?
Yeah, it was crazy. And then Impact was just sitting there reacting, which is the worst thing.
Yeah.
When you're hearing the comment first, it's one thing. It's if you're getting people reacting to it, that's another. But I think this series has a lot to react to. This game in particular was just team fight after team fight after team fight, Kobe.
And it did get really crazy, but if you go back to the beginning, you can remember the beginning of the story. Team Liquid, they actually had quite a nice advantage on Impact. And I want to highlight the teleport was just used for Sniper's Gnar to get back to bottom lane. So that's why Impact gets to make this possibly giant teleport up to the Grub fight to get Team Liquid their kind of customary now early game lead, which then they proceeded to lose in the mid game to 100 Thieves, but then 100 Thieves proceeded to fumble at the Nexus, Raz.
I don't even know why we're looking at us. I just want to see the actual fights roll out because it was just skirmish after skirmish. It was the story of the series, and so it was this end game moment. I was out there ready to interview, thinking that 100 Thieves was going to lock this one up.
Yeah, you were basically at the finish line, but Quid goes back in. They get the first kill onto him, and then it seems like 100 Thieves feel really pressed, losing the player that was the most fed in the game that had just gotten the big quadra, and then so Sniper tried to follow. And if you make that type of mistake at this stage in the game, Team Liquid's response immediately, they teleport right back out, both APA and Impact, to be able to chase down the rest of 100 Thieves. They kill off FBI, and then I believe they got their first Baron off of this one to start their comeback right back into this game. And so some very critical teleports I would highlight from Impact in this game. In the beginning of the game up at the Grubs, and then chasing down here afterwards after they were able to get those solo lane kills, but it just kept going, Raz.
It really did, and at this point I felt like even when I was looking at Gnar and if you would be able to find a good Mega Gnar moment, it just didn't. I think Team Liquid played really well in the tail end, very clutch of them. I thought for sure 100 Thieves was going to basically nail this one, with Quid honestly having one of his best performances. That fight that he had around Red Side Jungle, where he was able to get 3 and basically like a fadeaway kill on the Varus, I thought he was too far ahead for them to throw it. That being said, 100 Thieves have played too quickly.
But then they threw it!
They threw it. So I think they genuinely played too quickly. We knew of this last split, but that's just an issue that they have right now. And now we're going to Game 3. Any changes you're expecting? Anything you're expecting in this game?
I just want to say, I actually think it is cool that this 100 Thieves lineup, you can completely relate. Like, this is a young lineup that gets overhyped, and it's just like fun to watch them play League of Legends because like they can pop off and get quadra kills and get all these big leads, and they're still gonna have the possibility of stumbling at the finish line or like you're saying, over chasing there. So I think every game that they are in is going to be really exciting. For this game, I want to see which team controls mid-game better, because that has been kind of the difference maker in this series thus far.
Yes, I will say I am positively surprised at 100 Thieves being able to match up in the lane swap. I thought that for the most part, going into this series, that
Team Liquid was just going to be much better in mid game.
What I need to do.
We're just going to be.
Sniper looks like he's behind in a lot of the late swaps. He's
bigger on the
That's true.
socials.
But at least they're trying to and are getting dives and kills off impact on sides.
Like
but
SMTs,
they,
hey,
of
can I
course,
be
Team
like your
Liquid
morale
is just
manager?
a bit
And I'm like,
ahead.
what is that? And I'm like,
But
pay
I
for
thought
my
it was
hotel,
could be a much
you pay for
larger
my
difference.
plane.
So maybe they can extend that,
and
take it to
give me,
game
like,
3,
a per
and
diem for
be
food.
able to upset Team Liquid.
I was like,
I'm excited
and
for that.
all
Wonder if
I
Azel, if
do
you're
is
excited
I'm
for that
sure
one.
hype the team up
Yes,
for
sir.
motivation.
Of course I'm excited. It's going to be a really fun one.
I'm
Game
just
1 was a
saying, I
bloodbath
think I have
early.
potential.
Game 2 was a bloodbath late. Both these
I don't
games
even
have
need to
been
be on the page.
very
Just, like, get me there.
action-packed.
Let
It's
me
been
eat
quite
when I
a
need to eat.
back and forth series, which I think it does just make it so much fun when you have a lot of competition at the top, when there's not those super obvious favorites. Because let's be honest, coming into this year, everyone was looking at, okay, FlyQuest TL, you're the clear 1 and 2. Then there's kind of this big drop off. Then there's the next teams. And it wasn't really supposed to be as close as it has been today.
Yeah, and we'd heard rumors that, like, oh, 100 Thieves are looking better in scrims. They had this huge boot camp. They're doing a lot better. I do think, despite the fact that, I'm sorry, I might have cursed them. That last
She says
base
as she
push,
smiles.
they have shown a little bit more patience than what we saw from them last split, especially going up against TL. Even the wins they did kind of manage to sneak, it always felt like, oh, okay, they snuck a win through like a really lucky team fight. This, to me, is still 100 Thieves playing a lot better than what I saw from them last year.
And dare I say it, Quid is looking like he's back in MVP form.
Yeah.
Up until like 38 minutes into that game, he still played the late phase.
Smurfing.
He was 19,000 gold on that Sylas, did as much damage as the Azir and Varus, but couldn't finish it off.
Yeah, as we see the preliminary bans coming through, Talia and Kalista taken off the table by 100
No
Thieves.
Ambessa or Cassante yet, as those have been
they're both
banned
up
out.
still. The Yone and the Skarner taken out by TL.
There are still a lot of really good champions on the table, even though there's going to be 26 champions banned out by the time the first one gets picked, thanks to the 15 previous 20 previous Fearless bans and 6 bans in this stage. So I'm still thinking that these teams can put together some pretty strong team comps.
Also interesting to see the Ivern ban go down, since that's something we've seen like as a response. If teams are letting the Skarner through, then Ivern will be a response to that. But 100 Thieves already saying no. We do not want to see all of that healing and shielding coming out of Ivern.
You know, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see them. I was going to say I wouldn't have been surprised to see TL ban Ambessa and just say, well, Sniper's not going to play Cassante. He's not the Cassante guy, but he is going to first pick Cassante right away. And will Impact play the Ambessa? He looks like is hovered. Will he lock it in? Because this was one of those champions that I think a lot of people are looking at and like, yeah, you have some carries that you can play Impact, but Ambessa wouldn't be one of them. I think a lot of people look at this as one of the most mechanically difficult champions. You have to play a very squishy build. You really have to be on point with how you play out these fights. It is an advantageous matchup into Cassante, but that being said, team fighting is where it really gets difficult. Now Impact has a chance to prove us all wrong.
And I think this is the matchup you just have to handshake into if you're going to be a top laner on this patch. But I do also find it funny or interesting
no one picks
how
Lee
many
Sin. That was an
denial
absolute
picks there have
disaster to
been.
watch
Rather than teams and these teams just picking what they think they're best at, they've almost been more likely to pick what they think the other team would be best at. And Emily, we finally see the Zyra you've been calling for.
I was talking about this with Jat before, like as we were just kind of waiting around in the green room before waiting room, and I was wondering the Zyra priority, we haven't had as high of a priority on it as we've seen from some of the Fearless drafts coming out of LPL and LCK teams. It'll be really interesting to see if River does respond with the Nidalee. But yeah, that is a really interesting pick for specifically as well. We were wondering like what he would end up picking up once his staples were gone. But it is going to be the Kai'Sa coming out for FBI.
Really interesting if Kai'Sa is pickable here, because some of the other lane bullies are already down, like Ashe or Varus or Kalista. But I still think I wouldn't be too surprised if we saw Yeon reach back for like a Jinx or an Aphelios even, just if they're able to catch the Kai'Sa in lane, because those are traditionally things that stop blind pick Kai'Sas. But that's the thing that this Game 3 Fearless gives us, is this type of unknown.
Assuming it is Zyra Jungle, which I'm assuming, first time will have played it in his career. Even though it was quite meta, never played it, not a single game in pro play. So it's interesting to see him swapping over towards this. And this is where Fearless can start to get interesting. As you get deeper into the series, you have to show us what else you've got. Galio coming through. as a potential answer here to the Victor. I guess I think it is kind of like something that is an answer, but also you can just go first strike Victor and kind of just farm gold off the Galio and always have the push. So it does need to be paired with some really powerful engage. Public Execution is a way in, but it is not a consistent way in for the Galio. So I do think this means you need hard engage from the bot lane if you're going this route. And when we're this deep into the Fearless, well, you can maybe throw a couple, hard engage bans. Gets tough.
We got to think, though, with Core JJ on this team, that could be a support Galio. When I see Galio on Team Liquid, I actually think Core JJ more than APA.
You know what's really funny, though, is I had a conversation this year with Core about Galio, and he was saying, I was convinced that support Galio was really, really good, and I put in like 50 games, and he's like, my conclusion, it's worse in every way than Alistar. And so he's like, it was a waste of time, but maybe not.
And once again, we see the Lulu getting banned out. So 100 Thieves really do not want to deal with whatever they've been seeing out of Lulu.
It's the Lulu Scrim God.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the thing with me for Core is that I still value his engage sense for these fights so highly. There was a point in time on TL where I thought they had so much difficulty engaging for a fight at all if it was not Core starting it, right? Which is why I am really curious to see what he is going to end up picking, or if, like you said, maybe they flex the Galio bot.
Yeah, I'm thinking more about 100 Thieves' choices now that the Alistar has been banned out. There are still good engage options in the Leona and the Rel. With that being said, you don't really love playing Leona and Rel into Zyra Galio team comps as it is, so I do like generally what Team Liquid has structured here into something like Kai'Sa.
Yeah, it's also interesting because when you see the Victor pairing, you're thinking, okay, maybe they want, like a physical damage jungler. So we do have the Viego banned out. Obviously, Vi's gone, Xin Zhao's gone. They take away the Leona here, so that is some hard engage for Core, meaning this should be the APA mid lane Galio, and we're just kind of waiting on that AD carry for Yeon.
It also, so I missed the Rel ban. So Rel's gone, Leona's gone, Alistar's gone, Nautilus is gone, Rakan is gone. What are the engage supports that are left?
I mean, you can play like a Mumu support and stuff. There's lots of like random stuff that you can do. You can do Elise if you want to go really lane focused. I think Elise is super hard to play in team fights, but it is a very, very strong pick. And if you get ahead, you can kind of just run around the map as a second jungler, and your upfront damage is crazy. Like, I have seen some Elises get ahead, be able to get an early Storm Surge and just run over games, but it is very high risk, high reward because you're looking at like Zyra ult and Galio taunt and getting stunned one time by a Leona and just instantaneously dying in every fight.
Yeah, and as we see, Wukong coming out for River, so he should be able to jump on for some of these fights. I think Elise is so risky, and I've seen a lot of players come out and have really, really strong support Elise performances, and I've seen some pretty rough ones from some of our LCK supports in particular.
I think Alo is coming off a really, kind of strong couple of games. He's been playing very well. I was impressed with him. And now we'll have to see, can he actually perform on it? Jinx is going to get locked in here for Yeon. Yeah. Very exciting. It does have that peel from the Galio, of course, as well as the disengage from the Zyra. It's very hard to dive through the Zyra plants and ultimates. It can be quite difficult to reach there. So it looks like 100
Thieves is a little more squishy with the Wukong.
This is going to be a really exciting game. Team Liquid, I think, a lot of times with the Jinx, you'd want to have either an Enchanter or a
less
Thresh,
squishy than
but
TO.
with the
And
Galio
Bessa,
mid lane and later game team
Galio
fights,
can
it might
get
be enough
fucking huge.
protection for the
Leona's
Jinx to succeed,
hung.
so I like how they tried to work that in there into the Kai'Sa. I think there's just a lot of execution tests that end up happening from this game through Fearless. Like, can Impact play Ambessa at a high level? What will Umti's first Zyra game look like?
Or is like
and
last
how is
week,
Ayla's
Victor, I think it's Victor's
roaming
ult
or
was what it
lane
was,
dominant
it's
support at least going to look?
And they're
Because
like,
it's
hey,
so
we
squishy,
play
it's
this
so
patch, we
bursty,
know
it's so
it's bugged.
different than what we
Deal with
normally
it.
see out of him.
Yeah, and we'll
Like,
also
if you
see,
play him,
again,
it gets
whether a
bugged,
lane swap might be
it's your
coming through
fault,
from
now
either
you
of
know.
these teams. Fun fact about
And,
last game that we might see, it started off slow, ended up in a lot of team fights. All carries had more than 1k damage per minute that entire game.
Wow. That's a
so
lot of
yeah,
fighting.
that is how like scrappy we've been getting in the mid to late game, and I do think 100 Thieves in particular as a team do drag their opponents into that.
I do like how
right?
Zyra does have.
For both of these teams, it's
I like how
really
she
going to
can
be
kind of
about
independently do her
set up
thing.
around objectives
She's
and
got the
who's
plants
able
and
to get the
stuff.
fight off
That
better.
is It's one of my favorite things.
Well, we are heading on into game. The winner goes to Brazil, claims themselves one of the top 2 seeds. TL, of course, heavy favorite coming on into this one. And Quid had something to say about that, has had really impressive performances, back-to-back games, over 1,000 damage per minute in both games, 5 solo kills so far in this series, as well as 20 kills and only 8 deaths, in addition to 20 assists.
He's back.
This guy has been smurfing.
The spring MVP from last year really popping off so far in
Quid's
this
the
series.
guy.
You can get similar damage numbers on Victor. It's not going to be as immediate, though. Victor definitely takes a little bit of time, which is a little different than the stuff that Quid has really excelled on in the past, that you can really start getting mid-jungle duos and 2v2 kills early on. That's not going to be the case here with the Victor.
And he's not a playmaker. You know, he's one of those champions that you have to stay generally very safe. You know, maybe if you get hyper late game, you can flash in and try to one-shot someone. But generally speaking, it's much more about positioning. It's much more about control. And you know, it is a very different style here. It's also somewhat, I think, disconnected from what the rest of the team wants to do. When I look at what the rest of the team wants to do, it's all dive. Victor can sometimes struggle to follow up on that. So it'll be interesting to see how they play out these fights. And this is one of the things that I talk to coaches a lot about, you know, coming into the season is, you know, the whole idea of, as we may see Sniper in a little bit of trouble. He's kind of awkwardly walking past here, but going to get chunked out. Doesn't get any of the XP as well. So, you know, as you got deeper into Fearless Draft, coaches are talking about, you think, oh, well, I can play this, so you just put that in. Oh, he can play Victor, you just shove that in. But it can be really hard to keep track of how your comp functions while also still getting picks that work for your players.
Yeah, when I've seen it work out best, especially when we were getting to best of 5s in LPL, it was like, okay, we have a player who can play, you know, who's really skilled in something like Kindred, right? So we're going to design a specific composition around that pick. And that's kind of how people have been approaching it, especially when you get to a game 4 or game 5 with even more champions.
These
taking off
bots
the
are
table.
doing a really good job at keeping tops from getting
It's going to be a fun one.
It's kind of
we have
impressive.
had a lot of action through 2 games.
Honestly.
Not so much in the early game last game, but team fight after team fight after team fight. Heading top. They are going to look for a potential dive here. Sniper just hit 2. And I think this gets really tough. If he stays under the turret, he levels W second. This is going to be tough, but they are going to look for it. Core's going to start this up. Nice buffer on the W. They are looking for a potential dive on the bot side as well. Core now can't tank anymore, and Core's kind of on the wrong side here. They only got him to half. This didn't quite work out, and meanwhile, Wukong's just farming. He's going to flash through. He might get Core. One more auto could do it. Can't quite do it. W buffer takes down the plant. The first blood is grabbed. Does he get the kill back? I didn't see. It's an execute as Yawn is taken down.
But it should still be experience for that kill. He does have his teleport this time, so that's one of those things where also the turret keeps hitting hard. It's a 5-second cooldown now, so it was just almost impossible.
Yeah, Ayla flashing forward, hits the cocoon. There's Impact in a lot of trouble. Impact going to fall here for sure. Ayla gets it. And take note of Jinx's farm versus Kai'Sa. They missed a lot of CS there. They were really focusing on the dive, focusing on the push, and Yawn now walking back here, has no barrier, right into the cocoon. Here comes River. Yawn is going to flash out, but there could be a flash to follow. Ayla is not able to get there. FBI flashes forward, just barely can't finish him off. A little bit disjointed because River could have flash followed too.
And when we talked about when TL were really good in the swaps, it was on like when to swap back, right? So this is great. Coming out of 100 Thieves, recognizing that they're going to be coming back to that lane, able to jump in. This support, at least thus far, Ayla's doing work on it.
30 CS to 10. Yawn lives, but he doesn't get the wave
doing
again.
work on
Yawn
it.
has been put so far down out of a lane swap. You just don't expect this type of situation.
Yeah, it was a disaster, but on the bright side, it wasn't worse because he did escape. He didn't die that time, but
he's
no
feeling
summer
like a top laner out there.
Yeah, I know.
And now it's 2v2 laning, so at least there are low summoner spells on the side of 100 Thieves, but I don't necessarily know if Umti can bail him out in any type of gank. That was just, in terms of like lane swap outcomes in the last 18 months, maybe the worst one we've seen from Team Liquid.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we had talked about how, like, conversely rough 100 Thieves and specifically Sniper have looked in responding to lane swaps. I do think they've looked overall better, but this is just as we're fighting bot 2v2
we
again.
are scrapping again here. Ayla getting pushed back. Umti's coming down, as is APA.
Good
they
play.
know they
Good
need
play.
Yawn to be back in this game. And FBI and Ayla are just going to have to abandon ship here. They are going to back it up. They do spot him, but no summoners here. Could be a flash play from APA. It is. There's the taunt flash.
Nice.
He's going to get rooted up. He's going to get knocked down.
Wow.
Nice play and a very needed one. Now the teleport
keep
coming
it going.
through. It is quite late. Quid is here. It is just a 2v4 though. Can they actually clear out the wave? The gravity field going to get dropped. This could be difficult. Core JJ tanking up, but Core JJ slated to go down. The first kill goes the way of 100 Thieves. Quid now trying to survive, trying to get the Q shield. Another kill goes over. Ayla's going to get a third. This is a disaster. APA's got no flash. He's going to get slapped down. 4 kills going the way of 100 Thieves, and a big early game lead will be opened up.
That is so good for 100 Thieves. This game is an absolute bloodbath so far. I loved the original play. Killing FBI because they needed to get Yon back in the game, but then they stayed.
They stayed, and the TP comes in from Quid. Ayla is actually looking pretty good on this support Elise, right? He's looking super, super comfortable. They're able, TL is not able to juggle the turret aggro. The turret is doing so much damage. River comes in off the backside of this, and then they're able to clean up APA. Massive turnaround from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I mean, it is so tough to dive, and that's why people don't really do it as much anymore. The turret heats up faster, does way more damage. You saw the gravity field disrupting things, multiple Q shields coming out from the Victor, good repel from Ayla. They just had so much ways to delay here, and River is back, and we are just scrapping again. Umpty in a lot of trouble here. Ayla gets in on top of me, flashes out safety, but FBI pushing forward. Core with no flash. Nice route there. The Tangle Barbs do come out from Umpty, is going to be able to peel, but they grab a grub. It is 2 to TL. Only one goes the way of 100 Thieves.
And this is not the pace of game that a Jungle Zyra wants. This is way too active. It's way too many dives. I do want to try and take stock of what has actually happened so far, though, because there's been so many kill trades. A 500 gold lead for the Kai'Sa, and obviously more fighting that I think that's a nice...
does land, and Umpty's got no flash, no way out. He's gone. APA, though, getting in behind FBI. FBI has no flash. He's going to get ran down. There's no mana, though, for Yon. He can't walk into the tower. He is just taunting on them. He knows they're in a great spot. They get the kill top. They survive the attack mid. And FBI feeling great about it. Another Cocoon lands. It is just point and click for this guy. It's going to be another kill. Ayla is on fire. Brother can't miss. He's looking like Steph Curry out there.
He's Unbelievable. 3-0-3 on the support Elise. I'm sorry. I didn't believe in you, Ayla, coming in. You proved me absolutely wrong.
I have seen these games in solo queue. They usually do not go well for the other team. Early Storm Surge, early Bloodsong, the amount of burst that this support can put out. He walks up to you, he Qs you, doesn't even hit a Cocoon.
Remake real quick.
And you just lose all your health. It's crazy.
It feels so bad, the amount of damage that's going to be coming out of this support Elise.
Yeah. And it's because
stuff from Ayla.
It's because he's not a support Elise at this stage. He's got 3,000 gold. That's more than APA. So, and he has the Sork shoes early. He's going to have the Storm Surge soon. But yeah, 3,100 gold on the Elise at the moment. Support 1.3k gold lead, but he's one of the richest players in the game.
And plus 8 CS.
Look, he's richer than his own mid laner at the moment.
Not bad. Not bad at all. Has the Hextech alternator already. And of course, he is going to be collecting that support item gold quite a lot when you get that Bloodsong. It is going to be really nice. Umpty swing and a miss, drops the ulti. Ayla's going to flash out of the ultimate, though, and in comes FBI. And now, Umpty, you've got no flash. You're kind of in the wrong spot, but in comes the Galio ultimate, trying to peel. I'm trying to get him to safety. But the question is now, can he get himself to safety? As the ultimate's going to get popped there. Nice damage over the wall onto River. River in some trouble, but will be able to back it up. APA goes down for the sins of his jungler.
This is some rough looks coming out of TL whenever they want to make a play. It really looks like 100 Thieves are there and kind of able to receive it and then get their own kill in advantage.
It's so fascinating, too, because of the momentum you would expect from a series like this. When 100 Thieves basically had the series in the bag for a 2-0 and then throws it at the nexus of Team Liquid, a lot of times you go into the next game a little bit jittered, but they have been so on top of things. Team Liquid is the one that seems to be trying to make these desperation plays, and this could be another one. They're like, this low-health Wukong is on Drake. We must stop it, but there's just no way in.
Sniper going all out, and Impact's in trouble. Can he get a solo kill in the 1v1? He's chasing after him. It's a trade of flashes. Sniper asserting dominance there, but Umpty is coming in. Impact has the backup. Will Sniper make that read? He spots him now. He knows he needs to run. Going to be able to get back out to safety. They take the Dragon on the bot side, and Umpty just has to cover.
Yeah, and it looks like they cleaned up Drake on the bot side. And again, Umpty, this is definitely not the early game he would have wanted, having to respond to so many of these plays set up by Ayla and River. It really seems like,
It's another scrap here down on the bot side. APA goes forward. Nice sidestep there. Dodging out on the cocoon. That was important. And APA will stay alive.
Yeah, Ayla's gone cold. He's missed like 5 cocoons in a row, man, after being completely on fire. Let's see if they can stop this recall, though. River would love to.
They definitely can, and we'll see if there's going to be a TP in from APA. Can they force anything out, or are they just going to try to make the dive happen? There's the TP.
It's slow.
And they're going to try to go for it anyway. They will just have to walk it out. It's a swing and a miss. They did have an interrupt on the Galio TP down on the bot side. That was the Victor ultimate used for the silence when you cast it. It interrupts channels, so they're able to stop that down in the bot lane, and that's why they decided to go for the dive.
It hurts their pressure regardless, though, because they spent the Wukong time up there. Impact can teleport back, and now they'll have no Victor ult. But Yon, look out.
Looking. Flash forced. Nicely done. But the tower shots are coming through. He's trying to step forward. He is able to get him. No heal or anything available. Really good chompers kind of locking him in place as he went forward with that repel. Does get punished for it. That's a big shutdown given over to the Jinx.
Yeah, it's a shutdown. It goes over, gives him the slight
Right back to action, though. They're going to look for this. Going to be started off here by Core. The taunt comes through. The Zyra ultimate, nowhere to move. But Core is going to die, maybe. No, has the flash, gets out just in time.
And that's the Victor ult that was used for the teleport. So that's actually a string of plays that keep Team Liquid completely in this game. The fact that they've had all these bad things happen, they're only down 1,000 gold. Their Jinx is only down 200. Their Galio's not down whatsoever. They are kind of fine after it did look so disastrous. This is such a huge play by Yon in the mid lane and mistake by Ayla. That's one of those things where you just keep playing, you keep focused this entire time, even if the game seems hopeless, because you get that shutdown on release as the Jinx and you can be right back in it.
Absolutely. Well played there by Yon, making it happen for the team, but the scaling still really strong over on 100 Thieves, and they still have some very powerful carries here. You look at River, has the early Triforce completed. That is going to be threatening, and I'm concerned for Impact here. You get behind on Mbessa, you don't really offer much. You know, you don't really have a lot of that utility. River here around mid lane with Ayla.
Yeah,
they are going to be kind of this duo moving around the map, trying to find plays. We'll see if Ayla can find anything
gold
here.
Lead
is level 6, you know, of course, not soaking a lot of experience. Has just been mostly moving around the map, and while he's going to have a ton of damage, he is still going to be very killable. If he gets haunted, if he gets stunned by Leona, you can insta-die.
You see them kind of chasing APO. Oh.
Phase Rush Galio, very hard to kill.
Going to be looking like a dive, potentially coming in here for Sniper. We'll see if they can pull this off. It's going to be risky here. He is very tanky. Core, again, going to be the one to start this off. Nice buffer there with the W, trying to pull back. Is not going to be able to do it. The public execution comes through. Core just tanks it up. Well played, the Leona. Proven too much for that tower.
Absolutely, both ganks worth 3 people at 12 minutes. Towers can be strong. They're not that strong. Those ganks are still going to work, and it's a bit of a race for turret. Interestingly enough, I think TL is going to get it because Umpty sticks around. The 3 players that 100 Thieves used to dive didn't stick around. River took a Gromp instead.
He has Triforce. They are going to kill this fast. Is it going to be fast enough? This is incredibly close. It's going to be a race. W getting used, everything getting popped. Oh my God. That was about 1 auto before them, and that would have been feats of strength for 100 Thieves, so you called it out, Jat.
Yeah, they can still get it, but River, that's a very valuable Gromp he just took. I don't think he quite realized that the Gromp was going to be the difference between actually just guaranteeing the feats of strength. One more, either Rift Herald or Drake, and they'll still get it, but at the moment it delays it.
Pretty far up. Ayla has the pieces now for his item, but doesn't quite have the combined gold. Has slowed down. Hasn't been able to find a kill in a little bit. And it's actually been Core who has been making more of an impact on the map with these dives. TL has been going for these setup plays. Just have Core start it up, lock him down, utilize Zyra, utilize APA. When the Leona CC hits, the rest is sure to follow. And it is very difficult to outplay those situations when you're CC'd for 6 to 8 seconds.
I think Leona's going to scale better than Elise.
Yeah.
It depends. It does depend. There's certain solo queue situations where when the Elise has the burst items, you're actually just deleting squishies all over the map, even into late game. But just thinking about the actual targets that he's going to be able to hit, I don't think Yon's going to present himself as a target. It's really hard to get Umpty because Umpty's going to be in the backline as well. And the Elise is going to have no ability to assassinate the Galio, Mbessa, or Leona.
Yeah, I mean, I think basically you're hitting Mbessa, you're hitting Zyra, or you're hitting Jinx, right? And you're kind of just trying to chunk all 3. The ideal world is you come out of a bush, you catch Yon, you catch Umpty, something like that. But at the very least, you know, you can try to get a good chunk of damage on Mbessa and help your front line to be able to burst her down. Mbessa, though, of course, got the kill there. And River's going to go in, pops the Cyclone. This is pretty preemptive against a Phase Rush Galio. Is going to let it rip. Really gets nothing from that. Surprised to see him go for the play. Maybe thought FBI was closer to be able to ult in, but just didn't quite have range on that ultimate. It is just rank 1.
They knew APA was flashless, so I would imagine that he thought the Kai'Sa, that would be the only reasonable explanation for a play like that, because now they lose the ability to start the Drake, and they have to kind of hope that they get that cooldown back since APA's back on the map with Ultimate.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you don't really want to attempt a big fight here when one of your strongest members is down in your ulti, and Wukong is so dependent on that. You can see Impact on the Mbessa moving down the river, trying to threaten Ayla. Fishing around, has eyes on core. They are going to TP in. Is it going to be interrupted, though? Can Impact get there to stop it? No, Impact cannot. So he's going to have to answer his own TP if he wants. This may just give 100 Thieves the Dragon. It looks like they're going to call it off, and TL will just push up topside, try to get some more gold for Impact, and make sure he's staying relevant.
Yeah, so that's now 2 Drakes over 400 Thieves. I did like how, you know, they did have Quid pushing up that bot side wave to kind of help set that up. River did blow his ultimate, which was unfortunate chasing, but they still had a pretty good setup on that with the TP coming in.
Oh, teleport going to be coming in. River just going to be able to clone to safety. They get the teleport and the ult there. Pulling the gun a little bit quick. You know, you can feel the nerves, I feel like, in this, where people are just, oh, we got to make a play. We got to make something happen, you know, and it's just a bit quick.
A little bit jumpy. I would say the overall momentum of the game is still shifting towards TL. So yes, 100 Thieves did secure that Drake in the end to secure 2 out of 3 of the feats, but
yeah, they got feats now.
But just the fact that this game was like 3,000 gold at like 8 minutes, and it's now almost even. I mean, every time I look up, Team Liquid is closer. They're pushing side lanes deeper. They're getting more CS overall, and River, despite being 3-0 on the Wukong, hasn't made effectual plays since his early start. So I think Team Liquid is just, they kind of had a bit of a disaster at the start, but they've done a really good job recovering.
Yeah, they have. I mean, really calm, cool, collected play for the most part, you know, setting up a lot of good dives and being able to get their members that were behind back in a winning position. You know, Mbessa was looking kind of rough, but Mbessa doesn't TP, gets extra CS there, gets a kill on the previous dive. Yan has an individual outplay to get a big shutdown. That gets him back involved after the disastrous lane swap, and now Impact gets tower down on bot side. He's 1.2k ahead from what was looking like, you know, he was going to be pretty ineffective in this game.
And now the gold is pretty much dead even, right? Like slightly in favor of TL, but that turret was the eventual gold shift, and that's actually where that mid lane play, getting the shutdown onto Yan, was just absolutely massive for TL.
Oh, nice Quid.
With how bloody this series has been, I know last year Team Liquid set the LCS record for most kills in a best of 5.
True.
They might get it for most kills in a best of 3 here. So the all-time record best of 3 in LCS history was 124. So far this series is at 111.
Wow.
So I think there's a decent chance we get 14 more kills and set a fresh LTA and all-time LCS record.
I believe in us.
I believe in both of these teams, actually.
Ability to kill 14 more times.
Yeah, 100 Thieves is another team that just, again, they really like to fight. That is one of their strengths. It's one of the things they consider a strength, is their aggressiveness. As we see them maybe looking
they're going to try to turn here. The clone was already used, so he has no real way out. The choppers come in. The Galio all comes in as well. He does get a kill, though. A lot spent for 1-for-1. Nicely done to get that kill, and they get the charge mid. Impact in trouble down on bot side. FBI has already used the ulti, as has Sniper, so Impact will just dash it out to safety.
When in doubt,
Such an interesting game there. Kill going over to Quid, but another kill going over to Yan. Yan was one of the people who kind of dragged Team Liquid to the finish line in the last game. He put out so much damage on that Varus. And even though the start of this game was a total disaster, he's actually ahead of FBI's Kai'Sa now, who just burned Flash trying to get that kill.
I've got to say, you know, not that Quid is playing bad by any means, but how much of a difference can you feel him being off of a playmaker here as FBI steps forward? You know, Quid just hasn't been the one starting plays.
Yeah, I mean, I think when we really want to see Quid here, we see this engage up onto Core JJ, the trade for River, which is definitely a trade that TL will absolutely take, especially since the 100 Thieves are not able to get impact on this. The big thing to me for 100 Thieves is that I think you're right. Like, Quid looks so much more comfortable on a lot of these melee carries where he's going in. He has a really good team fight targeting with those. He's not necessarily outside of his Azir, someone who really sits back and kind of does damage on a mage like Victor.
We do have to wait and see, though, because he's at the moment, the richest person in the game.
Almost 1K ahead, as we're saying
He's not playing bad by any means.
Exactly, but the team is just going to play more slowly.
It's kind of like the Core JJ discussion, right? Where you can talk about, it's like Core, when he would be playing Enchanters, people are like, yeah, he's playing Enchanters really well, but TL still looks worse.
You know, it's kind of sus is
exactly.
that Core
Quid can
JJ.
be playing the Victor really well.
Vic Leona, right?
You're
That's sus.
losing that kind of aggressiveness.
No,
He's just such a playmaker. He
Dude,
finds
why is
these
he not playing
angles
Pool
that
Party
Victor you
Leona?
can't really do in the same way. The question is, can he pay that back later in the team fights? Because that's where Victor really becomes the X factor. When you get to those 2 or 3 items, if you position perfectly, if you're hitting all your lasers on multiple members, you can dominate a fight just in a different way.
As we see here,
Umpty.
all
Speaking
of
of which,
health
Victor.
going down to that Victor ultimate.
They're going to go right for Otacon, I think. Sniper.
Yeah. Sniper has TP'd in. That's a trade of flashes on both sides, but yeah, incredibly low. Means it's going to be difficult for them to contest. He is staying around, though. River is tanking this up. FBI and Quid doing damage. Gravity Field going to get dropped there as Sniper trying to zone Impact. Impact did look with the public execution, didn't find anything. This is getting incredibly low. It's going to be secured, and now the fight is going to break out in earnest. Ayla in the back line. In comes the big Galio ultimate, but they have the GAs, and you do not. Yon going to get chased down here by Quid. That's another kill going their way. This is going so well. 400 Thieves. Because they have the GAs, because they're about to respawn, TL's trying to get as much as they possibly can. Quid going to get sent back to base here. Sniper fighting it out, won't get another, but still, all 5 members will be back on the map, and they should be able to run back out here and take the Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, that's all 5 GAs spent immediately, but 23-second death timer on Yon, getting more gold over to Quid's Victor. He's almost at 10,000 now, and likely getting the soul point is a big swing in this game.
I feel like we have to just retract what we said about Quid, right? Because it was his ultimate getting onto Umpty, really chunking him out as they were setting up for Otacon, and then his flank around the back of the fight as well. He played that fight really well, and now it results in 100 Thieves being on soul point after they're going to take down this Ocean Drake.
And I want to see that replay because it looked to me like public execution was just a swing and a miss, and Impact didn't hit anyone, couldn't actually get access into the backline because of that. As this got a lot closer than you would think, because sometimes you have these resets where they're like, oh, the jungler has it, but no one helps you take the dragon, and it takes a really long time to kill. So almost got taken away, didn't end up mattering, and here it is one more time. I want to keep my eyes on that public execution.
Yeah, and this is where Quid really gets Umpty out of the fight already, and that's what initially allows for the TP in and allows for the setup.
And you can see Team Liquid does want to go for the fight, because even though 100 Thieves is dodging some of the abilities, they're still going to be pretty shredded. So River's going to be very squishy if they are able to get the engage. But yeah, as you can see, Impact can make it in. Umpty gets absolutely annihilated
by Ayla.
He was way too far up. He's never going to be able to steal that. He should definitely be playing for the fight. Ayla gets the kill early, and then I think at this point, TL has a chance to kind of turn it around, but the fact that Quid gets that 571 gold for killing the Jinx really turns it in the favor of 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I mean, that's Jinx now with no sums here and getting taken down. More gold in the pockets of this Victor. Victor now 1,400 or so gold ahead individually in that matchup, working towards the Void Staff. And is going for one of those high damage builds. You know, a lot of people were kind of critical of Palafox's build yesterday when, you know, he went for Archangels into Zonias. This is a much more offensive build. You know, is going to be putting out a lot of damage, but you are more vulnerable. So that is the trade-off if you get caught. Nice repel from Ayla. Will he stay safe?
Yeah, he's still dead, I think. Yep.
That's the squishy Elise here. He wasn't able to repel any distance. He could just dodge an ability with it and was flashless. So definitely a different type of support. Didn't want to burn his stasis on that with no objectives being up.
River's still looking for Yon.
Yeah, River is looking.
Flashless.
There is no flash.
Yep.
And in comes FBI. In comes the Galio ultimate. Is that going to buy enough time? Yon going to go down to the Victor ulti, and now APA could be in some trouble. Great route, though, from Umpty. They're going to take down Quid very likely. Impact on the side, trying to make something happen. Core is low, though. APA is low. FBI still high on health, but it's APA flashing back in, finding the carry. Gets FBI. They knock him down, and now it's Sniper versus the world. Low health bars, but he can't have a Cassante moment. Gets taken down. APA and Core limp away, but they stay alive.
Blinking health bars, but it makes all the difference, especially since they were able to take out Quid and FBI. It starts with this pick onto Ayla, though, right? So even though Ayla tries to repel out, Core immediately gets onto him. That is the squishiness of Elise They still go for this because of the flashless on.
Yeah.
Really nice Galio ultimate coming in too.
They burn everything, but you can see Quid isn't able to redirect the ult back to the rest of the team, so it ends up just fizzling. If that was somehow able to pull back onto Core, maybe they can get more kills. And then beautiful play by Impact to really lock down the Kai'Sa. FBI thought he was going to be able to clean that fight up, and Team Liquid, they're completely back in it now.
Yeah, that was a really big fight for them. FBI was trying to go in, you know, with the Wukong to get that initial kill on Yeon. Tried to flash out of the Galio ultimate, still got hit by the edge of it, and lost the flash. Yeah. If he had had the flash to be able to react to the Galio E at the end that caught him alongside Impact, might have been a different fight, because that was some really close to getting a kill.
Yeah, but I think that fight's also a microcosm of how good Galio Zyra can be into like a Wukong Kai'Sa engage, because even if they're able to catch a flashless Jinx, they're still going to pay for it in some way, shape, or form. So like this is really anyone's game, because I'd say 100 Thieves has probably been playing a little bit better, but if I look at just the structure of the team comps, I'd want to favor Team Liquid a little bit.
We'll see. Both teams now out on the map trying to play for vision around this area. You can see the AP is collapsing down. Core JJ moving up. They know there is no flash on FBI, but Core is going to be spotted. TL trying to reclaim vision in this area. And Zyra is great at doing that. Yes, you are squishy, but you can spawn plants in those brushes. You can poke away. And when you have all of that plant damage coming out, it's actually really annoying trying to stay in the area. As there's the public execution over the wall, does find him. Are they going to be able to burst him down? Yes, FBI is gone. There's the Galio ultimate coming through. River going to get caught as well. The gravity field gets dropped. Quid and Ayla trying to get some damage back, but they don't quite have enough. This gravity storm doing a ton of damage, and in comes Sniper, slowing down Core. Core surviving again with almost no health. Now he falls. Ayla trying to chase. Impact very low, but it's Yeon pushing them back. It's Yeon versus the world here. The gravity field almost catches him. He's got to flash out. Impact trying to get back in there. Stepping forward, can't find the route. The fight will dissipate. Very close back and forth.
Woo, battle of the MVP
They're going to go back in. No flash from Yeon. He's going to pop the barrier. There's the stasis. River's got to get back here. They are going to catch him. They take him down, and Quid flashes out to safety. Quid is a monster. You can't contain him. You can only hope to slow him down. 100 Thieves take the fight and control of the game.
And we thought that Quid was not going to be able to have an impact. This is a great setup, by the way, from Impact coming in, immediately taking FBI out, and TL think, okay, we are safe to come up on this. But then Victor coming in, his ultimate does so much damage, and then Sniper having a great Cassandre moment.
And then also it was just alive enough to allow the reset to make that ultimate get a little bit bigger. But it really is the battle of the MVPs. Impact won MVP 2024 summer, makes an amazing engage onto FBI. Quid comes in at the end, does absolutely everything, and then keeps pushing Bates with the stopwatch. Zhonya's at the end of it. After that fight, they get Soul, and final factor, that's an LCS or LTA North record for most kills in a best of 3.
Wow.
We did it.
What a fun series.
I believed in these two teams. They delivered.
And meanwhile, Ocean Soul claimed. So we had some fights that were very close, very scrappy. Ocean Soul can absolutely make the difference. He is just gonna kill him, but in goes Core. They are trying to get Quid. Quid in a lot of trouble here potentially, but no one in position to actually follow up. They couldn't go through and go for anything else. Jinx falls for Ayla on the other side. Now they're feeling like, hey, we could actually go over towards Baron. That's public execution. Looked like, swing and a miss from Impact. Tried to go over the wall. Didn't find anyone.
And Ayla for Yeon is absolutely a trade that you will take. Taking the Jinx completely out of it. Again, it's Quid showing up massive on this Victor.
Here we go again. Impact trying to come in from above them, but they're just going to engage away from him. FBI trying to push forward. Can Impact get there? He has no public execution. Remember, he missed over the wall, and now Impact has to run. Core getting pushed out, but Quid will just not be stopped. He is not afraid. He's going forward. FBI ulting into the back line, trying to take down Umti. Umti going over the wall, but he's going to get sniped down, and they're just going to go right onto Baron. They have the Ocean Soul. They'll heal right back up. Impact still staying around, seeing if he can make anything happen, but I just can't see it. Impact shows himself. They're going to TP back here. Jinx trying to come out from base, but Ayla is back, and Ayla is going to be pushing him forward. We can see Quid now moving out, fighting Impact on the side. APA getting a nice chunk. In comes FBI, though, to back up his support, and APA can't take that damage. He is down, and Quid is winning the fight against Impact. Impact on the run. Yeon going to look for the snipe. Can't get it with a Jinx ult, and now Ayla's in on top of him. Quid's going to take him down as well.
Oh my God.
FBI and Quid are just going crazy, pushing forward with the Ocean Soul. They are not afraid whatsoever.
Quid on this Victor is absolutely bonkers. We were wondering, okay, can he have the same impact on something that's not melee, not Azir? Absolutely massive in all 3 games. taking the TL carries out of every single fight.
He's reached raid boss status for sure with the phase rush right now, and he's a big-time bruiser at the moment too, with the upgraded Merc Treads and the Zhonya's Hourglass and the Ocean Soul just keeping him full health over and over again. Team Liquid tried desperately to stop this from happening, but they just didn't have enough at the very end of it. So this is after they're already without Jinx, so it's going to be a hard fight at all. And just watch Quid. He's just spacing so well for any type of re-engage they'd have to try and burst him out. Big thing is he can't get caught by any Desire damage. I don't think the Galio himself could kill him. FBI takes out Zyra on one side, Quid does the other.
We got the comms replay here. Let's see what he said.
Sam is a genius.
Well, they are excited, and TL going to be feeling the pressure now. Down 7K, down a Soul, down a Baron. This is looking like it's almost all but wrapped up. FBI and Quid, the dynamic duo here for the team, really has been showing up, but look at the damage out of the Victor, especially in this game 3.
He's been at or over 1,000 damage per minute in all
Every
3 games.
single game.
That's crazy.
Just insane, and I really, from 100 Thieves, I want to see how they siege this, right? That was where the mistake came in last time.
Yeah, Zhonya's going to be forced, but that was Umti's ultimate to force it out on the Elise. You can see APA still working on his 3rd item here, and Quid is on 4 fully completed items plus the upgraded boots. Umti takes 1 laser, and he has got to go back to base. Double Baron Cannon minions here working away on this tower. Mid lane's getting pushed in as well by Sniper. River's going to come in behind APA and look to chunk him out. He actually blocks him on the E, has to force the flash there. APA now down a big playmaking tool, and the mid lane inhibitor will fall.
Yeah, definitely trying to play a little bit cautious. No diving Nexus turrets at the moment. They have the Ocean Soul, so they can take poke. It won't matter. Still got some time on this Baron. I think they just want to clear 2 inhibs.
Oh, Impact going forward, but he went way too far forward. Has to flash out immediately. Might still die to the Victor ulti. He is burning down. The Locket will save him, but Impact bit off way more than he can chew. 100 Thieves, though, the push will just not stop. 2 inhibitors down. In goes Corey. Tries to find him a Zenith Blade. He's going to get gravity fielded up, and FBI is hitting him. He's getting chunked down very low. You can see River even proxying the wave on the top side. And Impact's going to go in on Quid. Doesn't like that trade very much, though. Quid just going to heal it right back up. 100 Thieves hanging around. Look at Umti. Takes both sides of the lasers. Almost dies before he gets back to the mountain. First Nexus tower is down. 100 Thieves just relentless here. The public execution is a swing and a miss again. It's FBI in the back line trying to take down Yon. Has to go into the stages, but the choppers are there. He's going to be knocked up. He's going to be able to flash out with the cleanse. Both towers are down. The Nexus is going to be the target, but not before they clean up some more kills. 100 Thieves are going to take down TL, are going to go to Brazil, and going to be the 1st or 2nd seed guaranteed.
Alright, kids, come on in. Quid. Congratulations on punching your ticket to Brazil. What an insane series that you guys were able to have. How did it feel in game? You had an incredible series.
To be honest, I made really stupid mistake in game 2, but yeah, I'm just happy we managed to win.
Let's back, get over here. If you guys want to get in here, you can. Do you want to? Nah. Okay. Quid, especially in both those games, even though you're harsh on yourself, you had some heroic plays. Like that red side jungle, your Sylas play was big, and on the Victor, you were 1 HP. You ended up getting your team back into it through team fights. How does it feel to be able to come into the split and perform like that? Because you're focusing on the mistakes, I'm focusing on the positives.
I think main point is our teammates are really believe in me, so I can just play whatever I want in game. Also, our atmosphere in Scream is really good, so yeah, I just feel comfortable play with them.
Thank you. You just beat Team Liquid, which is a huge upset. Now you're going to be going to Brazil to be playing the LTA South opponents. What are your expectations of those teams, and what do you want to accomplish?
Maybe 100th this year is actually different, so I really want to win with this roster.
And who do you think you guys are going to be playing for the best of one? Because at the end of today, you guys are going to be going and playing for seeding. Who do you think that's going to be? It's between C9, FlyQuest.
I think it's gonna be really fun match, but I think FlyQuest is slightly better, and yeah, they have same roster as last year, so I think Fly is gonna win.
Sweet. Thank you again. Congratulations on the dub. We'll be seeing you in Brazil. Appreciate it. We're going to be setting this one straight to a break.
That's all you guys. 2v4.
Nice.
They have no
What a matchup.
Yeah, no flash.
Kill Lena.
He's dead.
Yeah, no flash
I'm
too.
coming slowly.
What a matchup.
Oh, I got him. Jinx, no flash. He's dead.
Kill Valia, no flash.
No flash.
You get.
That was good for you guys.
I guess.
If then.
I guess they want to do that.
Good job, guys.
I'm gonna find Wukong. I'm going to find Wukong.
They are grouping from top side. Wukong mid. ATP. Victor on flash. Victor is dead. Go on the side. Oh, I missed. Kai left, Kai right. Kai left.
Guys, we are winning.
Don't kill Hazel. It's okay. Focus. We are fine.
Nice.
Good job.
Flash on them or not?
Can you flash on them?
I can look. That's all you could.
No play Jinx.
I got him. Look him, but no flash him, but
I got Zyra.
I can also. He's dead. I got him.
Wow. You're so good, man.
Come on, baby girl.
This is my apologies from last game.
What a fun guy. Quid, what a fun guy. What a fun lad, huh?
AT&T has a new guarantee because most things in life are not guaranteed. Like common courtesy. Really, Brenda?
I know you can see.
When they say,
I'm on my way.
no way. Pretty blue, though. Or a fun night at the movies. Yeah, that's not guaranteed.
Yo. Hold on. Let me put you on speakerphone.
You know what AT&T guarantees? Connectivity you depend on, the deals you want, and the service you deserve. Or we'll make it right. That's the AT&T guarantee.
Where's he from?
The human body was built to move. Not
Korea.
trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day.
He's 20 years old.
It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Oh.
I'm gonna take Lady out.
Nature sure is full of wonders.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Oh, yeah, one class.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
Damn, I didn't get the sweater.
Welcome back to the LTA North for our second series of the day, Cloud9 Kia versus FlyQuest. Here is Cloud9 arriving a little bit ago. And then they just had to watch 100 Thieves dismantle Team Liquid as they waited for this game they have against FlyQuest. I'm still recovering a bit from that last series we have and just hoping that C9 FlyQuest can live up to that level of bloodiness.
Please, I am praying for a scrappy fight. I know C9 has it in him. Incoming. By the way, why is the owner of the team walking in the teams in the Kia? That's my question. Surely he's the one.
It's not a clown car. There's doesn't fit like 50 people.
All right, all right.
I'm sure cram everyone in there?
I'm sure there's space for Jack, is all I'm saying. But yes, I hope this is a really a scrappy one because I know the team has it. One player that I'm looking out for in particular is Thanatos. Thanatos has been incredible for the team. When they went up against Lion, he had a pretty large lane gap in the Ambessa versus Renekton game. So for me, that series was big. Of course, right now what you're seeing is a different series, but that's a focus on Thanatos.
Yeah, and by contrast, I think if you're looking at a team that is going to be taking those fights, being really bloody,
yes.
FlyQuest was that opponent when TL initially set that record last year, and then I believe outdid it. And here, I love watching the FlyQuest carries because they are so aggressive, they are so confident in how their team can support them, which by contrast, is going to make Thanatos' job a little bit tougher. The thing, I know you and I have talked about this a lot, Raz, where we thought he looked a lot better in team fights next week, but it's a whole other beast going up against FlyQuest.
That's why I gotta ask you, Jet, because even though we were hyping up a Thanatos' laning phase, but how he's gotten better at team fights, do you think they're gonna be better than FlyQuest in team fights?
No. I think FlyQuest, especially it'll potentially be draft dependent. If FlyQuest continues to pick for team fighting, I think they're going to continue to excel at it. And I just don't think it's necessarily possible with how much continuity that this Cloud9 team is going to have.
Yeah.
And how they won their games last year, where it was usually through lane dominance into just taking over the game.
That's 100% true. I think that there's going to be a little bit of a mix with C9. I'm a little bit more higher on them. To be fair, in game 2, it was messy, so I hope that they cleaned up that one a little bit more. The focus from a lot of the people in the fans in chat is going to be Inspired versus Blabber.
Absolutely.
That one has been crazy. At the beginning of the day, we hyped that one up with the accolades that Blabber has had throughout his time in the LCS and LTA, and of course, Inspired throughout his career, and the amount of games that they've had just in general and impact on winning that they've had.
High win rates for both of them.
Yes.
High number of games, but then also general excellence throughout their entire career. Look at this, 5 and 4 Worlds appearances, 2-time and 4-time LCS champion, double MVP over on the left for Inspired, and then the 7-time first team LCS All-Pro for Blabber shows how he's kind of ran this league's jungle game for years and years and years. But now I feel like at the moment, Inspired is a step above him in perception.
Yeah, they've both been successful and consistently successful. The roads they've taken to get there are wildly different though, right?
Yeah.
Because Inspired came in, super hyped rookie, has changed a lot of teams, came over to the LCS. Previously, meanwhile, Blabber, he was a C9 trainee, right? Like, really scouted really early on, brought up entirely by the C9 organization, now a staple that's almost synonymous with C9 as an org.
And it's kind of weird to think about it because for Blabber, a player that has been the C9 franchise player for that organization, this year is the one where he's had so much change, right? Because, of course, now having Loki, you already see Anero as the assistant coach. Last split, of course, bringing in Thanatos. Whereas with Inspired, he has the same team that has just been as dominant. So it's going to be Blabber that is going to have to prove a lot with the team that he has and seeing if Loki in specific, but of course Thanatos and the team can really gel when it comes to those team fights.
Yeah, and this is the first time that's happened to Inspired, right? This is the first time where he's coming in with an all-new roster, and I think the biggest thing, we saw those FlyQuest team fights earlier on, it's about Inspired being able to be so flexible. Like, we know he can be a carry. We knew that all the way back on Rogue with the Viego pentakill, right?
Like
it's about him stepping back, and he'll joke about meowing for his bot lane, but really, really setting up for these FlyQuest carries. By contrast, Blabber, like you said, Raz, is now surrounded by new carries in Loki and Thanatos, who's in his second year.
And what you've seen in front of you are familiar faces. So Blabber, who's worked with Vulcan throughout the former iterations of Cloud9, and of course last year as well. But I think it's going to be a question about bringing in the supports for this team, because Inspired and, of course, Busio's had so far a really, really good start of the split, and I think both of them work well in tandem with each other, being able to impact mid lane. I want to see a little bit more of that, because we've seen the high highs of Vulcan. Vulcan, of course, I thought had a great week last week, but if we want to see consistency from this team, we want to see them setting up fights well. Game 1 for Cloud9 versus Lion was a great example of that in that team fight around Grub. So if we see something more like that, this is going to be a very good series.
I agree. And the last thing I want to touch on is the re-hit on the top laners between Bwipo and Thanatos. Because if you've been following on Twitter, Bwipo tweeted out a giant graphic of all his top lane priorities, which you can go and follow along with, which includes basically Jace, Cassante, Ambessa, and then all of his possible pocket picks. But then you also have Thanatos, who plays Renekton and Gnar.
Yeah.
So it is diametrically opposed philosophies on how to play top lane and how you approach your champion pool. So I'm really curious how that gets attacked in the Fearless draft. Because what we saw in the last series really early on was teams just picking the other team's best champion right away, because it's a series-long ban. That's the only way you can ban something for the whole series and prevent them from playing it is by picking it themselves. So even though Bwipo tweeted out this whole, I'm going to talk about the big three, maybe he just locks in Gnar in the first game or Renekton early to take it away. Going to be very interesting, and we're almost ready for our second series of the day. But first, FlyQuest has a new charity initiative, and it involves Otacon.
Hi guys, it's FlyQuest CCE here, Basil. You might have heard of TreeQuest, BQuest, SeaQuest, and now we're introducing CatQuest. This year, FlyQuest is focusing our charity efforts on animal welfare. We're partnering with the Stray Cat Alliance, which educates and empowers communities to advocate for every cat's right to be safe, healthy, and valued. For LTA Split 1, whenever Catacon is adopted in a FlyQuest game, we will cover the cost to adopt a cat. If we are the team to adopt Catacon, then we'll double our donation. Last week, in our public scrim against Shopify Rebellion, we played 2 games. We, FlyQuest, adopted both Catacons, which means 4 cats in total were able to find their forever homes. There will be more updates to our commitment to impacting animal welfare that we will announce alongside our team's journey to lifting the Summoner's Cup. Woohoo! So yeah, that's CatQuest. Make sure to check out the Stray Cat Alliance here, and make sure to cheer for us versus Cloud9 this weekend. Bye!
All right, welcome back to the LTA North, everybody. It is time for our second series on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. We have already qualified one team now for the competition in Brazil in a couple weeks with 100 Thieves victory over Team Liquid. Now, C9 going up against FlyQuest, and I feel like most people are probably betting on FlyQuest for this one.
The most hype and the most conversation is all around FlyQuest. After they destroyed Shopify 2-0 in their first series, they immediately took to social media. You know, Bwipo in the interview afterwards, immediately talking about, this is all you have. You know, you better prep for us harder. You've had so much time. So now we're going to put them to the test with a stronger opponent here, Cloud9, and see what Cloud9 have prepared. This is a team that did an over 1 month boot camp in Korea before this season even started for LTA. So this is one of the teams with the most amount of prep coming into this split of LTA. And we'll see what they've prepared to try and attack FlyQuest. Because as Bwipo also said, you know, a lot of FlyQuest priorities in the way that they like to draft and the way that they like to play these games, structured with very secure 5-on-5s, often having heals and shields in the team to make sure their 5-on-5 is going to be good, was evident throughout all Worlds, was been evident for a very long time. So lots of study material is available on this team, of course, with them sticking with the exact same roster and running it back.
I'm excited to see what C9 can bring against them. I know that pretty much everybody in North America was excited by FlyQuest's run at Worlds, how much they leveled up, the fight they put up against Gen G. Everybody's just excited to see what they continue bringing. But let's not forget, Cloud9 historically is one of North America's best teams, both domestically and internationally. The last time North America made semifinals at Worlds in 2018, it was Cloud9 taking down a Korean team in the quarterfinals. C9 has this ability ability to find success where other teams don't. And now, even though they've got the fresh roster, they've been in the boot camp in Korea, they're going up against the same FlyQuest squad from last year. Let's see if they got the magic.
Plus, Cloud9 are one of the teams that had an early answer to, Bwipo's conversation about streaming the scrims. Jack got out on social media and he was like, I'm down. Reapert as well had a little comment like, Reapert's down. So it does seem likely in the future that we will also have these two teams be at least one of the kind of experimental streaming scrims. But starting off here on stage games first and promotion games at that.
Yeah.
Winning this is huge. You do get to go to kind of the new structure of playoffs, which will be the Americas tournament format here, where they go down to Brazil and fight for that spot.
But, of course, since both these teams already won in week number 1, it's not like this is your last shot. This is the upper bracket. You can punch that ticket with a win here today, but even the team that loses is going to have the opportunity again next week, 1 week from today, on that Sunday, to play one last best of 3 for that final chance to be one of the teams. It is the top 4 here from NA. It'll be the top 4 from Brazil going head-to-head there in that Americas competition that you're talking about with the new format. So obviously both teams, they want to be a number 1 or a number 2. It's not just about having the better matchup against a weaker opponent from Brazil. You want to make a statement. You want to start off 2025 saying you're one of the guys to keep track of.
Especially when Bwipo's yapping real early.
Oh yeah,
yapping often, early and often. You definitely want to get in there for the trash talk as well.
That guy looks like he died.
Of course, we have a slight delay here, trying to get the players organized and up into the game very shortly, so hopefully we will get that on the road soon. These are also two of the teams, though, in talking about how much Bwipo has been on social media, he straight up tweeted out his full draft priorities for top lane. It was like, I don't know if I can give our priorities for the other lanes. I'll leave that up to them. Maybe in the future they also follow suit. But he was down and he tweeted out his whole little graphic there, with the first pick, Jace / Cassante, depending on the Ambessa bans that are or not there. And we'll see. Track it as they follow it down and see about those the counter picks that do come out. Meanwhile, from Cloud9, Vulcan, I can already see in the pre-lobby chat is talking about it to him, and he was like, well, thank you so much. We will follow your draft priority, so let's see if they actually follow through and both teams follow it.
I've been told in my ear, I think it's 4 different players are claiming that they need emergency bathroom break right before the series starts. There might be a line at the toilet.
4 simultaneous emergencies.
That's a lot of emergencies.
Interesting.
I
feel like there's something that we could have done a little bit beforehand to avoid this situation.
Perhaps. Yeah. Perhaps.
Maybe a little bit of...
if only the bathroom wasn't sealed by arcane magic before the...
Yeah. Nice. We got some shots at the culprits here.
Yes.
You can, by process of elimination, you can figure it out. Sven's got empty chairs on both sides.
The only responsible one.
If you line up in the lobby, that would be supporting jungle.
I was like,
I
was like full-time like playing
right
tennis.
Now, they're not causing the issue.
I got this stuff.
Those in front of us right now.
The good boys. The good players.
It keeps your hands from sweating.
Well done.
The non-emergencies.
And it works almost like too good, if that makes sense.
Okay, so at what point do we blame the players for these emergencies, and what point do we blame the coaching staff for them? Because Cloud9, they just signed Dinero. He's a general manager / coach for the team / player handler. I don't know, Flowers. Where are we placing the blame here?
I don't know, man. If I'm in Nero, I'm drawing the line at having to schedule their bladders. That's I'm here to coach Blabber. I'm not here to coach Bladder. Okay. That's
Blabber's bladder.
If has I'm already Nero, that's where I'm going with it.
First blood of this series. Actually,
protect your bladder when you're playing League of Legends.
We sincerely hope that there's no blood involved in any of these bathroom trips. That would cause a longer issue. So let's clean it up, everybody.
Let's make sure we keep it clean on the rift.
Let's clean it up
and
on and off.
The rift.
Yeah. At what point though do you need to schedule time in and kind of say, okay, everybody, this is your allotted, bathroom time before we get up there. Okay, anyways, into the game now, Flowers. Back to the drafts.
Back to the drafts.
Back to the drafts here.
In-game moment.
In-game focus here.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so.
Okay.
Both of these teams.
In the game.
Into the
League of
game.
Legends.
Let's get it. Okay, we have 4 people in the lobby. I'll update you here. We're
Wait. If we only have 4, that means we're missing 6.
Yeah, we're at 40%. But you can see way more than that are sitting down at their computers. So it's a very, very small jump from sitting at your computer to then joining the lobby. So I personally have a lot of confidence that within the next few minutes, we'll be at least 60% of players into the lobby.
I don't know, man. I don't know how much confidence I have in this bathroom pathing. I don't know how quickly they're able to move from bathroom to sink to hallway.
Okay, well, now it looks like we got some monitor adjustments going on.
Okay,
but if this time is already being, delayed by the previous issue, then this one doesn't really count. He's just making the most of the extra time he's got.
Right. You're already waiting for one teammate to get ready to join the team fight. So if another guy's clearing a wave at the same time,
exactly,
it's fine. We're already still waiting on the first guy. Okay.
Right, monitor adjusted. We have all FlyQuest members sitting down.
Okay, so this is a C9 issue now.
It actually is a bad thing, though. You see he's going under the desk now.
Oh.
That's a Busio computer issue that might be popping up. We're going to cross our fingers real hard here, Flowers.
Okay. Both fingers crossed. Cross my hands.
Okay. Feet. Maybe we just do a quick little turn it off, turn it back on.
Yeah, that always works for me. It's pretty amazing when you think about it that we've got think about how much more advanced video games and computers and everything are over the last 20 years or whatever. But you still turn it off and turn it back on.
Yeah. We're getting a little zoom in here too. I like this. Over the shoulder.
Okay.
Let's watch the master at work. He did the turn off and on the monitor as well. Flowers. So quick update on that.
Busio's computer, I've been informed, Busio's computer turned off. We are now turning it back on.
Oh, it turned off by itself.
I don't know. I just heard that it was turned off.
Okay.
I don't know if a boot was accidentally applied to a button. I don't know what might be going on here, but the computer is being turned back on.
Are we blaming Busio's boot or the computer itself?
Blaming Busio's boot, bodaciously.
He's sticking around for a long time. Okay, it does not take that long to turn it back on, so this might be a separate issue here. Let's see. Little conversation going on. All right, headset is 1 ear off. Explaining to him now. A little circular motion there with the explanation.
Delayed start. PC start. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Couple smiles though. Maybe is that a good sign?
I feel like if you leave your headset in that position for too long, your ear is going to feel weird because it's folded at a strange angle.
I think right now he's saying, I don't want it to turn off while we're playing in the match. So is there a way that I can avoid that? Can we ensure that it won't randomly turn off while we're playing?
That would not be
And now he's consulting.
desirable.
We're consulting now. We've got two top guys on it at the moment.
Do you ever have those problems back in the days? You know that stupid Windows update thing that you can't get rid of, and it always wants to shut your computer off and give it some useless update? I used to lose solo queue games to that. I would have to go outside and take a walk. If I would lose because of me missing a smite or something, I'd be like, okay, that's my fault. If I lose to Windows update, I have to go on a walk. I can't be on the Rift anymore. It's no longer safe.
And the most frustrating thing that is out of your hands, if you just have an internet issue, your internet service provider is failing you.
Yeah. Like somebody runs over the internet pole or something, you're done. Just because of some guy.
That one is a mega tilter.
Completely out of your control.
I'm going to check in with chat as well to see if we have any computer experts there that could add to this, because there's an ongoing conversation here for Busio. Like, this looks pretty in-depth, a little tilt to the side of the head, thinking...
Yeah. See what they've got to say. Let's figure it out.
We do have some geniuses in the LTA chat, so...
Chat, say feet if you have an answer for how to help
Don't do that! You're going to get banned! Don't do that! Flowers loves getting people banned! Don't be a Flowers casualty here in chat. Save yourself.
It's okay.
Don't type anything he tells you to type. Don't trust strangers.
This should be fine.
Yeah, it's fine. Oh God! Oh, Flowers! It's a bloodbath. I can already see it. Your murders are just racking up.
It's okay. It's funny.
That's yeah. Those are not temporary, right?
I don't know.
Flowers, has anyone ever uttered the phrase to you, with great power comes great responsibility?
That's from Spider-Man, bro.
Not originally.
Really?
Yeah, actually, it was me. Yeah, I came up with
you.
It. Yeah, so
all the way back before Spider-Man.
I do get royalties.
Okay.
You know, every time they use it.
I guess when you mention it, Spider-Man is a
the point
teenager,
is, that's
so
not really the point, though. You know,
probably
the point
younger
is
than
that it's true. So I'm looking at you right now, and I'm trying to reinforce this. Sir, you have great power in influencing the sheep.
Are you saying that I'm not acting responsibly right now?
Actually, I think it would be really funny if you got Jat to say feet, because Jat is in the chat right now, too.
Jat, type feet.
Jat.
Right now.
Don't worry, Jat, because you are a VIP, it won't ban you.
Oh,
I promise.
trust me,
Yeah.
it will.
It definitely will not.
Not.
Yeah,
right.
There you
it
go.
will not.
It definitely will
If you are
not
a VIP
ban you, Jat.
or a subscriber or anything, you can type it and you'll be fine.
It's actually one of the big perks that we enjoy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so go ahead and do that.
Don't forget.
Wait a second, you've corrupted me now.
To subscribe.
Oh, yeah. Oh, while we're here, by the way, does anyone have this thing called Amazon Prime? And
oh, wow.
Then you might have something called Twitch Prime. So
tell me more.
There is this really neat feature that if you have already subscribed to Amazon Prime, then if you click on this little subscribe button right there, Flowers, you see that?
Can I then type feet without getting banned?
You know, I'm unsure. I'm unsure as to.
So it sounds like we need people to help us find out.
Oh, test it. Okay, gotcha. Yep.
It would almost be like they're a part of the team right here with us.
Well, you know what I see on screen is a bit of a draft going on. So I think we're going to get back to some League of Legends because I've been told that they are also unsure. If we get fired, it might be because of this. It might not. But if we get back to the game now, then there's a
we can't get
slightly
fired.
lower chance that we don't get fired. So that.
Okay.
Wait.
Okay.
That we do.
Wait.
No, don't.
No.
Okay. Yeah. Start the
We
game.
don't want to get okay.
Yeah, we don't.
Into
We
the
don't want
game,
to. Yeah.
ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the
that was
LTA
a-
North.
that was a lot.
Hey,
So I guess
What a
feet
beautiful
gets you out of
series
the ban, huh?
Here in a best of 3 between Cloud9 and FlyQuest to
And-
determine who's our second team going to Brazil.
You know what else? We're going to follow Blippo's Cassante priority here.
All right.
Bessa is banned. He goes with the Cassante first side blue pick over the Jace.
Okay, so Jace available. Aurora, Yone, Ambessa, banned out by Fly. C9,
Wait,
double targeting junglers. Ivern and Skarner alongside the Kalista. And
I need to tell you a cautionary tale.
Looks like Jace.
At the moment. Flowers, I was there. I was actually, well, I was here. I was actually next to you when it happened, and it was very recent. A Vi was first picked by Team Liquid, and that Vi
set a record.
It was piloted by Umpty. It set a record.
Yeah.
An LCS record.
Not just LTA.
Not
LCS,
just LTA.
everything.
Exactly.
Everything, both together.
It's the entire expanse of both the lifetime of the LCS and the LTA. The most deaths of anyone
now
in a
that's
single game.
Not the
It was a
record
first pick by.
Yeah.
And this one here, which is going to go presumably into the hands of Blabber.
One would hope.
One would hope that that is not a record-setting by first pick.
Well, Blabber, we're assuming, has recently evacuated his bladder, so he will be calm, cool, and collected as he's ready to play the Vi
funnily enough,
in this first game, first pick.
When you do have
I guess
to
feet
pee,
gets you banned, huh?
you are going to be more
I
stressed,
didn't know that.
so you probably are more focused. So, but it's definitely more healthy to relieve the bladder before playing. So let's focus back in on this because we did once again get a little bit off track.
Slightly.
Yeah. And so the other side, we are going to match with that AP jungle on the other side with the Zyra.
Okay, we got Zyra.
And Zyra is a power farming AP jungle. One of the best things about it is that you can start walking away from your camps very early on and walk to the next one. Her clear speed, because of this, is one of the fastest in the entire game. So if you're not careful as a Vi, which is substantially slower clear speed, that really has to play off of making plays with the team, then you can be vastly outpaced in income. in gold, and that is something that Inspired is well known for. So our jungle matchup that the analyst desk highlighted so well for us in the intro, which was before the pause and before a lot of our enlightened discussions that we have had here today, set up for us. So that was quite nice and accurate of the analyst desk. Really appreciate them for doing that for us.
I mean, when we go back to Inspired's humble corporate roots, we remember him as the CEO of Jungle from this same time last year when we were having the AP Jungle full clearers, and he was just speeding through. Stocks going through the roof, constantly power farming, constantly topping out the economies, constantly making sure that he was the big AP missile flying towards the enemy team every single time. So I have no doubt in my mind he'll be able to run some of that back. We'll see if C9 can manage to contain it. Obviously, Zyra is vulnerable. If you can catch her out of position, if you can catch her off guard, all of that speed clearing is not going to matter if she's getting punched to death because she has no way away from the Vi.
That's true.
So we'll see. We'll see if C9 can collapse and punish the immobility on that champion. It's Ashe and Elise banned out by C9. 2 bottom lane bans now. Elise, of course, much more of a support than a jungler these days. As Varus and Rakan banned out by FlyQuest. What is going to be our pick first for C9? Leona, the answer.
Okay, really good pairing here to have such strong engage. Very clearly Leona Vi, full send, looking for that dive. On the side of FlyQuest, the answer here, with the hovers at the very least, did seem like they were hinting at Quad taking the Corki and possibly drafting their whole bottom lane at the moment. Busio, I was watching Busio's stream last night. A lot of these players, by the way, both Cloud9 and FlyQuest are some of our most prolific streamers. You should definitely tune in after LTA days. The majority of them actually do turn them on.
Oh, hell yeah.
Busio was streaming 3 support Elise games in a row. And so when I saw that support Elise hover, I wasn't buying it, Flowers. He lost every single game. I didn't actually track his KDA, but I believe it was something like 0 and 50.
That I thought you were gonna
kill death.
So. I thought you were gonna give me like a really.
It was like something like that, you know. Okay, back into this.
So maybe it was just 0 and 45. I feel so much better now.
All right, Flowers, focus up a little here.
Okay,
buddy.
sorry, I'm distracted. Yeah, my bad.
So Cassiopeia has been picked up. Some of the weaknesses of Cassiopeia, Flowers, are that she can get outranged. Yeah. But she's very good at counter engage. So. You know, seeing the Vi and Leona there in the draft, they felt like they really wanted this counter engage. Quad, of course, has been highlighted in a lot of their games as being this legacy Cassiopeia player. But looking for some very strong counter engage with that plus the Zyra, they certainly do have that. There are some possible difficulties, though, with adding the Ezreal onto the Jayceer. Okay. Having some long range
Cassiopeia is such a weird
here.
one
Maybe
to
we'll
cut
see
the
the
boots out for.
Of Cloud9 be a tool that they can use as the game goes on. The range there. And of course, they have massive playmaking when you've got Vi, Azir, and Leona. As long as you choose your moments wisely, you can try and work around a lot of that counter engage.
Yeah, tons of tools there in C9's belt. That means when I'm looking across the aisle at FlyQuest, I really just see the Rel as the primary engage. So that's telling me, okay, Busio, it's time to take all of the bad memories of support Elise and 0 and 50 or whatever. We flush those. We leave those in the bathroom break before the game. And then we bring in the Rel, and we got to trust the judgment. Trust the call. We got to crash down and crash hard.
Same with Steady
in a good way.
Okay, focus up, lock in. Crash. Yeah. Maybe we'll try and avoid the crash.
It's the ability. It's the ability name.
Yeah.
You're Rel.
Exactly.
I'm role playing as the character.
Yep. Crashing down into the team fight.
Okay. That's what we're doing.
Yep.
C9 versus FlyQuest. Spot in Brazil on the line.
Let's go.
Let's do it.
Here we go. Also, by the way, whoever wins this series is going to then have a single game seeding battle at the end of the day to fight 100 Thieves for the title of #1 seed, rank 1 LTA North team, heading down to the Americas tournament there to represent us in that tournament.
And remember, it's not just for the title of being the #1 seed. It means you also get to play the weakest Brazilian team when you first get there, because our #1 plays against their #4, and then vice versa. So you get the top spot, you get to beat up their weakest guy. Get a nice, what is it, like confidence booster match, just strut into Brazil. You're on their turf. You get to start off by kicking butt.
What did APA call it? The team bonding matches?
Yeah.
Unfortunately for them, they actually then lost to that team bonding.
Well, they need to do some more bonding.
Yeah. So, into this one, looks like we are starting off with top side clears for both. Interesting. So Inspired here on the Zyra, going to be pathing away from the lane swap, and lane swap enacted by Cloud9. No deep wards, so they didn't get the early alert yet, but Ezreal Leona up to the top side there for Cloud9 lane swap. K'Sante does quite well in the lane swaps, and it looks like Inspired will at least be able to steal away. You call it kind of stealing away as the jungler when you take camps from your top laner's side of the map in the lane swaps, because sometimes as it goes on, it can be a lot more dangerous. So we'll keep track of this jungle pathing, because sometimes the junglers are actually the ones that win out the biggest in lane swaps. And we mentioned in Champion Select Flowers the clear speed of Zyra being one of the best in the entire game. Inspired currently has fully cleared that kind of weak part of the map. So we'll track him and see, does he cross from blue quadrant to blue quadrant here? Because if you do, then you can play off your pushing bottom lane of Masu and Busio, the duo, and you can try and starve out Blabber early. Currently, he is at least stopping out here for these Raptors. Let's see where he walks next. He's just going to do a regular clear. He is not going to go for the invade because it was called that the Leona recalled there. So Vulcan getting his recall off on Leona has protected the jungle for Blabber, resulting in Zyra not going for the invade and not going off of this pushing bottom lane. So Blabber is allowed to clear some of these weaker side camps for himself and keep pace with the Zyra, at least for now.
Inspired also starting with kind of a cheat plus 50 gold on Zyra, because you don't ever have to buy the health potion at the beginning, since you're never really taking any damage.
I do that cheat all the time, yeah.
Well, you're a volleyball player. Volleyball don't take no damage either. He's also getting to cheat.
All right, here he comes. Cheater alert. He's walking over the wards. Doesn't have to buy the potion, as he said. Is going to get the bottom scuttle grab.
Whoa. Sven with the flash forward, but he misses the follow-up damage. No chance to kill Bwipo after that one, but really playing aggressive here.
Okay, resources exchanged. It is interesting because they should know that Blabber is going to get topside crab, since they're going for the recall here for Inspired after bottom side crab is picked up. And with Vi being up on that top side, is going to be kind of the reverse scenario here. Sven going in once again, though, to try and keep up as much damage, as much bully potential on Bwipo as possible, and try and get that recall out. Let's see about the recall on the bottom side. Already started there. Yep, Masu and Busio switching right on over. So they'll head over, no problem.
All right, TP going bottom. Bwipo will catch this wave, be ready immediately to answer that one. First dragon of the game is going to spawn here in about 45 seconds as Sven tries to get away from Inspired. The grasping roots barely miss out on grabbing him there. Surely that would have been some bad news for the Cloud9 AD carry. Does have the cleanse, though, so should have been able to pop it even if it hit him.
Oh, it's going to help him fast shove. So Inspired sticking around to fast shove topside while Busio looks mid for this play. Loki forced to use a decent amount of mana to jump back to turret, but that is all it's going to cost him. Just a little bit of mana.
Yeah, he'll be happy with that one. He's not too pressed about losing that much of the bar. He'll be okay. Has the recurve bow in the inventory alongside the potion and the cookies. You can see Quad got his back. Not quite as happy with it, I would think, since you only have the most basic components with the Amp Tome and the Sapphire Crystal. He is putting some good damage there into Loki, though, with those Serpent's Fangs. Very, very, very difficult if you stay inside the range of that to ever deal with the DPS potential. Back up in the top side, though, the 2v2 has finally resumed. Down there in the bottom lane, Bwipo finally getting the lane against Thanatos, as Masu and Busio have control over the topside push. Bwipo doing the same thing here on the bottom part of the map. First set of grubs not spawning for another 35 seconds as junglers are still just clearing back through their camps.
Yeah, Inspired here with his finished Faded Ashes, ending on the bottom side once again. Both of them are double protective control wards up for Cloud9. To try and see if there is any sort of movement there. But 20 seconds on grubs, you have to assume the Zyra team is going to be able to move up to that. Quad now level 6 on his Cassio as well. Goes to drop the extra ward here. So
I like it.
Interesting. They assume that there's gonna be an attempt at an objective trade, and they want the extra vision on it. because they do have the mid lane priority because of all this harassment that you've seen and the extra trade damage there from Quad. He was able to get now the push on Loki after Loki has no teleport already, and he invested that control ward. I want to see, wait a second.
We've already got a little bit of scrap going on up here on the top side as Busio's down to 100 HP and some serious danger. First blood over to Vulcan. C9 whooping him in the 2v2.
I wanted to see if this control ward invested to see Dragon was going to do anything, but Inspired's actually top for the counter dive.
Inspired dropping the Stranglethorns, immediately kills Vulcan. They follow it up. It's a double for the jungle CEO on FlyQuest.
I mean, that's just efficient, Flowers. He's got double full clears into Grubs into double kill at the tower. Inspired will be the one to track for gold here. Massive boost to him now. I mean, honestly, too, the more money you funnel into Zyra, from Faded Ashes then up to Liandry's, makes your clear insane. You basically just get to start a camp and almost immediately walk away from it because the burn is going to do so much work finishing. So we'll see about the continued full clear. It was actually a FlyQuest initiated play there. They were trying to punish Sven. But unable to do so. Busio, yeah, I can see.
That was a bad crash down.
Yeah,
that's not the right kind of crash.
He crashed down, but he crashed, yeah.
He crashed and burned.
Crashed and burned. Yep, there you go. It was, yeah, he wanted to take advantage, but it's okay because your CEO is here to clean up for you. Inspired comes up and he's able to finish the job.
Yeah, works out perfectly for the side of FlyQuest there to come back, end up coming out on top in that one. Anyway, they've got themselves nice little, 750, 800 gold lead. Feeling pretty good about that. They secured the first 3 grubs. Meanwhile, C9 taking that first Drake. The Hex Drake means we will not get a Hex Soul, so no gates, no super-powered soul if you manage to collect all of the first 4. FlyQuest 1 kill away from the feat of Warfare. Both teams making slow progress towards that neutral objective one. And I feel like most of the time, you don't really ever see the turret feat until 14 minutes anyway, and the plates are gone. So that one's still a ways away.
Yeah. There we go. Right on over the wall. Easy peasy. So where is this speed demon going to go?
He's cruising, man.
He wants that. He wants that tiny bit. There we go.
There it is.
Get the other one too.
One last shot from the plant. Nicely done.
I mean, so it actually is really big. The tiny Krugs have a huge amount of the gold value in them. So cleaning up every little last piece here for the Zyra is nice, and that gets him to not only the Liandry's but also a control ward here.
Big
for Inspired as they continue to farm away.
Now, we did see Masu have to spend the cleanse up here in the top side. Did get caught a little bit, so wanted to make sure that he did not give away a free kill against C9. Still, we've got a minute and a half until the next set of grubs spawn. Still 2.5 minutes away from the next dragon. I feel like in most games, Kobe, unless somebody's really running away with it in the early game, teams will usually try to challenge that second set of grubs. So that's what I'm kind of waiting to see from C9 here. Do you want a full challenge for it? Do you want to just go in, try to smite one of them down? Inspired and Busio. Got to be a little bit careful here. They are outnumbered at the very beginning of the fight, and Busio immediately absorbing so much damage, but he barely gets away. The Ignite finally ticks down and kills him, but they're ready to take one back. Loki is the sacrifice. FlyQuest claiming the feat of Warfare, 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, honestly, FlyQuest will take that one happily. Able to get the kill onto Loki again, and Loki doesn't have teleport because he had just used his teleport again, so this is going to slowly rack up. You already see the CS difference in mid, and a lot of these kind of delays and a lot of this harassment here keeping those numbers down for Loki, but just continue to pump up here for Quad. And here's a look at it. Busio is actually okay with sacrificing his life. He almost, if he was not ignited, would be able to get out of it, but he's able to get them grouped up for Inspired, and Zyra over the wall sets it up for Quad to be able to flash in and start to get some extra money onto this Cassiopeia. So now you really have dual AP carry threats on the side of FlyQuest. Both the Zyra and the Cassio getting some fairly substantial leads early into this game. And those things melt objectives like no other. This is probably the 2 best in the entire game, Flowers, at just melting objectives off their first items. Massive burn from both of them. So with a full 6-pack of grubs picked up, FlyQuest are positioned well to take turret plate money as well as burn through the rest of the objectives in the game. quite nice for them, at least the focus of where their gold has gone. It's not just a 1,000 gold lead for the team, but kind of where it has gone for them.
And those big spikes, I'm glad that you bring up the first couple of items. We already mentioned Leandri's on the Zyra, Blackfire Torch on the Cassiopeia, dots on dots on dots on dots. Both of these champions so obnoxious to deal with at this point in the game. And FlyQuest now, with all 6 grubs in their possession, that is so much turret taking power, and they are now only 1 neutral objective away, by the way, the next dragon spawning in about 10 seconds, from being able to claim the extra boots, the feats of strength.
Yeah. Already we're looking at, actually we're looking at Blabber take a little bit of a chunk, a big chunk.
Yeah, we got a whole all-in coming out from Bwipo, but now Thanatos is looking to make a difference in the fight here himself. Bwipo going back in a 1v2. He is not scared of these guys. Making a 1v3 as Vulcan's ready to make his entry. Third and Tofo strike ain't gonna matter because finally Sven gets it done with a true shot barrage. It took 3.5 to stop Bwipo.
I feel like we saw real-time ego inflation off of the 1v2, and he was like, yeah, I'm gonna keep going. And he got a little bit like blood crazed, and he was like, I can win the 2v1, and Inspired is coming to back him up, but one extra chase a little bit too far there does get chopped down. And we'll see. Still objective picked up for FlyQuest though. They're not too unhappy about it.
Bwipo might have been blood crazed, but he got Blabber's ulti, he got Sven's ulti, he got Vulcan's ulti, and he got Thanatos' flash. That is a massive amount of resources from C9 that now no longer want to fight for the Drake. The feats of strength go over to FlyQuest. Honestly, I'm gonna call that good death.
Yeah, still good. Still good. Honestly too, I don't think they're done down here.
No, sir. Thanatos in danger. Masu putting the damage on him, but not quite enough. Thanatos can clear out the wave. The Ignite not going to take him anywhere even close to dead. Still above half HP. Bwipo coming back down here. Has Flash. But no ulti ready to go. Flash with a Shattering Strike, and there we go. Bwipo's bloodthirst will finally be sated as he claps down Thanatos.
Flowers, this game, even though it's still pretty early on, does feel very, very one-sided. The 6 grub bonus for Masu here, who is the only carry on FlyQuest that hadn't gotten early kills and early money.
Who needs him?
But he's going to get an entire tower on bottom side to himself. And that was with a lot of tower plates. So the AD threat is also going to be here for FlyQuest to complement those dual AP carries that already got fed quite nicely.
It's scary, man. And that was even before the plates fell. All 5 plates right there for Masu. The Corki's feeling great. Once he goes back to the base, should have that Trinity Force there. It is purchased up. Halfway charged on the tier towards the Manamune as well. That will be able to evolve to Muramana. As Quad has control over the mid lane push. Vulcan's hanging around nearby, but he does not want anything to do with that snake.
Yeah. They did get their feats of strength. And Cassio, although...
They got all 3 of them, technically.
Cassio has no feet.
Yeah, no shoe.
Chat, how many feet does Cassio have?
Yeah,
and also
how many feet? Not just the number. Make sure you say how many feet does Cassio have?
Yeah, how many? Oh, Thanatos under attack again.
Yeah, Thanatos is, his feet better start moving. Crash down from Busio. This time it strikes true. Pathmaker from Bwipo. They want to give this kill over to Quad if they can, and yes, sir, they'll do just that. FlyQuest 5-3, 1,500 gold ahead.
Fun thing that, maybe we have a little surprise here. Bwipo is so tanky though.
I don't think Bwipo cares about this surprise. He's just like, okay, hello, and he walks away. Not really an issue for the big brick wall in the top lane for FlyQuest. Yeah. You're seeing Loki at least try to get something done top lane in the meantime, but man, FlyQuest controls the enemy jungle.
That's like when if like Raz or something is trying to scare you, he jumps out behind the corner and Flowers just stares him down.
Hey Raz.
Yeah. Hey Raz.
Hey Raz. What's going on? Raz tries to actually do that. Raz is
he does try and jump scare you, huh?
Yeah, Raz is a jump scare guy. But I feel like you don't want to do that to K'Sante. Because K'Sante doesn't care if you try to jump scare.
I mean, you don't want to do it to Bwipo because Bwipo has been looking fearsome in this game. And now we're going to get another attempt.
Oh, and immediately they find the lockup on Blabber, but he's ready to try to turn it around with his own engage. He's going to be killed off first. FlyQuest have found the enemy jungler, but they've traded their own. 1 for 1 so far. Loki trying to get away, but the Twin Fangs are out. tonight. He bares those teeth. He's ready to sink them in to C9, and Quad gets another one for his team. 2-0-1 here on the Cassiopeia. FlyQuest up 7-4.
Yeah, they got the shutdown flowers, but it was a huge, huge cost for them. You've been tracking these flashes. That is flash on Sven's, flash on Loki. The two main Cloud9 carries here now down, in addition to the extra kills going over. This is quite massive for FlyQuest. Let's take another look, because Busio here lying in wait, they kind of go right into it. It is a beautiful snare right out of the brush onto him, so Blabber didn't really get to do anything. And so while there was the sacrifice on the side of FlyQuest of Inspired going down, they got so much more out of it. A double kill here for Masu. The Corki that we were looking at how much tower gold he got already with the extra kills on top. It is looking so nice here for FlyQuest as Whippo.
Oh, Whippo wants this. Third and Tofo strike right into the all-out, going after Loki. You already mentioned the man has no flash left, and his ulti's still not off cooldown from the previous fight. Quad going on a killing spree, taking him down as Vulcan now needs to escape. The Eclipse makes him tanky, but it does not make him tanky enough. There's no way home for Leona, and FlyQuest just keeps getting paycheck after paycheck. Rift Herald's alive, and Loki and Vulcan are down. FlyQuest are going to take the tier 1 turret here in the top lane and turn their eyes straight on to the next objective.
Paycheck after paycheck. Are you implying that the FlyQuest members should be getting the Cloud9 members' paychecks in addition to their own?
Yes.
Oh my
Just
goodness.
one after another, after another, after another.
Wow.
Cloud9 is paying for FlyQuest's flights to Brazil right now. If they don't change something about this, I'll tell you what.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. The free flights. That is sick. Are we going to get business? It's only one game. There's only one game.
That's true.
Calm down.
That's true. Maybe it's just one seat.
Don't be a game one Andy Flowers.
All right. Hey. I'm all right.
And they didn't even win that game
I'm with
yet.
you. I'm with you. Busio going in, trying to stop Blabber from being able to secure the dragon. He will, however, get the smite. I don't really see any way for him to meaningfully, reasonably get out of this. Trying to use the Vault Breaker to continue the escape, but the noxious blast from Cassiopeia tags him, and there's just no way out of it after that. Nicely picked up from Quad. They'll get that punish, and FlyQuest will take the opportunity with their wave pushing up mid to now use the dead enemy jungler for even more tempo, even more gains, even more objectives under the tier 2 here in the mid lane. Busio scaring Loki back. Cloud9 scared to step forward. Tier 2 turret dead in the dirt.
So I preemptively at the last series, I submitted my vote for player of the series and player of the week at the same time. I was like, you know what? It's got to be Quid.
He had an amazing series.
Yeah, I was so confident. However, there's often this comparison between Quid and Quad.
Very similar names.
Because their names are so close. And currently, Quad is making me regret my early submission because this Cassiopeia is already an outstanding performance, and we have only just started this game. Wow, look at that. Production right on top of it.
Look at that.
This game is only 18, almost 19 minutes in, and he's already 11k damage and dominating here on the Cassio. With most of his flashes, I think all of them, but I'm going to go with most, just so there's a possibility, a little leeway
Right,
there.
yeah. Give yourself some wiggle
Most of
room.
them have been used forward to grab a lot of these kills, so it certainly seems like he wants to make a very strong case here to contest Quid, his evil twin, in the race for player of the week.
All right, we'll see if we can keep that tempo up. We do have Voracious Otacon spawning in 25 seconds. I know it's Voracious because it wasn't Ruinous in the previous series, so I just don't believe that that one exists anymore.
True. If you can't see it,
it's not there.
Then is it really does it even exist? Object permanence.
I don't have it.
Yeah, should we revisit object permanence as a philosophical debate?
Well, I'm not a Shaco player or an Evelyn player or a Twitch player, so I don't really know.
I'm gonna stay on the side of science for now.
Okay.
And say that it does if you. Okay, here we go, Busio.
Well, it looks like Busio is staying on the side of the map that should belong to Cloud9, does not belong to Cloud9 any longer.
Now kind of
So let's see what what are we going to get here from C9 to try to stop what FlyQuest is doing? It just seems like they have no answers, man.
It's really dark, and if you're going into a Zyra and a Cassiopeia...
Uh-oh. Well, Blabber's going straight into a body bag after this one if he isn't any more careful. Is getting away?
Yeah, it was a really good ult timer there. He ulted and immune the Cassante pushback, and so Bwipo still went flying, but Blabber got to stay in place because he Vi-ulted just as Bwipo ulted, and so Blabber saves his own life there, which is critical because Flowers, again, this game, still not wrapped up yet. And even with Otacon here, it looks like we're going for resets for everybody to resupply. Masu's headed straight towards mid and push mid first, though, and get them the extra pressure.
And you can see Bwipo also going top, ready to push that out. He has his teleport ready so he can join the Otacon fight if they try to force something before he's ready to rotate. So easy move for him on that one. Still working towards the second fully completed item for Bwipo. Quad now with both damage over time mage items. The Rylai's Scepter done for Inspired is also so obnoxious on this Zyra. The champion's already immaculate at zone control, and now every stupid little plant slows you down permanently if you're in its range.
Yeah, exactly. This squad with early vision control is really hard for Cloud9 to face check into. So we'll see. They're coming back, retaking vision right now. Bwipo on Cassante has been an absolute monster, and he pushes the top wave all the way in and then teleports down to add the extra pressure here. Now Loki does have teleport on the Azir. He's going to try and clean up the minion wave first. He does so, and now is on the way.
C9's got to answer this. They can't afford to give away the Voracious Otacon, but FlyQuest are starting it up and daring them to come challenge. Bwipo with the third in Tofo strike, ready in prime, knocks back Sven, but the follow-up is not there. Sven shifting away, keeping himself alive for now. Bwipo still at about half HP. Already used the teleport to join the fight, so it's not like he can go back to the base and heal. But he's at the prime state for being able to use the all-out. C9 have managed to hold the area well enough to stop FlyQuest's attempt at the Otacon. But meanwhile, Vulcan face checks into the barrage. He and Bwipo could be in a little bit of trouble here, but no, it's Busio down first. Sven grabbing the kill as Bwipo brings Vulcan back, and it's a one-for-one trade. Thanatos and Blabber coming up through the bot side of the river, but Bwipo and Masu are hurt. FlyQuest grouping up with the remaining 4 players, but they don't want to overextend here in this fight. The next Drake is already live, and C9's working on it.
Yeah, that was a little bit risky there from Busio and Bwipo because Quad was bottom lane. Now this Dragon pull, though, look at the flank from Blabber on the side. He has Vi-ulti.
Blabber wants this, but Bwipo's still safe. They're trying to just force down the Drake and then get out. FlyQuest does not want to allow it to happen. Quad looking to slither his way forward. The Drake stolen away by Inspired.
And then killed by
from Masu. They're Valking back out of the way as Blabber tried to do anything when he was caught. Vi is a one-way kind of champion, and he's not getting out. Beautifully fought from FlyQuest.
They win the smite fight, and then they take down Blabber in the aftermath. Flowers. FlyQuest racking it up right here. That's going to even up the Dragons here, 2 apiece. Meanwhile, they're also going to get the secondary big benefit of clearing out a lot of the vision leading up to Otacon. Because again, it is really hard to face check this team, and so getting the vision control after the fight is also quite big. Let's take a look at this smite fight here, because they walk up, and this is fair.
Yeah.
This is straight up good old-fashioned smite fight. Who combos better?
209.
Yeah, went for a little bit early there, the first one. About 209 damage, as you said, early there, and Inspired was able to then clean it up afterwards.
Masu unafraid to just fly forward on this Corki now as well. And I like what you mentioned back in draft, talking about how they lock in this Cassiopeia, seeing Vi and Leona on the enemy team, trying to play Vi into Zyra Cassiopeia when you are not really far ahead of the curve of the game, it just feels impossible. You know you're going to die every single fight. You just have to try to get an ulti that makes it worthwhile, and Blabber hasn't been able to do that.
All right, FlyQuest, they're trying to push up mid and bottom here to gain priority, again, leading to this Otacon that is still available. They're pushing Cloud9 out of their own jungle. They successfully do so. There is 1 ward left behind, but they find it now too. So they have successfully taken full vision control leading up to it. Oh, there's a little bit of a straggler down there. Okay. That does see it. I believe it is, yep, it is a regular ward, so that one will stay there. They know that's not being taken, so Cloud9 have a little bit of safety there with that information. It just really is difficult with the 6 scrub bonus plus the gold lead that FlyQuest have right now.
Yeah.
For Cloud9 to get back in, but let's see if Blabber can kind of lead the way here on this Vi. It's a dangerous job, but he goes for it and he gets the control ward out of Try. That is actually huge.
Yep.
A safe pathway now lit up for Cloud9 to come contest the objective again.
Well, FlyQuest would love to make those roads dangerous once more as C9 continues sweating, trying to deal with the threat of this voracious Otacon. Baron now also live on the map. So C9 knows that if they try to fight for Otacon and they lose, their opponents are going to get 2 massive buffs as long as they still have enough guys left to do it. You already mentioned earlier the damage potential on objectives from Zyra and Cassiopeia. You don't need the whole team alive to take stuff with these 2 champions.
Yeah, they can burn through those things so quickly. And you can see once again, they want to do step number 1, push up these mid and bottom wave first. Interesting that Cloud9 have Loki topside, pushing the topside wave. His teleport is ready.
True Shot Barrage.
Don't get a lot of time though.
Yeah, but it's going to see Otacon at about 75% HP, now down to about 50. Whippo playing the bouncer. He does not want to allow C9 into the club, but Loki is trying to get his friends in the front door. Otacon already secured by Inspired, by FlyQuest. Whippo jumping into the back lines because he knows he has the false life. They'll claim the Otacon, they'll lose one of those pseudo GAs, and now FlyQuest has 2.5 minutes to run the Rift even harder than they already were.
And guess where they're going to run, Flowers?
Straight to the Baron.
Yep, exactly. There is one large purple objective on the map. Oh, Catacon.
Yeah,
because
that Catacon was played by FlyQuest.
That is
2 cats.
2 cats. 2 cats
Good
adopted.
job, FlyQuest.
Good job.
2 cats.
Nice.
You ought to ask him. See if you can get one of those.
Honestly, I should. And nobody tell Travis.
Travis, you better be watching. This is for charity.
Exactly. That could be us.
Yeah.
One of those cats. Ooh, that's a Zonia, or that's an arm guard I see picked up for Quad Flowers. So extra safety here behind one of the mega carries. And he's very close to level 16. Cassio dangerously close to level 16 here. So very threatening in these team fights. And Cloud9, the only GA that they were able to remove was Whippo's. So
it's not the best one.
This Baron is just, well, it's burning down. Here we go. Can they do anything? Blabber might full send for a steal.
Yeah, Blabber just has to use himself as a human torpedo and try to steal it away. I feel like that's the only angle, but hold on. Vulcan and Sven putting a little bit of damage here into Quad. He's low, but he's not dead yet. Sven has to shift away defensively. Busio soaking a lot of damage here on the front line. FlyQuest has messed this up. C9 responding to it well as they pop another one of the false lives, and Quad is too low to continue fighting.
As the game goes on, if Cloud9 have vision and can get some of this long-range poke down, they can certainly turn the story around on FlyQuest here. That was very quick. Inspired's going to make a beeline over to that dragon, but he's a little bit hesitant as far as their vision coverage on Baron. Once they get better coverage on Baron, turns on back to it.
All right.
I think he's got at least right back, though. He's outside of range.
Yeah, the plants are a little bit too far away, but Inspired taking this will bring FlyQuest to Soul Point. Very important. This kind of goes back to the previous Smite fight that they won as well. Makes that much more important if they're now set up in this good spot for the rest of the game.
And remember, this is a Muramana Jace. Like this, he didn't go Fimbulwinter for the bruisery Jace. The Muramana plus the Ezreal here with another Muramana transformed. That Cloud9 poke, that range that we highlighted in Champion Select Flowers, that they're definitely going to need to utilize that before some of these fights actually take place to get some better footing for themselves. They did successfully avoid that doomsday scenario that you brought up where Otacon plus Baron went over.
But the other thing that I'm a little bit worried about, and this kind of ties our last 2 points in together, with the Dragon now at the Soul Point stage for FlyQuest, it's a Mountain Soul. That is so annoying versus a poke. If you're a poke team trying to play into it, the shield does so much to absorb those shock blasts, absorb those mystic shots, and if FlyQuest can secure that last one, all of a sudden the C9 win condition becomes that much more difficult. FlyQuest, I do want to see them continue trying to push this forward. It feels like they're stalling out a little bit now as Cloud9 has been able to answer the attempts that they've made.
And Cloud9 have multiple threats. Like, they have pick potential on this team too, as highlighted a lot with the Leona and the Vi. So maybe they also get themselves back into the game with some picks on side lanes. It definitely is a possibility when you have that much hard engage. Blabber, Loki, or Vulcan all could make the critical pick, but currently they've got Loki pushing bottom again. He does have his teleport ready. The Baron is burning so fast though.
Yeah, this just dies so quickly to the double massive AP threats of Zyra and Cassiopeia. Vulcan going in, looking to go after Masu. He's trying to get himself away, and the Baron has already been claimed by Quad. Busio looking for the engage onto Loki and Vulcan is already down. Bwipo taken super low, but he ain't gonna be killed off yet. Goes all out, drags Loki through the wall. Busio ready to try to help him out, but Loki stays alive. Sven gets the kill back on Busio. Dead bodies on both sides. Masu and Inspired trying to get away because C9 has killed 3 on FlyQuest. +1 for them so far. Might just be +2. Masu getting away still. Sven on the hunt. Final Mystic shot not going to hit, but beautiful aim from Thanatos. FlyQuest have lost everybody except Inspired.
Nice shot there from Thanatos. Maybe the Lakers pick him up too. Valen was from downtown, making some good trades recently. Honestly though, let's take a look, because they get the Baron and then Busio goes over the wall and they kill off Vulcan, but the sweep in here, oh, actually, it was quite nice from Bwipo to be able to get back out to the other side. They end up going down. Loki's still surviving, though. And again, it's Thanatos and Sven from the backside with these double transformed Muramana, able to chase them down and pick up the extra kill as well.
Nicely done from C9. This felt like such a dangerous game for them for so long. FlyQuest having the leads that they did, controlling all of the grubs, getting the feats early. It felt like Cloud9 was just being suffocated out of the game. But like you've been talking about, using the range, using the poke, finding a way to handle the fight so that FlyQuest can't play to their strengths, it's working out, and they're holding on.
I was quite surprised that Loki also survived that. Like, that was some miracle plays there from Loki. Survived in the end, got the big sweep
Trickster
back.
God.
Trickster God. He got the last laugh in that play for sure, even though FlyQuest got the objective first. So you're still in a scenario where it's like, okay, well, FlyQuest already took the objective off the map before they lost the fight. So even though they lost the fight, the rewards for Cloud9 weren't as large as they normally would be.
C9 still down about 2,000 gold. The big thing that's going to happen here is 75 seconds from now, the Drake will spawn. FlyQuest have the Baron for the next 45 seconds. Their Baron power play is at -1,000. As Bwipo marches forward, trying to find an opportunity to go for a pick, flashes in, Pathmaker to not get caught out by the Emperor's Divide. Massive follow over the Magnet Storm from Busio, but where's the damage? 2 dead on C9. Blabber and Loki drop, and that's the killer instinct FlyQuest needed, and it's from Bwipo.
Dude, Bwipo is doing work this game. I thought it might be another case where he was a little bit too far from the team, but man, that was beautiful. Bought enough time. Busio is then able to follow up, and FlyQuest now on the march. This tower doesn't stand a chance either. 6 Void Grubs flowers,
Easy.
Instantly gone.
They're taking that one, no problem. Inhibitor's gonna drop now as well. Still 20 seconds before Blabber or Loki is back alive. Loki's teleport should be back off cooldown by the time that he respawns. But the thing is, Blabber and this dragon are spawning at the same time. Blabber has no ability to teleport down here. FlyQuest are in a great spot to immediately secure themselves a Mountain Soul.
Yeah, I mean, unless Thanatos actually had like a crazy half-court shot with the chase, there's actually no way they're stealing this.
No shot, man. He would have to land that thing from the parking lot.
Yeah, that's real. Okay, Sven made an attempt there at least.
Okay.
Not too close. Didn't have the info on the health. And so there you go. You do get FlyQuest finally getting that Mountain Soul. Though, respect to Cloud9 for several of these fights that we saw in the last couple minutes to contest them a bit. In the end, it is still going to be such a massive advantage here, since you have the permanent buffs of the pushing power of Void Grubs and the safety from some of that poke damage of the Mountain Soul that you talked about, and getting all 3 of those last ones, adding up the passives from even the individual Mountain Souls also helps a lot.
Yeah, Bwipo is so tanky in this game now. You can see Iceborne, plus Spirit Visage, plus the Jack Show. He's got the upgraded Mercury Treads as well from the feats. He's got 3 Mountain Dragons individually, plus that Soul like you're talking about. This K'Sante is a brick wall.
That's why he's so confident. You saw the last one, even with a large distance between him and the rest of the team, he's like, I am going to go forward. He forces the Azir ultimate, goes straight through it, because K'Sante, and then able to use his ultimate to get right back to the team and bring one target into their hands. Actually, just really beautiful stuff there. K'Sante, certainly a pro champion of all time.
Yes, sir.
Cloud9 do take a single objective, though. They get a little bit of a counter here. Mid lane tower finally going down for themselves, getting some gold.
Well, Sven's just trying to clear out some of the weeds as he makes his way back towards the C9 base. Less than 1 minute until Baron respawns. Remember, the previous Baron, yes, FlyQuest got it, but then everybody except Inspired died. So C9 got a good punish. The Baron didn't end up meaning a ton for FlyQuest. We'll see how sloppy, how crazy, how violent this Baron take gets now, because you know that's going to be the next objective again for FlyQuest. They know they needed to push up. They know they have all this range and poke to deal with on the side of C9. And for C9, we're starting to get to the point where you're not going to have as many mistakes left. You're not going to get too many more chances, so everything's got to be clean here.
All right, let's see it. Everybody mid here, Flowers.
ARAM.
ARAM indeed, but FlyQuest have the advantage because both their side lanes are the ones pushing. Both minion waves there for FlyQuest. Bottom one gets up to tower, and here we have the spawn of Baron. Looks like they're going to try and draw them in once again. Cloud9 here. Blabber goes over the wall, trying to find a little bit of an angle for himself. Busio doing the same on Rel. Nobody stepping up, though. Nobody making that critical mistake. They know the rewards for the next team fight are massive, massive, massive here.
They're not going to start up the Baron. Instead, they're just going to grab the free vision from the super-powered late-game Scuttle Crab. Picks that one up for Inspired. FlyQuest, control over the topside river. It is very dark. It is very scary for C9 right now. The Baron's still not going to be attempted. Bwipo looking to step forward. Matsu's already lost half HP. He's got to be a little bit careful about this one. Busio looks for the angle, but he does not find Shattering Strike. A little bit more poke flying out. Doesn't connect there from Thanatos. Blabber trying to just clear out some of the wave. Again, keep your eyes on Blabber. 0, 5, and 3 so far this game. Has died a lot of times. The 5 roll is so hard to play here.
They're out of blue trinkets. The vision here game, it's so hard for them to play. Cloud9 have used every blue trinket. They need one to come back up. Oh,
yeah, Blabber's isolated. Damn. It's all out, all in, all over for Blabber.
Yeah, they started moving in because they had no further ways to check this Fog of War, and then it's just so dangerous. FlyQuest do a really good job turning and going to pick off Blabber.
It's a rough day to play Vi in the LTA.
It is. I mean, this is not a record-setting one. But, you know, it depends on how long the game goes, I guess.
But, again, I'm just saying, it's so hard to play it into these champions, to play it into this comp. 0, 6, and 3. He's been a part of 1/3 of the total kills. He's died so many times because it's just so difficult to find an angle to get in, to find a way to play these fights. And back there, the Cassiopeia Miasma, you're going to see it again right here, makes it so there's no possible chance.
Yeah, beautiful stuff here. And then Bwipo just gets around the outside, brings him on back. Jungler down means they get another Baron for themselves. Let's see this time around how quickly FlyQuest can push in. Because when you are at a little bit of a range disadvantage and the game goes on, Baron is your biggest boon in trying to actually end one of these games. Mid lane is still open, of course, and so you can try and push up and go get that inhibitor. Side lanes, though, the secondary towers on side lanes have a lot of gold inside them, Flowers.
Yeah.
Fun fact, the construction on those side lane turrets, they just put treasure inside. The secondary ones loaded with gold, and so FlyQuest do want the local gold out of those. Once again, Masu and Sven kind of trying to trade damage there early on. Masu, of course, starts with the extra advantage of the Mountain Soul.
Yeah.
And so he leaves a little chunk of damage there on Sven. Meanwhile, just regenerates his Mountain Soul shield himself.
Okay, we've got the bottom lane wave pushing up towards that tier 2 loot pinata that you were talking about. Plus 5,000 gold lead for FlyQuest, about to become 5.5 as they take down this tier 2 turret. C9 not overcommitting to the defense of this. It's almost 40 minutes into the game. You don't want to throw the last 40 minutes of gameplay away for a tier 2. Bigger problem, though, for C9. you are now looking at a FlyQuest team that has this Baron for another minute and 20 seconds, and 15 seconds from now, the Elder Drake is spawning. Baron plus Elder could be a possibility for FlyQuest. The combined super buffs, a C9 nightmare.
Actually insane neutral buffs for FlyQuest right now. And once again, they've got priority on the objective, Flowers. They've got the vision control here. Let me check. Blue trinkets seem to be on cooldown again.
Busio has found Blabber as he wanted to get some sort of an angle here on the flank, and Quad locks him up with a miasma yet again. Blabber is dead before the fight even starts. Inspire drops the ulti and then goes golden. A double kill for Quad as Loki falls. Thanatos will join him. All of C9 is sunk, and FlyQuest just found exactly what they were looking for.
That road, Flowers, that leads straight to the Nexus. They're going straight up mid. That is a dub for FlyQuest. Once again, objective priority. They get him with the jump. Busio's able to find it on the side, and they are going to push us into elimination point here for Cloud9 in this series.
Man, Busio knew exactly how Blabber was trying to play this game. He knew where he probably was going to be. He finds him in the bush. He shuts him down. FlyQuest gets their fight. FlyQuest ran this game from the very beginning, and FlyQuest takes game 1.
Cool stuff from them. I mean, it did start in a dream scenario for FlyQuest where their dual AP carries of Zyra and Cassio getting money really early on, allowing them to control the Void Grubs, get the full 6-pack. Just nicely done from them, constantly getting to the objective first, making sure that this Cloud9 squad was going to have to face check them, and getting, you know, cooldown victory after cooldown victory. Also, huge props to Bwipo on the front line, creating so many plays for them.
Yeah, and hey, reminder, we were talking about it before the game. LTA North Twitch subs are back. Join the community for exclusive content, including the League of Legends in-game emote, why not, for paid and gifted subs. Plus, get access to all of our exclusive LTA North Twitch emotes like Gigaflowers, that's mine. And who knows, maybe something special even happen if you type feet. Subscribe to the LTA today, and we'll be right back with Game 2. But first, earlier today, Raz caught up with our first 2025 LTA North MasterCard Player of the Week, Quad. Check it out.
Welcome everybody to the Week 1 MasterCard Player of the Week. Congratulations on being able to receive it. First of all, I want to be able to ask you, you dominated Shopify in your first week, in your first performance on Azir Cassiopeia. You went nearly deathless. How does it feel to be able to win your first Player of the Week?
To be honest, I don't think I get play of the match because I think Alan did it very well. I think he made me play of the match. But I play well too. Yeah.
True. It was a team victory on that one, and I felt like last year you showed the world that you were the best mid laner in the LTA in the league. So what do you feel like is the difference between you and the other mid laners in this league?
Now I don't really know what I'm different with the other mid laner because these days my performance is not really good. Maybe more smart. I'm not sure. Maybe I can answer next match this question.
Okay, because I feel differently. I think you played really well, and I think like your teammates have always been really supportive of you. Even like in the first week in which you were playing, like Inspired had his interview where he said very positive things about it. The entire team has only really spoken positively of you. Like, how did you feel being able to get the team support?
I think like when I made mistake in game, my teammates say always nice thing or like cheer me.
You hanging out or you going
I think
later?
this made me show good performance. I think I really appreciated this one. Yeah.
Okay. Because like once again, I feel like you're always like you're being too humble. Like I feel like he's being too humble. What do you guys think?
I think he's. I mean, I think it's important to be humble. I think that ultimately, like he only played one split. One split, can be considered to be a fluke. So I think that from his position, I think it makes sense to be a little bit humble. But I think he's an exceptional player, and he can continue to show the world what he's capable of if he keeps his work up.
You guys feel the same? Yep. Honestly, so like, what's your shout out to the Quad and the FlyQuest fans out there that are going to be continuing to support you?
Who was that?
I always thank you for cheering for us, and then I will try my best no matter what, and I will win again. Thank you.
And thank you. Congratulations on winning your MasterCard Player of the Week one more time, and show that off to the camera.
Oh. Huh? Nature sure is full of wonders. Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
I think Kai.
Unlike other bags. Oh.
Cooked.
Swinging out. Oh my god.
You can't even get the hatch anymore. It's useless. You have 2 pellets.
In this corner, Or is he walking up main? Could he walking up main?
I don't know. I think so, maybe.
Back on me, back on mirror.
He's on his mirror. He's not fishing you.
What a pussy.
There's 2 church, 1 army.
Looking up.
Man.
1's moto, 2 church. Sounds. Or yeah, never mind. Hallway and 2 church.
Watching the LTA.
Dummies,
But they're
sir.
in the ad break right now.
You're 1 HP. If you do whatever you want.
Lisa's sign.
Trash shot. Oh, we're good. That's their best side, bro. That's most likely the best side.
It's just like same
Wait, you
old
just gotta let me
thing,
join
bro.
Seeker before you do that, dude.
I know. My fault. It's on me.
You guys don't
won't
say
listen.
what you're like doing.
He goes,
I said what I was doing.
Apparently
I know, but like
I heard Jay was making the play, so I tried to help him, and I just instantly died.
But if you let me get the
He's gone to
kitchen
fix
match,
that.
I mean, we could like probably.
They've tried to fix that for 3 months now. But
Bro, what I did was the play. I'm not gonna lie. I just need your help.
Yeah, I mean, then just say like.
I
don't
thought
know,
y'all-
you should just
I don't
run
know why- I
in
thought
or
y'all
like
said
go
Lodge.
to your Verd or something.
Since
instead
you
of
knew
just
no one was on the
silently
mirror,
doing
you
it.
probably should have just went church then.
Bro, no, because that kid was in like.
Because now he hit it for
look at
kill.
me,
Yeah. Kill.
We have
Get
to
back,
say
Arsenal.
what
Get
we're
full
doing, though,
Arsenal.
bro. We have to say.
Was that guy just like?
He did. He
called
called it. He called it.
Yeah, I guess.
And I heard. I mean, I couldn't see him, but I heard him. He's either AK or top.
Jay did say it, bro. He did say it.
Every time she tried to say something, he'd go, permission.
That's
Talk
what I
around.
mentioned. That's
I guess I
about
should have just ran in, back our switch J or sat on the Verd.
I died
Yeah,
first,
yeah,
bro.
that's
That
fine.
round was already fucked because I couldn't use the mirrors. I did something dumb, bro. My fault.
Oh, fuck! These kids are not good, bro.
Anything
I know they're not. We're winning this shit.
They have the cash. They have a cash rotate. I don't know what. They might be playing in cash, not playing.
Permission to enter.
Phantom's just speaking.
Alright, just regular take right here. Come on.
He wanted to kill you so bad.
So much.
Yeah, waiting them.
3v1 with 5 seconds left, it's just pre-firing with the only like spot like my head can be. Cornball ass.
They have a castle. The castle
Yeah,
for
the
windows.
office ladies now are
Can I just find garage right away? Can you try to go for the wall fast?
Yeah.
Flat, yeah.
I was gonna ask it, but
So it's gonna be, we can do it on the computer. She's like, but
They
it's
clear?
Go right now.
our process. We
Yeah.
gotta do all these different things.
Watch your, like, bottom red.
Print you out the papers, you sign, you need something.
alright, I'm coming. I'm gonna come ash, okay?
I said, now, whatever makes your life easier.
Is it double reinforced or no?
All right, I'll just.
And this was.
I'm gonna get black, Ace. I haven't got it yet. Alright, lab's open right now.
Went through, signed it all.
Lucy right here.
We need to get these castles at some point.
Bro, what is he shooting at, bro?
I'm gonna retake that Mingo.
He's in like one bar.
Top red's muted.
And so he plays pool there a lot.
We have still cash.
And then apparently this guy got like
part of this was
jumped
because
by
the
some
way
kids.
FlyQuest was driving action in the early game was between a lot of C9 turrets. They just were not really letting C9 make anything happen, especially early in the game.
Yeah, this is what you have to do when turrets do more damage, right? Like you have to take it away from the turret and make sure to link up with the rest of your buddies to be able to kill off people this way instead. But no, like I think it was really nice of FlyQuest to recognize when they did have windows. There was a play before this too where Inspired just comes up and kind of like double taps on Zyra after they traded in the top side as well. So it was really nice recognizing from FlyQuest of where they could go in and when they could catch people out.
Yeah, because at times, especially that one, when the TP was coming in from C9, I thought they would be able to defend it, especially when they were cutting through the red side jungle to, like, they saw it coming, but especially Bwipo. Bwipo is just so good at M-Pesa. A lot of the times, the limits that he sees, like, I was like, that brother's dead. Oh, he's not dead.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like today and the last time they played versus Shopify. He's just been a different type of player.
K'Sante too. C9 also almost got back into this game at the Baron fight, but I think more of this was because of the team compositions and the amount of range that C9 had with AD, Jace, Azir, and Ezreal. It made it fairly difficult for FlyQuest to actually get realistic, clean engages into them, and this was when FlyQuest was about 5,000 gold up in the game.
Yes, just being able to buffer his ulti straight through the Azir ulti, it was nice. Of course, he ended up trading kills for that one, but overall, C9 being able to, at least in that fight, take it, and a lot of it was the range advantage, I thought was nice. I actually liked their comp just a little bit, just because of the poke from both Jace and Ezreal, and Thanatos had some really nice snipes. So it was a back and forth, a little bit here and there, but FlyQuest ended up being superior in T-fights.
Yeah, and I think going into this next game, that's something that C9 can look at and be like, okay, if we do draft another composition like this where we are able to find windows in a 5v5, especially with that range in this game specifically, going into the Zyra and the Cassio. But on the other side, for FlyQuest, once again, they build a composition around this Cassiopeia that they know Quad is super, super comfortable on, flexing the Corki into the bot lane for Masu this time. And I think their team fighting and their recognition of when they can do things is just really pureless right now in the LCS.
Yeah, but 41 minutes took them 2 Barons. They got Mountain Soul. It was a bunch of objective control for FlyQuest. Still a good feeling victory. And obviously with Fearless Draft, all of those long-range champions that C9 had in Game 1 are not available for the rest of the series, so we're going to be seeing a different dynamic here in Game 2.
Yeah, for sure. And at least from FlyQuest side, something that I've noticed a lot of in their composition is the creation of space with their comp. So in this game specifically, Zyra ulti and Miasma on Cassiopeia made it really difficult for C9 to be able to try and contest for Otacon or any of those type of objectives, or just take any of the fights. Like, for instance, when Busio found an engager on Dragon side on the Rel, but it got comboed with the Zyra ulti. Those type of fights, really difficult to play around. I wonder if they can play something similar to that going into the next game. That's my question. And if C9 can find a composition to deal with it.
All right, that's it here from us at the lounge. It is time for the casters to get us into the game.
All right, we're back. Let's do it. It's time for game number 2. I don't think anybody is in the bathroom. I think everybody is in the lobby. This is where we need to be. This is how we need to be. It's time to see if C9 can bounce back or if FlyQuest is going to make this a clean sweep in the best of 3 for a ticket to Brazil. In particular, Kobe, I am looking at Blabber. When C9 looks good, it's usually off the back of Blabber looking good, and Blabber did not look good in game number 1.
All right, well, he's going to ban out the Ivern. They do not want to play into the FlyQuest Ivern compositions that have been so good for them. So immediately targeting there. No way Skarner's going to follow through here either, though. So standard stuff, keeping these ones up. And we look to the bottom lane next. Kalista still available too. Are they worried about that? I mean, Zven is one of the most famous Kalista players. Masu also had a really good Kalista.
Aurora banned out, not too surprised about that one. That champ is very strong recently. Let's see. Do we get the Kalista ban? That's kind of the number one on my radar as well. Ashe banned away. Ashe is one of those champions that I feel like we usually see picked into Kalista because the slows help like keep her under control.
And they just adjusted that too. They did get some adjustments there to Kalista's hop to make that one a little bit more playable. But there it is the final ban. So Sven still not going to get his hands on that.
Okay, C9, how are we going to start off with this one? Fearless bans right above the draft there. You can see everything from game number one no longer available to pick. The desk already talked a little bit about those long-range poke options. We're also not going to have the crazy damage over time mage options for the FlyQuest comp one more time. We do, however, have an anime protagonist locked in for C9.
The insta-lock here for Yone is going to mean then you start to think about what are their AP sources going to be. Rumble very good for top lane, Ziggs very good for bottom lane when you're trying to make these Yone comps. Plenty of AP junglers, except that Zyra's really the best of them and was played in last game, so can't go that route.
Well, let's look at the let's go to the Bwipo list as well, because we've got K'Sante and Jace auto banned because of Fearless, and Mbessa is open.
Yeah, but you have to be careful about picking it early because Renekton is still available, and Renekton is one of the counters into it that Thanatos himself has already used really well. So have to be a little bit worried about that Renekton answer if there is an early slam on an Mbessa, so probably save till later. And we do get this possible Smolder mid, possible Smolder bottom pick here, though.
Right.
Generally, still more towards mid, especially already seeing the Yone.
Well, we do have that Rumble popping up for the AP damage like we're talking about here on the side of C9. Also, Sejuani. Generally, Sejuani's always pretty happy if her two solo laners are melee champions. Makes it very easy to stack up the stun for the E, so they'll enjoy that one. Back over on the side of FlyQuest, they know both solo laners. They know the jungler. They've already got the Maokai for themselves. But how do they want to play this last pick before we get more bans coming in here? They will lock the Kai'Sa for Masu.
Okay, and they already have the Maokai, which you think is going to be a Liandry's first building Maokai to have some magic damage there, so they feel pretty secure about their direction also. Let's see if they just ban out a bunch more AD carries here to really push Sven's champion pool down into the dirt.
Yeah.
Because there already is a decent amount taken off, you know, no Ezreal for him, so they're thinking Misfortune. A lot of times when you do draft Kai'Sa early on, like you're already thinking maybe it's a lane swap. Kai'Sa lanes are not very strong, but if they can protection ban a whole bunch here, maybe they'll be fine with that as well. Maokai, of course, could still go support too, or could still go top lane.
Kai'Sa does like those. Whenever I think Kai'Sa, I think Nautilus as her like best buddy in the bottom lane, right? Yeah. But Mbessa is going to get banned away now by the side of C9. They're saying, hey, we locked our top laner. It is not Renekton. It's not one of those champions that does really well into Mbessa. So let's go ahead and make sure we're not dealing with her.
Yep, taken off the Bwipo list. Bwipo has so many, you know, round 5 picks though. So whenever FlyQuest is on red side, I'm like, that thing has got to be a Bwipo R5 pick. And unless it's a situation like this where Rumble is shown early, and then he can get his counter in early, and you can like still hide whether you are flexing the Maokai to jungle or to support.
Yeah.
Looks like, though, they take the Nautilus off the table themselves because Cloud9 are showing so much threat for backline already with dive of Rumble Ultimate over the top of Yone and Sejuani. Moving forward, they don't want a Nautilus Ultimate you know, on their Smolder to hold him in place because that Smolder would just have a very tough time avoiding all of that engage, and so they take it out themselves. Interesting. Galio hover here too. That's a really good matchup into Rumble. Yeah. Okay, that's a top lane Galio because into Rumble at Worlds is one of the most prolific counters. EU played it even earlier than that a little bit too. So definitely a Bwipo. I believe it was on his, at least he had mentioned it in his stream. I don't know if it was on his graphic.
I think it was in the thread.
Okay.
I think it was because somebody asked him like, oh, well, what about somebody just slamming Rumble? And then he linked a screenshot of beating Rumble with Galio.
Exactly. So top lane Galio here for him. And we get our follow-up. Oh, I do not like seeing Pyke flashes.
It scares you just with the hover?
It's scary. When you try and play Pyke into like Galio, Maokai defenses there, your 5-on-5 gets really scary. But instead, Vulcan goes with the setup from the Alistar here.
Okay. So we've got 4 melee champions and Jhin that's going to open up the artillery and provide long-range covering fire. What is the answer for FlyQuest in this support role? I am looking to see something that's probably a primary engage. Rakan looks like it would fit the bill. Something for Galio to jump in over top of as it goes in first. Something to fly in alongside the Maokai ulti as Inspired sets that one off. And it will be Rakan, the choice for Busio.
All right, so FlyQuest have had a history of success with double 80 carry comps. To be fair, a lot of teams did last year. That was kind of the go-to strategy, but they certainly have themselves, and I really do like the amount of AoE that they're bringing with Galio and with Maokai here. You mentioned the speed of Rakan engages. They definitely have a lot of options for themselves, and with how controlled FlyQuest looked in game number 1, does make me feel pretty good about it, even though I'm not the biggest Smolder fan in general in the current state of the champion. We'll see about how quickly he stacks and about how safe he can stay.
Exactly. We want to see him hitting those snot bubbles on the Yone during the laning phase, using the Q, farm up as many of the minions at once as you can once you have the 25 stacks to give you the initial AoE. But hey, the pressure's on for C9. Remember, this is not an elimination match. This is the upper bracket. Whoever wins here is going to Brazil.
Loose.
Yeah.
You see the
Just have some fun. Loosey-goosey. No worries.
Yeah, whoever wins goes to Brazil for sure. And of course, I am actually really looking forward to the match at the end of the day with 100 Thieves for the seeding there. That is going to be a hype one. I saw Sniper in the lobby. He's still as energetic as he was at the beginning of the day. So 100 Thieves are watching this match closely.
Gotta be ready, man.
To see what advantages they can eke out before the seeding match.
Okay, let's go ahead and take stock of everything. Looks like pretty standard stuff across the board. Cleanse on both of our AD carries. Meanwhile, Vulcan with the Ignite there on the Alistar. Double defensive option instead on the FlyQuest side with Busio running the heal. They redid all of the summoner spell icons this year. Heal's the only one that initially threw me off because it's like the hand now instead of the bleeding guy.
Yeah.
All the rest of them are pretty similar.
Yeah. I kind of missed the old one.
Yeah? You like the bleeding guy?
Maybe I'm just living in the past, though. I need to focus on the present and the healing hand.
Bleeding guy had nostalgia. You know, I don't blame you for that. It's like Bleeding guy was one of your friends, and now he's not here anymore.
Now we've got the healing hands of Busio here.
We'll see how well he can keep them, keep the rest of the team safe, set up these plays for them. Like I say, last game there was a lot of pressure on Busio to be the main engage for FlyQuest, and again in this game, it's that same kind of pressure. Yes, Maokai can help cut off like where they might want to run to try to disengage. Yes, Galio can follow up well, but it's really up to Busio to start these fights.
Yeah, it's always up to whoever is the quickest. And if you're ranking engages by speed, then Rakan versus Maokai is going to go to Rakan every time. I mean, Maokai's got the good old-fashioned W flashes. Definitely can make visits early on, too, so those ones will be pretty easy point and click. The timer is set to 20 minutes, for your Smolder comp. All right, we'll keep track of these stacks.
All right.
We'll keep track of them. Grass, Smolder in mid lane, stacking up the health, stacking up the Dragon stacks as well, and Inspired yoinks away the red, is spotted as well. So let's see about the response here from Mr. Blabber.
Inspired just going red to red, going back to his own quadrant. He did steal away the enemy chickens there too.
Gonna get sighted.
Pretty easy stuff for him. No lane swap this time around. 2v2 starts up here in the bottom lane as Masu has to walk away. Vulcan with a nice headbutt pull combo to start things off in the favor of C9.
All right, Blabber, where are you going to go? Sejuani that knows he's been counter-jungled already.
Well, he is, okay, he's finally slowly cleaned up the Gromp.
Where's he going to go? Sometimes you do a forced gank. Here we go.
Okay. Looks like he's going after quad. And it looks like he's no longer doing that. All right.
Well, he is going to be on the bottom side of the map now.
Yeah.
So pushing bottom lane. See if he can do something here. Bottom lane pushing in.
And
Inspired, good job here, though. I think this is the better choice. Go for Gromp instead of doing your blue. He has Smite. Well, his bottom lane actually getting chunked out right now.
Yeah, his bottom lane losing that 2v2. Masu and Busio stuck underneath their turret.
Inspired has Smite. He could...
Inspired wants to try to contest this. He got it. He gets both camps. Inspired just made Blabber look goofy.
Oh, Flowers. I know it's not a kill or anything, but to a jungler, that is
it might as well be.
That is my... Oh, my God, my heart. Oh, my heart and my brain. Oh, my head.
It's all hurting. It's all hurting.
Inspired has just destroyed Blabber.
That was tragic.
The jungle 1v1 is going crazy, Flowers. The jungle 1v1 in this series is going crazy. Honestly, production, flash that graphic at the beginning again too that we had the battle for North American jungle GOAT between Blabber and Inspired. Inspired has been, since Inspired came over to North America, he was like, yeah, I'm gonna be the best Western jungler. And Blabber had been having this like reign of dominance where Blabber had constantly been first team All-Pro and heralded as the NA GOAT, but being able to get the smite on the blue and turns around, smashes the Grump. You look at a little smirk. Oh,
he knows.
Yeah,
he knows.
Starting out with the counter jungling. Oh man.
I feel like if you're Blabber in that situation, it's just the instinctual enter/FF, and it says it's too early to surrender in the game.
Do not tilt, okay?
I'm a tilter.
Focus up. Yeah. Well, thankfully we are not on stage.
Yeah. We're just talking about it.
Clearly, we are tilters.
I do not want to endure that myself. Blabber's in some danger, man. This Sejuani not off to a great start here. We'll see if he's able to recover it, find some good gank angles. We do have the Void Grub spawning here in under 60 seconds now as the first Drake is alive, but it's a Mountain Drake, and those take a long time to kill. So usually you see a lower prio on them.
So, it's pretty much caught up.
But it's
chilling.
a principle of the thing.
I know. It's a good thing we're not up there. We're tilters, clearly.
Yeah, that would have been game over.
Void Grubs, though, will be something fun to keep track of on the radar here because Inspired goes back. He grabs his giant belt and his cloth armor to fight this. And he never had to use his potion, so honestly, still bringing a potion to the first Grub fight as a jungler is huge. We'll see about this. Controller goes down on his own side of the map. This little banana brush here is one of the most critical things, and one of the big benefit, of course, of Maokai. Get to load this sucker with saplings when you're looking at fighting this fight. Support roam goes to the side of FlyQuest first tier 2. Busio heads over.
So let's see if Loki can land the Q3 on the quad. Not gonna find it. Busio's ready to help him out, just waiting for him to snap back. Wants to go in for the grand entrance. Loki forced to flash defensively, and this is right after he has already used his teleport to come back to lane. So Loki's not in great shape.
Busio made the early move. Now Inspired gets attacked.
Yep, but instead they're going to turn it right back around here with a grand entrance as Busio is ready to keep things going here with Bwipo's entry into the fight. Now he's got to make an exit off to the side.
Nice.
First blood goes back over to Loki. C9 feeling great. They've already killed off 2. Looking to find a third. Loki is just fine fighting Bwipo. He's keeping Blabber alive. C9 just hit a massive payday. 4-4-0.
It's the Quadra, and they end it killing Quad himself. Cloud9 sweep the team fight. That is crazy big for them. Look at the turnaround. They get the feat of strength immediately. Let's take a look at this. So Blabber goes in on Inspired, and then FlyQuest want to turn around with the Galio ultimate. It only knocks him up, though, and Blabber's able to flash out. Critically, both him and Loki get out of range of Bwipo's taunt. And then, since Vulcan has arrived late, he uses full combo to get the re-engage set up for Loki to get the first kill, get the second kill. It's the double on the Yone so early, and then Blabber hits the honey fruit and is able to survive as they take down Bwipo. What's the comms like? Silent.
That's okay. You gotta be stone cold.
They got
stone
right here. Yeah, they come here. They're like, comms. All right. Comms are good.
Yeah, they're chilling. They got 3 kills on Yone at 7 minutes. They're happy.
Yep, focus.
We don't even need words to know.
Focus, 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 baby. 4 kills, 3 grubs for Cloud9, and a massive, massive, massive Yone. on the table here. Loki is really set up in this game.
Huge. They got the Feat of Warfare immediately from that scrap too because they went straight from 0 kills to 4. Cloud9 having exactly the start they need heading into this second game.
It's so crazy too, because watching all the setup, I was like, wow, FlyQuest are determining so much of this. What you want to do early is get all these cooldowns out first. So Busio makes the first roam. They are able to get Loki's flash, Loki's ultimate down before they actually even had to fully commit to that team fight. But even with Busio making that early roam, and even with getting these cooldown victories, once Vulcan did arrive, they got the bigger turnaround. They got all of the kills, really, and now both supports once again matching up here in mid. So really, really big stuff for Cloud9.
Nice.
It's not about being first always, Flowers, okay?
Right. Sometimes you just
Portis
gotta...
and the Hair, the Rakan and the Alistar. It's applicable. The Rakan is way faster, but the
Alistar has a better shell.
A way better shell.
Yeah. He's very powerful.
More tanky.
Very green.
Certainly is more tanky. It's a lot really blue in this game with the Hex Tech.
Oh, true. Yeah, that's the fancy Alistar. But it is a Drake for C9 as well. So, one more neutral objective, and they have the feats already secured. Nice and early. Things are going great for them. They're up over 2,000 gold, not even 10 minutes into the game. FlyQuest bot lane stuck underneath the turret, even from early on. Level 2 in this game, it was control over the bot lane for C9.
Flapper got that blue.
Yeah, revenge.
He went back to the scene of crime, and he got that blue. Counter jungles out one, takes it away. Inspired, though, of course, got the other side, so. But it doesn't matter, it's about that one.
Yeah.
That he saw.
It's the red side blue buff where the fight is at.
That he saw smited in front of him previously.
Every other blue buff doesn't matter.
Conquer your demons.
Yes. Put them right back down in the dirt with that blue buff.
Yeah.
Whippo on this Galio. He's got some demons to conquer now, too. It looked so good in that river fight when he first makes his heroic entrance, but then you already talked about it. It seemed like FlyQuest had done everything right, but Cloud9 ready to punch back, earning themselves this lead so far. 45 seconds into the next set of grubs.
Their turnaround when Vulcan arrived, and Vulcan gets the huge combo on 3 of them to set up Loki for the follow-through was just, it was so massive because everything had been used previously. I mean, honestly, even though we are still talking about this first play of the game, that first play of the game was that big and is going to have some important ramifications for this next set of grubs. Because now Cloud9 are going to come out and their Yone is already fed, and they actually have moved him to the bottom side. His teleport is ready, of course. But it looks like FlyQuest are trying to make some sort of bot side focus call, give up the second pack of grubs instead.
Wow. Well, that means they got to get something for it. 6 grubs over to C9. Feats guaranteed for C9. FlyQuest needs something here, but Loki's recognizing, he's saying, okay, if they're all going to be down here, I'm going to be somewhere else. He goes up to the top half of the map with everybody else on C9 as Blabber will clean up the grubs by himself. Thanatos and Loki will work together to take as many of these turret plates as humanly possible.
Let's see.
What do you got?
The race as well.
Okay.
Because the grubs are really going to help in taking on the top side. And with Loki teleporting up there, 2 members DPSing that top side, plus the Void Grubs, and they're going to get 6 while they're killing the tower.
And you already said, it's the tortoise and the hare. It's that again. Quad got the head start. He was out the gate first, but it's better discipline. It's better management overall from C9 as they have that turret so close to dead.
They also don't overstay and bait themselves at this turret. They know they can return and collect that gold whenever they want. They already have the feats through objectives, plus their kills. So no need to overstay and finish that tower. They get out. They don't give anything up. Even with FlyQuest making their kind of recall first. So Cloud9 looking crispy here, Flowers.
Cloud9 showing exactly what their fans needed to see after that first game. Game number 1, FlyQuest is in control the entire time. It feels like C9 is always struggling to get their footing. Game number 2, they start out immediately, a beautiful team fight to set the stage, and now FlyQuest are the ones scrambling to try to find something meaningful in trade, as C9 have secured the feats, secured all 6 grubs, secured the first Drake, and now the fight breaking out. Thanatos looking to take the tier 1 turret here in the bottom lane, while Vulcan's the target at the very top side. FlyQuest going in for the 4-man play. Jin ulti opens up. C9 staying alive for now, but the first shutdown goes over to Inspired. Vulcan about to drop next to. Inspired's underneath the turret, but the Twisted Advance might be able to get him away. No, he finally dies, but Masu takes Vulcan out. It's a 3-for-1 favoring FlyQuest.
And I'm still kind of wondering why Vulcan started that fight so early for Cloud9. Because we already went over, you don't need to win the rush for first tower anymore, because the feats have already been claimed, and they removed the first tower bonus.
Yeah.
So let's take a look, because his Jin is coming over, and Jin does have long range. You know, Jin can open up his ulti, but he starts out pretty early here, so his Aftershock is going to be down. His stun was used on Busio. They get counter-engaged on really nicely by FlyQuest. You know, Maokai ultimate into Galio taunt into Galio ultimate. And then he does have kind of a cool little insect onto Inspired there. But that's only a single kill, you know, given back. And FlyQuest are like, thank you very much.
Yeah.
As Cloud9 were the ones who picked that fight, but FlyQuest are the ones to finish it.
And you also saw off to the side, even though Zven got to start the fight with Curtain Call, Masu immediately, as soon as he sees that open up, even if you don't have vision of Jin, you can use the lines to determine where he's at. Masu puts the threat on him. Now C9 tries to defend their tier 1 turret down here in the bottom lane, recognizing they can't do it. They have to retreat as FlyQuest has twice the men, and there's no way for Loki and Blabber to defend it.
Nice response there. Still pushing on top side here, so let's see about how much damage this Rumble can do, because again, Cloud9 getting those 6 scrubs is always going to allow for a little extra leverage in these trades on the recalls. FlyQuest, though, they rotate over to Dragon after taking that bottom tower. 4 members from Cloud9, though. Blabber should be able to push him out and does so.
All right, FlyQuest closing that gap. 1,000 gold feels a lot better than 2,500 to be behind, but Cloud9 still controlling the neutral objective game. They brought the whole party down here for this second Drake. They already claimed the first one. This second one's not going to be any more of a challenge, and it is a Hex Soul this time around too. If you're Cloud9, you are loving seeing that symbol on the wall.
You certainly are. And let's see about the reset afterwards too, because with the 6 scrubs, look how much damage actually Rumble got done to that secondary tower up there. That thing is very low as the fight for mid lane push here rages on. Looks like it's not going to have any further casualties and just get some shallow wards there for themselves. But that might they might actually be able to claim that side gold pretty early on.
One thing to also update, it looks like Smolder is now 131 stacks, so he's across the second threshold, 15.5 minutes into the game. Not particularly fast, not terribly slow. I feel like it's just a little bit slower than you would normally want it to be, so still should get towards that big burn breakpoint, early 20s like he wants to be.
I've got an idea what that speed bump is.
What's that?
I think it was the fight. The
probably that.
I think it was that.
Probably that. I mean, you can still get some stacks now. You can hit 4 people with a snot bubble.
Yeah, in the fight.
Yeah.
And then being able to control the map afterwards is another issue. Let's take a look. Galio ult is ready to follow up if Busio sees an angle. They go Maokai ult first.
Just enough to force C9 back. FlyQuest's goal there seemed to be more of just preserve the turret, buy a little bit of time versus a full-on engage. C9 just retreats, easily walks away, takes a little bit of damage and nothing more. You can see Quad and Loki both set up in the side lane, down there in the bottom side. Blade of the Ruined King completed for the Yone, makes him very, very deadly. Smolder's got to play very safe, very respectfully, but not if he has help. Loki now needs to try to escape as the Snot Bubble finds him at maximum range, and Inspired is on the hunt. Wants to chase after him, lock him up here a little bit more, chases him through the Q3, and one last hit from Quad sneezes him straight to death.
Okay, got some money, got some stacks down there. It is going to be sacrificing the top side of the map. Again, they're constantly making the cross-map plays. Remember when they sacrificed the second grub pack? They're like, you know what, after the first fight, we're totally not going to be able to fight this. Let's go for a bottom side play instead. They did the same thing here. They're like, you know what, they're going to go for Rift Herald. We make the bottom side play. We make our pick attempt on Loki. That is very valuable, getting Loki's flash and ulti down and actually getting the kill on him. Like, that member, Loki was the one who got 3 of those first 4 early kills, so quite big there. Quad will be very happy about that one, though, as you said, still has a ways to go.
And I remember, you know, years ago, Azael was always someone who called this out a lot. When teams would not have a chance at actually contesting something, but they'd all walk up there to pretend like they did, and he would always get so frustrated with teams behaving that way. FlyQuest is doing the exact opposite, and I'm glad that you pointed it out, because it's like, okay, yeah, of course you don't often want to trade a single kill for a Rift Herald, but if the only other option is to sit there and watch while they take Rift Herald, well, okay, give me the kill.
And if they're looking mid,
Inspired in some danger. They are chopping that tree down. Mom is not going to say anything about it. Nicely done from C9 to find the pick.
Yeah, Cloud9 right over the wall. Once again, they targeted Inspired. He's the first one down. They used their teleport for Loki, so they don't have their side lane push still going.
Ooh, nice. They jump in there after Bwipo, who immediately has to try to flash away, but it ain't even going to matter. Bwipo is down. Busio burns alongside him. Beautiful moves coming out from C9 yet again. Second curtain call shot, third also dodged. All three there from Masu, but it does not matter. C9 already got the fight. They already got the follow-up fight. Then they got the turret right after. It's a 3-course meal, and C9 leaves without even paying the bill.
Yeah, that was kind of sweet. They just danced on Bwipo right there and baited the Justice punch in. He tried to flash out afterwards, but it is too late. Here's another look at it. He was looking for the taunt. Loki had a really good step back and then went forward there. Actually, just so sweet jukes from him. And then he's also able to get the knockup on him. That was just clean. That was just clean. Danced on him and was able to clean up the objective afterwards too. Yeah, scratching his head after that one.
Yeah, he's going to want that back. Hey, I feel like Cloud9 heard Bwipo's trash talk, and they got an answer here in game number 2 for him.
Nice stuff. Nice stuff there. Let's see. Very healthy gold lead. With the 6 scrubs pushing power as well. Dragon number 3 on the way. And they're not going to waste any time. Immediate Rift Herald. Even though there is a counter push, FlyQuest once again trying to do the weak side trade, which is the most basic of all League of Legends strategies that you're just talking about. Don't go stare at the other team take an objective. That is 101, the first class that you enter. And they are going to hard push that one forward. So they force a trade. And with the Rift Herald, they get the tower, plus they will get the Dragon Flowers. So that is your Dragon Soul point for them. Oh, interesting. Now, there is plenty of vision here, and Vulcan's on the way to put a ward directly inside
I'm
that
cooking
Otacon
beef
pit. Make
Wagyu.
sure
Don't
nobody
get too
sneaks anything
jealous.
while they're taking the Drake. Okay, that's the only thing
that
they
a
had
steak?
to avoid right there. Any sort of
Is that like
sneak
a type
play
of steak?
from FlyQuest. Can't actually take Otacon that quickly.
No.
And it does shred your armor and MR, so gets you into a little dicey spot. All you need is your support to make sure you have some information.
Hey man, you want to talk about dicey spots? FlyQuest is not having anything even remotely resembling a fun time right now. 3,000 gold lead for C9, all 6 scrubs, 4 turrets to 2. They've got this 20-minute soul point with a Hex soul. This is just a nightmare for FlyQuest. They're in a very similar situation to what C9 had in the last game in terms of trying to find some way to make magic out of a molehill and make some sort of a way back into the game. And it's not working, man. And they don't even have the huge range of the Ezreal and the Jace to try to play the poke war off of. I feel like it's all eggs in the quad stack basket right now. He's at 198, 225 is the sweet spot. Maybe then you can play around him and try to win. But man, it's a steep hill up.
Yeah.
Oh, Otacon.
Magic Mountain is a very steep mountain.
Yeah.
Try and do well, actually, they're going to burn down Otacon here. I mean, you also have to face check. They're going through Control Ward here, through the Tri-Brush. This thing's actually...
It's falling fast. C9, they've already got the Otacon down to below 4,000 HP. FlyQuest showing up, looking to stop him. A nice equalizer comes down on top of the Tri-Brush, but Mom's ready to roar into the fight. Nobody dead on either side just yet, but Busio is taken down almost to death. Stormity barely stays alive. Masu getting away, but finally killed off by Sven. C9 claims Voracious Otacon. They kill off 3 from the side of FlyQuest, and they're not done yet. They go back in with a Fate Seal. That's number 4. Busio running away, but I don't think it matters. C9 just got another huge win.
Nice.
Voracious Blabber still on the map, too.
Such a better game from Blabber here in this second one. It's an ace for C9.
Got him.
And people may be wondering, like, are you getting like a little bit of like whiplash from game 1 to game 2 with, you know, how one-sided they've been?
Yeah, a little.
But that is kind of due to the direction the meta
What do you
has
do now,
gone
though?
with all these objectives. It does seem a bit more snowballing, and Cloud9 showing that they too, off of the early huge grub fight that they got, are going to be able to snowball off these objectives. Here's another look at it. FlyQuest did what you do need to attempt when the enemy team is forcing Otacon like this. Try and make use of the extra positioning, trapped inside there, and the extra shred. But man, they don't even kill Vulcan because, again, the honey fruit popped, and he's able to pick him up there, and they don't even take down the Alistar in their attempt. But yeah, that like you can't just let them have Otacon there. No. Unfortunately, you end up in the scenario where it is even way worse now because you all died and gave it up, and it's just kind of scuffed now. I mean, it's actually fried.
It's turbo scuffed now.
It is, yeah. It's
I'd say
cooked and
put
fried.
pedal to the metal, but the floor has rusted through on the car, and it is flying down the highway, no brakes attached. FlyQuest trying to get in there, find some sort of a pick here on Thanatos. He drops the equalizer, goes into the stasis, counterattack back onto Inspired, and he gets cooked. Thanatos still alive as the C9 cavalry arrives, and everybody on FlyQuest dies. Double kill over to Sven. Needs another shot, but he's not going to kill off Bwipo here just yet. Wants to see if the fourth one can hit Busio, but it don't even matter. C9 don't lose a man. They take out the enemy jungler and AD carry. They force their way through the tier 3 turret in the mid lane, and they're looking to do the same thing bottom. Otacon withdrawal finally going to be forced out here from a couple of Cloud9 players, but it's too little. It's too late. It's too damn tough for FlyQuest to hold on here. This bottom lane tier 3 turret evaporates. Mid lane inhibitor is gone. C9 finally trying to retreat. They're going to spend a teleport on FlyQuest's side just to pop the victorious, voracious, whatever it's called, Otacon. They waited out. Nicely done there to allow the buff to expire and get a real kill on Sven instead.
Yeah, really nice, honestly. Bwipo did invest his teleport, as he said, to do that, but FlyQuest fighting back there. Those stacks, quad here, kind of pumping inside the base as Cloud9 reach for a little bit more. They're going for 2 lanes at once there, Flowers, mid as well as the bottom side. They did end up getting that bottom side turret and finishing mid inhibitor in the aftermath. But the Otacon GA means that they instantly respawn, so they're right back up, right back out to the map in time for this Dragon. The Dragon Soul arrival here. Only thing we're looking at is Loki's in base right now. He has teleports, and he's looking to make a teleport play. There are some deep wards on the map. If you look right now,
Sven also just respawned, so since he does not have teleport, he needs to join up with the rest of the team the normal way. Loki not going to go for a super creative teleport, instead just taking the safer option, the guaranteed thing. Blabber misses the Sejuani ulti there in the mid lane. Wanted to see if he could catch Busio, but no such thing going to happen. Thanatos with a little bit of poke over the wall. Objective bounty claimed.
That's huge.
FlyQuest stops the Hex Soul.
That is huge. The defense there turns into objective bounty for FlyQuest. Now rotating over to Baron, though, Cloud9, they're the ones that are going to have the vision control. They're the ones that are going to have priority, and FlyQuest will have to walk into danger.
I don't know if they can,
Masu and Busio, or Masu and Bwipo are pretty far. Both of them have ultis and hex gates to try and use.
I don't know, man. That equalizer's been summoned up. FlyQuest's approach is so dangerous. Inspired's already at half HP, and Loki's gone in to find the first kill into Busio. It's been taking the credit. Inspired has to disengage. Shut down back into Loki, though, as Masu is still firing. Double kill over the 80 carry on FlyQuest, but there's no help left. Finally, Bwipo hits him with a taunt, trying to provide a little bit more opportunity for the damage, but Bwipo's down 2. Triple for Sven. He wants to get the magic number. He's playing Jhin. It's gotta be 4. He needs to hit him one more time. Blabber still chasing after him. Masu going for the recall, but it ain't gonna work. Blabber still in hot pursuit. Sven marching straight to the enemy nexus alongside Thanatos. Quad and Busio both back alive. Luckily, they've still got their mid laner, so FlyQuest does have a chance to hold on a little bit more as Blabber finally gets the kill on Masu. It takes so long. He's going to be dead for such an extended period of time. Sven easily sidestepping the grand entrance. The second Nexus turret is down. Quad has to retreat. Sven trying to put enough damage into the Nexus to end the game, but they don't quite have the DPS just yet. Blabber now ready to rejoin the rest of the team. They're trying to get Loki back out onto the map, going through some Hex gates. Sven and Thanatos full sending out after the Nexus. Cloud9 takes it to game 3.
Hey, Cloud9 strike back in game number 2, even it up. This one's going to be a really hype tiebreaker here. The final game of this series. Wow, what a big snowball off that early game. Of course, everybody's going to look back and think back to that grub fight.
Yep, that was the one that really determined the whole fate of the game. But don't y'all go anywhere. There is one more game left in this series to see who emerges victorious. Game 3 is coming up next. We'll be right back.
And mash me as your AD carry.
Wow, a 3-man. Holy.
That was insane.
I mean, that was insane.
Wait.
Yeah, it
oh,
was.
and then a win trade from Rek'Sai at the end?
I'm legit pogging for you.
Holy moly, dude. That was just
I'm playing versus
so
ManCloud here. This guy was
amazing.
Faker in Season 3. Not that easy,
Yo, wait, that's
but I did it.
Impaler. He said 9x report mash. This is that guy, Sneaky, who fucking typed GG to us in mid LCS
know,
game.
dude. I know.
He typed GG to you in LCS? How dare he?
No, like they failed a level 3 dive during a lane swap, and then he typed GG in all chat.
Oh, like he was super tilted, so he typed GG after they fell
Yeah,
behind.
like,
really?
like 3 minutes into the game, he's typing GG in all chat. You're just like, what the fuck?
It just reminds me of Solo. The whole fucking season against Solo and scrims, he's just like typing to the enemy team.
Here's
the
what-
whole
here's what I'm
time.
saying.
Wait, what am I listening
Poe
to?
Belter.
The voices in my head.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dude,
Oh
I
my
can't
God.
read the enemy team.
Right, League of Legends.
This is a big year of celebrations in our family. Chloe's turning 40.
Hi.
I am stepping out of retirement.
We're going to Vegas. Not a lot of people can say they can take their sister to work every day.
In this family, there has to be drama. This is insane. What?
Oh my God, Chloe got back with Lamar Odom.
Love a little chaos.
You're in the presence of greatness.
Chloe got back together with Lamar Odom.
We got into a bad wreck. Then I went to seek out Naki. We got help the very same day. It made me feel very important, like my little case was not so little, it was a huge case.
Huh? I saw an ad and they were like, Kendall said there always has to be drama in this family. And they cut over to some dude's foot stepping out of a car and he had a white sock, black ankle. And when you walk through the door, you're gonna go more on it. She's back with Lamar Odom. He had a heart attack at Bunny Ranch of all the sex. You know where Bunny Ranch is? It's like an hour and a half that way. Nevada's the only state where prostitution's legal. Carter County is the only state. It is the only county in Las Vegas where it's not legal. Come back. You go to Alabama and get your dirty.
Welcome back to the LTA North for Game 3 of FlyQuest versus C9. And the upper bracket and lower bracket have actually really delivered.
Yes.
This is the maximum number of games we have this week. Last week we had 4 2-0s. This week we have 4 series going to the third and decisive game. And Fearless, and a reminder, the winner of this next game is going to be playing 100 Thieves to determine the #1 seed at the America Stage tournament. But how did Cloud9 turn it around?
For me, it was about that big old Vulcan Alistar. Big old Alistar. He gets to prove us like why he is so good at engaging and being able to find a amazing 3-man knockup for what ended up being a clean house for, and a lot of the gold went to Loki. So Loki was an incredibly, boom! The setup was great.
The margins on this were so close too, right? Like they were FlyQuest were so close to getting a few kills coming out of this.
Yeah.
But most importantly, it was a 4-for-0 and Feet of Warfare and Grubs. And this set up absolute dominance from C9 in this early game, not just in these fights, but also around every single objective, right? Like, they got all 6 Grubs, they ended up getting Rift Herald, they got Drake stacking in a place where FlyQuest absolutely had to contest them. And so it was nice to see this type of game from C9, because this is what, when they really shone last year, it was through this huge early game dominance.
Exactly, and you do have like a snowballing composition, right? Like the fact that you're able to play with Alistar, Yone, and you're going up against like Maokai, Smolder.
Raz, I heard you didn't like some of the things about that composition.
Yeah, but you snowballed, so it worked out. Like even if I didn't like it, you got such a large lead early. And even when FlyQuest found a great dive topside, Cloud9 I still felt was able to recover, and Loki was untouched in those moments. So that was something that I was really happy with C9 in being able to, even with that one mistake they had on the top dive, maintain the lead and play well around Otacon.
Yeah, and let's pull that up when C9 acquired Otacon. They hate cats because technically this denies the second cat adoption from FlyQuest. But more importantly, to the actual play at hand, FlyQuest, I think, really tried to brute force their way through that tight corridor, get absolutely shredded by the Rumble ultimate, and then Masu on the back end just gets popped at the very end, so he was never able to find the right entrances into fights.
Yeah, and we talked about previously when FlyQuest really shone in week 1, it was through their flanking carries. But if everything has gone down, it then allowed C9 to immediately get onto Masu, get onto Quad, be able to take them out of the fights. And C9 has the perfect composition for this, right?
Yeah.
Because we talked about the Alistar already, but the Yone can go all the way across fights. Thought Loki looked really, really good in this game.
And just, we see it every game. The terrain on Otacon is just so hard to play around. Because if you all funnel through Tribush or just through any sort of corridor, it's very easy for the enemy team to be able to like manage that, especially if you're playing versus Rumble. In this exact game, Smolder was like separated from his team when he was going through Tribush, and basically the entire team was taking a fight while you're like, okay, like I'm the most fed, but how do I get through there?
Oh no!
Cloud9, calm down.
They even photoshopped in the little,
They got the pick.
Cloud9 is ready. This, of course, refers to an actual top lane tier list Bwipo put out. And he said you can't blind Rumble on blue because you're going to be played into Galio.
Yeah.
They knew exactly what was coming. Shut him down. I hope this banter continues, quite honestly, because you know if Bwipo wins, he's doing the same thing to Cloud9.
Absolutely.
Especially if it's in an interview. If he's getting an interview, he's like, all right, I've got my speech prepared. So I think like the point about Otacon, the point about like terrain, like a lot of these fights, FlyQuest was just separated and not really able to play the fights coherently. So going into the next game, definitely going to be another focus on team fights. That has been the series so far. C9 was able to find some great ones in the second game and carry the goal lead through. So wonder what the composition is going to be like, Emily.
Yeah, I honestly think it's just the game now, right?
True.
We saw it in our first series as well, because we have so many rigid timers around neutral objectives. Even if you have something where you want to be able to split the map and have control in side lanes, it still needs to be able to pull off a lot of these 5v5 fights. What I think is interesting is, like, I thought C9 had a lot of really good range in their composition in game 1. I like Raz had some reservations about their composition in game 2, but they lost game 1 and then they won game 2.
Yeah, and I'm also thinking about what is missing in Fearless. As you can see, a little bit more prep trying to go into what your priorities are going to be now, with what is effectively going to be 26 bans before the first pick ends up being taken. Currently, Renekton and Gnar both still up for Thanatos, which has got to feel great.
That feels amazing.
When you're moving into game 3 of this series, Bwipo can play a whole bunch of champions, but with the bread and butter being open for Thanatos, that's at least one thing that I think Cloud9 can be pretty happy about.
Especially since I think the Smolder pick isn't really going to harm what you've been practicing regularly. Even though Smolder has been, like last year, the pick that you play into Yone, I think Quad has a lot in his bag anyway, so I think it's not going to impact him that much.
Yeah, we are very close to being able to get into this next game. We have seen some of these Game 3 Fearless be draft diffed, because if you get cornered a little bit with what you think is a good lane matchup, your overall team comp can be bad, so it's putting these coaches and teams to the test early on. Flowers, take it away.
Oh, we're ready. Let's do this. Third game, final game only of this series, not of the day. A reminder, ladies and gentlemen, whoever wins this one and secures their ticket to Brazil will then immediately play a best of one against 100 Thieves to decide who is our first seed and who is our second seed in our Americas format playoffs, where our top 4 go against Brazil's top 4 here in a couple of weeks. Kobe, are you ready?
Oh, I'm ready, baby. Let's get into game number 3 here. One apiece. Early games have been critically important in this series thus far, both showcasing that they can snowball and continue to chain these objectives on the map to run it all the way through. I do like how they're leading in, talking about the evolution now with Fearless down on this draft. Top lane has been a big topic just because Bwipo has been so outspoken. But also bottom lane really becomes critical here because it depends on like which type of comp you want to continue playing in this game. Is there still going to be like heavy dive, and we raise the priority on like Xayah Rakan combinations? Rakan is off the table now, so if you wanted to do the super safety of Xayah into a dive comp, then you would have to have some other support paired with it. But there we go. There's the Renekton. That's at least one of the 2 they were talking about for Thanatos off the board. And Bessa also still not going to enter this series.
Exactly. The way that I'm looking at that, as soon as you see the Renekton second ban from FlyQuest, if you're C9, you know they want Ambessa first pick, and they will slam it if they get the opportunity. So they ban that out second. Aurora and Skarner, both still not allowed to be played in this one. Varus going to be banned out here as well.
Okay, so if the Kalista question that we had last game for last ban, it represents itself. I guess they still go with it here and do want to take that one off. So we're going to be in a possible Kai'Sa like Ashe world.
No, Kai'Sa's Fearless banned. This is just the
he's doing it because of his he always does the shout out. But Ashe, Misfortune.
Ashe will be the choice. Okay. Remember, this has been banned out in the previous games, was not able to be played because of the standard bans, but this time around, because of everything in Fearless, Ashe managed to slip through the cracks as Ambessa and Renekton took that priority in the first half of the draft. So FlyQuest will put Masu on that one.
You can already start to think about like dive stuff that is going to be able to punish the low mobility carries. Ziggs would be something that can follow up on some dive, and certainly that ultimate will be very, very useful in those team fights. So also opens up for the roaming supports for Vulcan. Ziggs very good in wave clear as the game goes on too. So some flexibility here for Cloud9 in answer. Makes you also think about their AD options for solo lanes as well.
Okay,
that would be a massive team fight.
Yeah, Wukong is one of those champions that you're seeing a lot in pretty much everywhere. So the fact that he makes it through to game 3 of the Fearless feels fine for the side of C9.
Yeah, as soon as they see the Ashe that has no escape, they're like, okay, Wukong quite good into that. Ziggs ultimate over the top. That should be most of an Ashe health bar.
The combo goes wombo, my friend.
It truly does. All right.
Ooh.
Oh, let's buff that health bar up, Flowers. You want some shields on that health bar?
Yeah. Some shields powered by some thrift store items that only cost 2,100 gold because they're made for support.
Little Ivern shield, little redemption on top of you. That'll make you feel nice and cozy here. The Ivern did come back to bite them now. FlyQuest dropping right into that one. So they've got it really covered here then. They'll have massive engage options with utility of Ashe Nautilus as well as Ivern, and just frees FlyQuest up to have really heavy damaging solo lanes. Like they can pick Quad and Bwipo, some good DPS here, and have a very secure team fight because of all their utility already snatched up.
Just absolutely insane lockdown. Ivern Root Collar, Ashe Arrow plus the follow-up slows, Nautilus existing. These 3 champions have that taken care of. The answer from C9, they're going for a Taliyah.
All right, Taliyah plus Wukong, not too shabby of a mid-jungle here. We'll see about what they want to deny then, because with jungle and bottom lanes just taking, I guess your protection banning for your Talia in mid now. I mean, there's just so many options for Quad, though. His champion pool is really, really deep. They're a little bit worried about the lane matchup there with the Orianna and the problems that another shielding champion would present to their AoE wombo that they want to get off with their first pick and second pick here for Cloud9. So taking away the Orianna definitely does seem very like a very strong choice here. What else could Talia possibly be worried about?
Well, on the other side, though, FlyQuest continuing to focus the top lane. Gnar going to be banned away for their 4th ban. The final ban for C9 will be the Hui, another mid laner, like you're talking.
And another one that can also provide the shield. So they're again taking away 2 of these mages from mid lane that would fit so nicely in for FlyQuest.
Do we go top lane here again, though, as 5th ban for Fly?
That's most of what you're looking at with Thanatos. So they have one to kind of splash here if they want, and there they do. Okay. So a Mumu support. It would be a Mumu support game from Vulcan. They don't want, again, more things to layer with this AoE that we saw in the very early picks for Cloud9. So they want to take that Amumu setup out of the game too.
All right, what's it going to be, C9? I expect to see the support locked in here, leave that top lane for the final pick, the Bard.
So when we saw the Ziggs and we were talking about, oh, he's great for wave clear and letting a support, roaming support link into this game, that's a quintessential roaming support right there, Flowers. Also, it's quite good, and I think one of the underrated things is the picks that you can get with Bard. The ultimate burning cooldowns, trying to pick people off in side lanes.
Game 3.
Since FlyQuest often pick very, very structured 5-on-5 front-to-back compositions. If you could try and prey on their side lanes, you know, split with a Talia, have a Bard roaming around to put extra pressure on trying to get picks in kind of the downtime between objectives, then you can set yourself up that way.
Great combo with the Ziggs ulti too. Bard throws the Tempered Fate from 2 miles away. As long as Ziggs gets the timing right, then you follow it up with the Mega Inferno Bomb also from 2 miles away. Easy, massive AoE, and we are going to see plenty of damage locked in those solo lanes for FlyQuest, just like you were talking about. The Victor for Quad and the Urgot for Bwipo. This is one of those picks he actually tweeted out a couple of days ago when he was going live on his stream. Play Urgot before it gets nerfed. This is free LP. You should be playing this on ladder. He's playing it right now.
He is a very good Urgot, loves Urgot, a very, very strong champion in the 5-on-5s. When we see FlyQuest and Bwipo pilot it, he'll go second item Sterix and then use those Ivern Shields. He's like, Ivern Shields on me, because I am going in. And he'll be like frontline Urgot. But we got the counter here. Thanatos goes with the Camille. So both junglers definitely going to have to pay attention to that lane. I hope that we do get the standard lanes, because I think the standard lanes will provide a really fun game where you have a Ziggs, you know, wave clear down here, and then possible roamings from both Nautilus and Bard, and then you get to see the Camille matchup into the Urgot here. Thanatos, a very strong laner. I want to see about the jungler visitation up to that top side. Of course, Wukong is so much more potent at level 6.
Yeah.
To really try and bring something about
Maybe
there.
one day we get do right.
All right, let's do it. FlyQuest versus C9. Game number 3 in this best of 3. Winner punches their ticket to Brazil. Guarantees you are at minimum number 2 from North America, heading to that America's playoffs. You're feeling great. You're ready to go into the tiebreaker. Well, I guess it's not really a tiebreaker, but more like the seeding match, best of 1 right after. Loser isn't eliminated. Still going to get to have another chance next week on Sunday to play for the opportunity to go as the 3rd or 4th seed. FlyQuest having the game 1 control pretty much from start to finish, although they stalled out a little bit in the mid game. C9 control over the second game in the same kind of way. It was that 4-for-nothing fight in the topside river, and FlyQuest never got their footing back.
And if we're looking at these two comps, like we talked about in Champ Select, they're coming in with 2 very different priorities. It is Cloud9 trying to control a lot of side lane plays in the mid game. They have really good split push. They have the roaming support in the Bard to try and make picks. Camille and Taliyah are so good when the map opens up and you can try and make those picks with these solo laners. And FlyQuest have got their very classic, super strong, almost fortress-like composition here. That is very, very solid in the 5-on-5s. And they have the extra added benefit of the Ashe Hawk shots for extra vision to be able to play kind of those tenuous times in the game where you are rotating between objectives or you're trying to tend to the side lanes. And the lane swap does get off here. So wards in the side. And they're going to walk right up through the side brush. Busio's being sneaky about it.
Yeah. FlyQuest finally going to reveal what's going on here with the lane swap. They'll put Busio and Masu up into the top side. Thanatos just has to back away. Bwipo going to be on the receiving end of the same kind of hurt down here in the bottom lane. Starts off with that disdain to try to dodge some of this poke, but Ziggs and Bard, not very fun for poor old Urgot.
Yeah, he took a lot more damage because he was really trying to get an experience range. I mean, Thanatos ideally was too, and they have increased the experience range that you can still get it from and try and soak. Just on the edge of it there, and Bwipo's going to immediately teleport back level 1.
Okay, he misses the first minion, but he's back in time for the second one. Be able to absorb most of this. You can also see top lane. I like the patience that we saw from Masu on the Ashe. Once Thanatos proc the adaptive shield on the passive, Masu knows the timer. He waits for the shield to fall before he fired off the auto into the volley to just guarantee you're maximizing the trade potential there in that 2v1. Make sure you're bullying the Camille.
This is interesting here. So Inspired is hovering as level 2 Ivern, and they even question mark pinged his own channeled camps on his blue side because he was unsure.
Whoa, Flash Disdain comes out from Bwipo, and now with Inspired down here in the bottom lane, Sven is under pressure. A lot of damage under the Cloud9 carry here in the bottom lane, but a heal from Vulcan barely keeps Sven alive.
Yeah, Sven, Flash, Vulcan, heal, they stay alive. That was so close there at the edge of tower as well, and Inspired had been hovering around here. As we said, still the level 2 on Ivern, but can easily go back to the rest of his camps. They will respawn way later, though, and Bwipo also now, without Flash, has to worry about Blabber coming down on this Wukong to pressure him because he's already used his teleport to get back after the big chunk at level 1 and his teleport now in avoiding that one. So it does get a little bit more dangerous for him since Cloud9 should know, hey, you know, Inspired has to at some point go collect his top camps and get those channels. Looks like Blabber's not going to come apply any extra pressure. They're like, you know what? Level 4 Urgot is way too much. The turret ramping damage now is way too much.
Yeah.
And they don't go for anything extra risky here. And will just be the teleport used for Masu for the swap back.
And you could see there, because we were, what's the word, hovering, selecting, whatever. Bwipo's Urgot down there in the bottom lane as we were watching the recall does go for 2 points into the queue early on. I watch Quanta, who's the challenger Urgot player from North America. This is the same tech that he does. Although you max out the W, the Purge first at level 9 to maximize your damage, remove the cooldown from that, turn it into a toggle. The early 2 points on Q gives you the extra slow as well as the extra last hitting and trading potential in lane that can just make those early laning moments feel a lot more playable. So Bwipo is the exact kind of player that I expect to do his homework on these different champions, on these niche picks, and it looks like he's doing just that.
And especially do that in the lane swap scenario where you need to be able to grab those. So now after he meets back up on top side, Thanatos coming through with the Camille with a slight CS lead for himself. For Mr. Thanatos, bottom side, pretty even there as Ivern once again shadowing. They know that Sven does not have Flash, but can he get a good satchel? There you go.
Yep, the satchel takes him away to safety. Busio does Spider-Man to the wall, so he would have been able to lock up Sven with the auto. Sven's satchel gets him away from that, so he's still not under any meaningful pressure. He'll take this opportunity, go for a recall, refill the mana, already stacking that tier on the Ziggs.
And now you're seeing what I was talking about with the delayed respawn timers of your camps for Ivern, because even though he had done the channeling and his top side was ready to get picked up, since he had hovered behind with Bwipo to go for that bottom side play, Inspired's camps are going to respawn way later, and so Blabber gets this little bit of lead on Wukong slightly, as his have just been straightforward, cleared from top to bottom, and he gets his second clear off in time to go meet up for grubs afterwards. Inspired now going to go meet up with Whipple as well, and since Busio is the first support to mid again, Busio is going to help the push out here for Quad, and they should be able to take those grubs. This time around, though, Vulcan's not making that kind of delayed Alistar roam up towards mid to fight the grubs. They're just saying, handshake, you know what? It's fine. We will take.
Observed how quickly Inspired's plant-based champion could take the grubs. In game number 3, we will observe how slowly Inspired's plant-based champion can take the grubs.
That's why he needs Whipple's shotgun-based champion. Blow them up.
My favorite pairing with plants, shotguns.
Yes, exactly.
An Ohio classic.
And chainsaws.
They take care of that. They'll secure all 3 grubs. Like you said, they traded away for the first Drake. C9 securing that one for themselves. So 1 neutral objective to 1 is the count. Nice. 7 minutes into the game. No kills on the board yet for either side. And to me, Kobe, what I'm looking at is C9. Thanatos and Loki, like you were talking about, with these solo laners that are so good at roaming around, causing chaos, setting up picks. Now's when I want to see it. We got the ultis.
Yeah, and the game plan's here for them to, ooh, Thanatos to the side, pops his passive shield.
Whippo not going to have any of that, though. Blabber ready to join. The Hextech ultimatum has already been issued. Thanatos is low, but Blabber's making sure that he doesn't give Whippo any sort of an angle to use the harpoon. Easy first blood for Blabber.
Yeah, doesn't even have to use his ulti. So this Wukong that just got first blood, extra money funneled in towards Trinity Force here, still has ulted flash. That is really scary for FlyQuest members.
Right there.
Very nice stuff here for Blabber. That was the last like 25 seconds of Whipple's flash cooldown, by the way, that he had used in avoiding or trying to make the play on the lane swap on bottom half of the map. So that was a good timing from Cloud9, still tracking his flash timer.
You want to talk about good timing? How about an Ash arrow from all the way downtown? Loki, there's just nothing you can do once the thing connects. Easy setup for Quad.
Nice one. Masu the sniper. The Ash, such a good utility pick there for FlyQuest so often. That is honestly dream.
Yeah, that's perfect, man.
That was crazy. Nailed him, headshot, easy kill. Talk about it. I mean, I guess both members of opposite teams got pretty easy kills handed to them. Like Blabber didn't have to do the work to get that Whippo kill. That work was done by his teammates. You know, the bottom side when the flash was blown, and then Thanatos signing him up. So Blabber was like, "Oh, thank you so much for the super free gold." Same thing for Quad. Thank you so much, Masu, for the accurate arrow across the map.
Team game, League of Legends. Got to depend on your teammates a little bit. Nicely done. I mean, and especially for FlyQuest in the mid lane, it's the same thing as if your opponent disconnects for a second. You get a free kill, but now you get assist money too.
Yeah, and honestly, well, we'll see about the fight over this vision as...
Okay, Blabber going in after Inspired, immediately focusing that enemy jungler, but now he could be in some danger as Quad's going right back after him. The Gravity Well going to slow down the Wukong. Inspired trying to stay away, but Blabber's ready to flash after him. Daisy trying to protect the Ivern, but it ain't going to work. Now Quad in danger here too. He will drop as well. Loki gets revenge. C9 gets 2, and Busio gets the hell away. There's nothing left for him to fight as C9 win the scrap.
That was beautiful, and that was also the difference, meaning Blabber still having his flash and ultimate, not having to use them to get the first blood. He goes straight for Inspired, and even though they knock in Quad closer to the team, he has confidence that Loki will be able to finish the kill on Victor, and he chases the Ivern. So look at this. They're at least going to get 1 kill here, but the fact that they're able to get both is the exceptional part. It's the ultimate from Vulcan to lock down the Victor, and you were talking about the synergies between him and the rest of the squad. It allowed Loki to be able to shove him in and then flash fall to get the quad kill. And Blabber said, you know what, you guys have that one covered. I'll get the Ivern as well. And Cloud9 get their first feat. 3 kills just like that, Flowers.
Nicely done for C9. Game number 3 looking good for them. 1,000 gold ahead. 10 seconds till our second set of grub spawns.
It is so dangerous to have this early Wukong spike too. Wukong with early Trinity Force, and because of the action too, his boots even come in a little bit quicker, and he's got his free boots already arrived. Blabber is actually the god right now, so they are going to take over Grubs this time around, and FlyQuest say, yep. Yeah,
Oh,
yes,
nice.
sir. No problem. Those are yours.
No
Yes, sir,
issue.
Mr. Blabber, sir. Go ahead.
You know what? I think if you're Cloud9, you are loving Fearless Draft because you didn't get to play any more Vi. Vi is gone, and now Blabber is just running the show in games 2 and 3.
Well,
Fearless works in mysterious ways, Kobe.
Yeah, it truly does. Monkey King.
He's monkeying around in this one. 2-0-1, up in farm, up in kills, up in assists, up in objectives. It's nothing but up, up, up for the monkey.
It's still fun, too, to watch where these two teams are going to progress to, because no matter where we are in the game, as long as it hasn't been completely blown open, FlyQuest have a massive team fight available to them, especially since some of the money still, I mean, Quad got the early kill, even though he ended up dying, you know, it doesn't like take away your kill, so he still got his money, and I don't think he lost too much CS during his death timer, but you know their 5-on-5 will be solid with the Ivern, you know, with the Victor, as long as they have front to back fighting set up for them. And it will be fun to track, can Cloud9 with this advantage, and especially all these objectives that they're getting because of it, with the 2 dragons now and the extra grubs for themselves, will they be able to put onto display the strength of the side lanes here in this draft? Having the Taliyah and Camille, like we talked about, is going to be so fun once the outer towers go down. And then also with Vulcan already hitting 1 good Bard ultimate, we'll see if he can continue to force cooldowns out of FlyQuest. Currently, he is hovering on top side, looking to see if he can get anything out of Whippo. Even a flash would be good, but Whippo nicely here, just in the fog of war. No unnecessary extra information given over.
And with the second Drake claimed by C9, they now also have the feats of strength completely sewed up, done up, taken care of. 13 minutes into the game, the extra move speed, especially going to help with what you're talking about, trying to outmaneuver your opponents around. Make sure you're there just that little bit quicker. That might be the difference between being able to catch somebody before they recall or get back to the safety of their team. And as Whippo gets another wave crashing into the turret of Thanatos here in the top lane, Cloud9 is still ahead pretty much any way you look at it. However, the gold lead is not insurmountable like you're talking about. As long as it doesn't get completely out of control, FlyQuest could have one of those big team fight moments. Moonstone Renewer completed for Inspired. I touched on this a little bit back in the draft. The low prices help out even when you're behind. Busio is going to be your target as C9 goes in. Hextech ultimatum on the FlyQuest support, and Busio is already down. Nicely done from Vulcan there with a Tempered Fate onto Inspired, and now they're looking to go after Whippo here too. Inspired gets away. Whippo trying to escape. The flash is not enough, and Thanatos takes another one. It's a 5-1 game for C9.
Yeah, Thanatos had just finished his Trinity Force after, before walking back. Whippo stuck around here. You can see he wanted the turret plate money. It was like 1 more auto worth to try and get that turret plate. And so the rest of both teams come up. And when both teams come up, your Fed Wukong is coming up, and the other team just has the Ivern that's trying to sit behind you, and really good combination of Camille ultimate into Wukong ultimate. The Fed Wukong really being the difference here, being able to get the early kill and the chase through. Vulcan here on the Bard had been camping around waiting for this play. And then, yeah, this is the turret plate I'm talking about. Whippo goes back. He's like, that thing's so low. That is juicy. And you can see Vulcan comes up. Busio comes up. Blabber comes up. Inspired is here. And it is really already Nautilus ult has been used, and so they just go straight for him. Thanatos, very nicely done with his Hextech ultimatum to lock him in and ensure that Blabber is going to get an easy one there. And then they continue the chase, and they still get another one because Thanatos also has Trinity Force. It's not just the Wukong threat. Both of them are in Trinity Force spikes. And so now Thanatos also getting a kill for himself. Your side lanes become so unplayable so quickly for FlyQuest.
This one's about to get even worse. Bwipo in danger. The hook shot already finds him to start things off. Bwipo getting away for now. Ash Arrow comes in from a long way away, and now it's danger for Blabber. He flashes out to guarantee safety for the Mega Inferno Bomb, but now it's Masu in some trouble. He goes down. The Mega Inferno Bomb was coming from his own side. I'm getting so lost in all the stuff flying back and forth here between these teams, man. It was just C9 start to finish. Every time FlyQuest is trying something, C9 is beating them.
Yeah, they catch him in transition there. And like the outer towers had not even gone down, and already Cloud9 are making so many side lane plays here. This one starting out on the side lane, and Thanatos now getting solo gold here for the Camille 2. Ooh. Scales so nicely. Sven with the Ziggs bomb gets another one. That is 2 outers for 1. Cloud9. Huge stuff here. Now we really get to see them flex their side lane muscles with all of these globals. And your Wukong at the top of the charts, like this is actually dream scenario here.
So you're talking about FlyQuest teamfight can still triumph as long as they aren't too far behind. What is 3,000 gold and 2 dragons at 16 minutes? This is starting to feel a little dicey for FlyQuest.
Yeah, it really depends on exactly which item breakpoints we're sitting on. Because like the gold value is starting to get a little bit like worrisome, but can still fight it depending on your actual item breakpoints.
Okay.
Like Bwipo, we still need to get Bwipo to first item here for FlyQuest. Similar for Busio. And then it's going to be about, can we actually get a good setup to it? No.
That is not a good setup. That is a Hextech ultimatum locking up the Nautilus, and he is out of there. Bwipo wanted to come in and try to help, but instead it's an Urgot-shaped loot pinata, but a 1-for-1 trade with Blabber makes it a little bit better for the side of FlyQuest. They're still going to lose a 2-for-1 in favor of C9 in that exchange.
And then that should just be a.
Whenever,
I mean, they don't have Blabber, but they could still. I guess they're not going to take the dragon. Try and tend to their waves first. Thanatos Rado push in. Ooh, they want to try and pincer Inspired down there.
Ooh, maybe.
Loki already used his wall though.
Yeah, there's no Weaver's Wall makes this very difficult to do.
Inspired has Flash.
He's trying to just get his Krugs. Vulcan is in the enemy jungle, placing down some vision. Inspired gonna walk through here. Vulcan sees him, wanted to go for the binding, but Inspired immediately turning right back around, just ends up accidentally stepping out of the way.
Okay. So they don't actually lose that much, despite them losing the extra kill in that fight, of course, because they're still able to tend to the minion waves there and catch those. And then Cloud9 on respawn will be able to go collect Dragon number 3 and get themselves 2 soul point. Quad here, it is imperative for FlyQuest dreams of still being able to win that teamfight flowers. It is imperative that Quad still gets the majority of the gold income. Like, they really need this Victor to be massive. Yeah. The AoE potential is definitely there from him. And if they can utilize that Ivern to keep him safe, then that's going to be their big possibilities as for winning that team fight later on. So once again, they go for the trade. You know, that they don't want to go unnecessarily into Cloud9 territory and contest around Dragon. So just grab your consolation prize of the Rift Herald instead. And that thing, hopefully, they'll be able to use it to just knock down mid-turret and get that gold for themselves.
Well, last game I was a little bit scared for FlyQuest because they had to deal with a C9 that was on soul point 20 minutes in. This time, C9's at soul point 18 minutes into the game. So very scary stuff for FlyQuest to have to deal with. They're going to have to approach these neutral objectives, these dragons, so carefully too, because if anybody is slightly off pace, slightly too far ahead or too far behind, the pick-off power that Taliyah and Camille could get it done. Speaking of getting picked off, Vulcan flashes away to guarantee that he doesn't die here in the topside river.
Oh, Quad wanted that money so bad. That was very, very close to being a bursty kill. Victor combo, full combo used there off the initiation from Busio. You know, brush advantage is very dangerous, Flowers. So Cloud9 themselves, despite the advantage in this game, have to be a little bit careful when they're transitioning, trying to get into their positions, because they're the ones looking for picks, but so are FlyQuest. And if you give over an extra kill to that Victor, you know, Shadow Flame is going to be upon you quickly, and the Victor from Arcane might show up in your game.
This is the scary Arcane champ. Why not so much today? Victor, yes. Whippo farming up
Did we
here
just
on
hear an Urgot growl? Was that what that was, or was that you?
No, I went, ooh.
Okay.
No, I don't think Urgot growls. I don't know.
It sounded like a very like a noise that sort of monster would make.
Okay, well, I'm going to take that as I could be spooky Urgot in a Halloween haunted house. I'll take that. Maybe that's this year's Halloween costume idea. Yeah, spooky Urgot. I'll take that. Sure, why not? Also, worth pointing out here, on the side of C9, 7 assists for Vulcan on this Bard. Has been a huge maker of plays, setter-upper of opportunities for the side of C9. Also has the Mikhails so far, ready to free anybody that might get caught by an Ash Arrow.
Also, I want to highlight how important it is for Quad to farm. We were just talking about that. They just had Inspired as well as Busio hovering behind him to make sure he can get this wave, make sure we still have gold income for this Victor. You know, we need him to be able to carry the damage in this team fight. Of course, you know, Whippo and Masu are going to do their parts. As 2 items does come in for Masu here, and the Black Cleaver at least is going to help shred as well. But now we're going to have that big grouping. Whippo here trying to push out bottom lane for FlyQuest and get the answer of the outer tower. That thing's pretty low, honestly.
Like and subscribe.
So even though Loki's moving
hit
over,
the follow button, please.
Whippo here trying to blow that thing up.
Yup, just wants to put all the damage in there, get a little bit more money for himself and the rest of the team. Turret destroyed. That'll be the second one of the game for FlyQuest, tied up 2-2 in that count. But Kobe, it is now sub 2 minutes until what will be the Dragon Soul spawns if Cloud9 takes it.
Okay, Shadow Flame achieved for Quad though. You know, their farming efforts have been rewarded. The Victor here does feel nice despite the big gold advantage that still is there on Wukong. You know, and of course, Blabber is a huge threat to the backline of FlyQuest. Victor and Ash both being low mobility, but they have a lot of appeal to them on this FlyQuest squad. And Locket of the Iron Slaw just finished here for Busio too. So that, plus the redemption from Inspired, plus Inspired shields itself, like, even though Victor and Ash don't have dashes available to them, they have a lot of teammates trying to keep them up in these team fights. So we'll see if Cloud9 can get their picks continuously, because I really want to see if Thanatos Camille pick here will pay off. Like, I kept on hyping up the side lanes, Flowers, but you know, that was action-packed in the earlier stages, but hasn't quite been so here for the last couple of minutes. And currently, Thanatos is pushing out on top side first. He just got to his 2-item power spike 2 with Sterix, so he's building a little bit for teamfight 2, trying to get the Sterix life, the extra shield here, if they do have to go all in on the commit.
Also worth noting the Spirit Visage, second fully completed item on Whippo. This magnifies the amounts of shields and heals you receive, so he's betting on that Ivern like you talked about back in the draft. Whippo is not afraid to say, Inspired, put that on me. And this is only going to make that more powerful for him on the front line.
All right, so we've basically hit a lot of 2-item parity here for these two teams. So FlyQuest now should be thinking, you know, it is very possible for us, as long as we cautiously move in, to get a good setup on one of these fights and actually take the fight.
And it looks like they are ready to contest here for the Cloud Soul. Daisy going to lead the way for FlyQuest. Immediate arrow back on Busio. He is dead before the fight even starts. Beautiful follow-up with a Tempered Fate from Vulcan. Now a ton of damage as Blabber flashes forward for the Wukong ulti. Everybody on FlyQuest goes into the blade here. You wanted to talk about a careful fight. That was the exact damn opposite. Beautifully done from C9 to wipe him off the face of the rift.
You can say that again. That was
beautiful fight from C9 to wipe him off the face of the rift.
Thank you. That was actually so quick there. Zero hesitation. Immediately snap, engage there for Cloud9. They split them up. They take care of business so quickly that the tower disappears before your eyes. The dragon disappears before your eyes, Flowers. FlyQuest disappeared before your eyes. Look at this. Immediately, as they're coming in, teleport from Thanatos on the other side. The Talia wall splits everyone away from the Nautilus, and it's immediately a 4-5. Immediately there.
Talia wall split everybody away, and then Vulcan binds Busio into the Talia wall.
Actually crazy stuff.
He gets destroyed, and as soon as he's down, everybody else on C9, they smell the blood in the water, and they're just munching on whatever's left of the FlyQuest corpses.
Actually, just crazy stuff there. Put up the wall and then pin him to the wall. And then they got the seismic shove afterwards too. And while you were looking on that right side, the left side for Thanatos, I think was really cool too, because the rest of his team was all focused on that kill. But Thanatos, he then held his E and then flashed it in onto Masu and that's why the team fight was so quick. Immediately after they took down Busio, he was able to just delete Masu on the other side of it. He stays alive because of the Sterix, and now Cloud9, with the advantage that they got off of that team fight, FlyQuest now are in kind of desperation mode, trying to just keep some vision around these critical objectives.
And for those of you that didn't notice, hold on, never mind, we got another fight breaking out. Blabber a little bit too far forward. Thanatos there with them. Blabber might just die here as Sven nearly drops to the Chaos Storm back in the mid lane. The shutdown on Blabber. Credit goes over to Bwipo.
C9 are so split there. We gotta listen in on what the calls were at that point, because that was just Thanatos and Blabber down there. Rest of them trying to split towards mid. Quad now though. Maybe that was it. Now Otacon is actually under attack. They're teleporting up to contest.
Okay,
Otacon's going down.
FlyQuest are seeing their opportunity back into the game here, and C9 know they got to try to stop it. FlyQuest got the Otacon down to 3K, 2K, 1,000, secured by Inspired and FlyQuest. Vulcan's here on the front line, but he's going to get locked up. Busio flashing forward, looking to follow him, but he ain't going to find what he's looking for here just yet. Instead, going to be bursted down, taken low, finally withdraws. Thanatos trying to clean up Masu. It's a withdrawal from him as well. Bwipo's very low. FlyQuest are going to lose all these Otacon buffs only for Thanatos.
Whew. Okay, so Cloud9, while they do lose out on the Otacon, they still clean up afterwards. And honestly, with the change, the extra 200 gold there, they still have time to reset, so they got some decent rewards, even though they don't technically count as
including
kills.
2 cats.
Man, that was so spread out, though, because we were trying to watch Thanatos and Blabber here in the river, right in the middle of FlyQuest and all their Iron Brushes. But then on the right side, Quad ended up in the enemy jungle, sectioned off. So honestly, we have to do some investigation and some replays there, because FlyQuest, though, they're starting Baron out, burning it down. Bwipo doing circles on it.
Yeah, they are doing a lot of damage here to the Baron. Thanatos only just now respawning. He's going to the teleport to try to join up with the rest of the fight. Vulcan's taking low, but he gets back out with a magical journey. Blabber creating space here in the middle of everybody. The Baron's still down to about 5,000 HP. FlyQuest trying to figure out what they want to do. Bwipo is nearly killed. Thanatos on the flank, but not committing here just yet. Bwipo is about to die. FlyQuest have lost their support, and they've got to keep trying to run. Inspired taken low now as well. Quad still had his false life, but he's back in the base. Masu and Bwipo are all alone, stranded here in the top lane, and FlyQuest gets destroyed again. 18-4. C9 is team fighting better.
Back to the Baron, same result, Flowers. They wipe them off. Cloud9 this time around will be able to get the objective. Actually, Thanatos wastes no time. He's already pushing. As soon as he gets to the tower, they're going to get the Baron to be able to continue it. I mean, full reset here. Baron is going to be the thing that pushes all the lanes over the edge. They already have a really powerful way to play the entire map. Here's another look at it, though. Vulcan going to once again start that one off. Then Blabber goes in, clones back out to delay. Very necessary right there. And even though that hook lands, it's just onto the Bard, and it was a really good seismic shove, catching the extra member in. And once they get that, it's kind of the heart of the team. No Victor, no team fight victory for them, and also no escape for Masu.
No way out. FlyQuest, you can see some frustration on the face there of Masu. C9 having a great game 3 here. Earlier today, we saw the upset of 100 Thieves taking down TL.
We back into it?
C9's in a great spot to do the same thing here to FlyQuest, to the reigning LCS champions from last year, as Busio now going to get caught out here a little bit again. Bwipo trying to turn things back around into Thanatos with his team behind him. FlyQuest hasn't lost anybody, but they are hurt. Mega Inferno Bomb comes in, the Redemption trying to heal up the FlyQuest squad as they continue retreating away from the unraveled Earth. C9, the War Machine, is still chugging along, and it will bulldoze this tier 2 turret.
Actually clean here. Going to finish up very quickly. Continue pushing on the next one. Quad just bought the Void Staff here. He's level 16 on the Victor, but the game has really spiraled out of control so quickly. They're no longer at item parity, that's for sure. It's a 10,000 gold lead, so a necessary Void Staff, but it's just a drop in the bucket, honestly. A little bit way too far behind. Wait a second, they're going to go for another trap play.
Yeah, they're setting up here. Okay, the Blue Ward does find it. But no, Bwipo just walks up anyway, instead straight into the unraveled Earth. Here on the front line, Thanatos trying to survive, but he's going to be pulled into the Bwipo grinder. He gets the fear onto 2, but a 1-for-1 trade there with the top laners, both dropping dead. FlyQuest, their health bars are so close to 0, and C9's looking to finish the job. Inspired dies to the Comet. Sven takes him out. Huge plays yet again. I just can't say it enough. C9 is team fighting better than FlyQuest, start to finish in game number 3.
C9 have an open pathway towards the base. 2 flowers, Baron buff on, 4 members up. They're gonna finish it.
Nobody stands in their way. They are going straight to the Nexus. They are going straight to Brazil. They will punch that ticket. They will guarantee a top 2 spot heading into this first America-style playoffs. And now they've got a date set with 100 Thieves coming up next to decide who's going to be number 1 heading into that event. GGC9 2-1.
Yeah, we've got more action coming your way already. The 100 Thieves TL matchup was just incredible action. And now off the back of this game 3, this hype Cloud9 over FlyQuest series here, we're going to run straight into that side selection. Jat's already ready with the interview. Jat, what do they have to say?
Thanks, Kobe. We're going to have a coin flip for side selection in that final game soon. But Vulcan, a day of upsets, how does it feel? And was it an upset for you to take down FlyQuest here 2-1?
Not really an upset. I mean, me and Sven are back. Like, we're just running the server. It's nothing new.
Okay. Just like old times, just like that?
Like the good old days, just 5 years ago, but we're back now.
Yeah. You also promised to translate a Loki interview, but he's running away. But how has it been? How has it been playing with the new players?
Sven's here. Well, I was going to say something rude and mean, but now that Sven's here, I will have to refrain from that. But no, I think Loki's been really good. I think he has a great mind for the game, and he's like very open to criticism and overall great attitude. And I think, as you guys can see in this series and the previous one, I think he's a really, really good player. And you'll only get better from here. So I have great hopes for Loki.
Insane PR. Insane PR. PR machine.
Thank you. Okay, what's the anti-PR for this then?
What's the question?
I think it was basically how is it to play with the new players?
It's been alright. We had like our issues. Like I think the first 2-3 weeks we were stomping everyone in scrims. Then this week we kind of like lost some games. We don't talk about this. We had like some terrible days where we've been like 3-3 against like bad teams. We got like mental breakdowns every other day. But I think we all persevered. So yeah, C9's back.
Game 1 in the series didn't seem like it was
C9
going well.
versus 100 Thieves.
I mean, they were just diving in between your turrets, but then you turn it around, and this game 3 was, I mean, both game 2 and 3 felt pretty one-sided for C9. What changed?
Honestly, the draft was so much better than theirs in the second and third game. I think they couldn't do anything, honestly.
Yeah, League of Legends is just draft gap in 2025. We are just like clicking, and then the draft does plays itself. So.
How collaborative is Game 3 of Fearless? Because there's so many unique champions that are gone. Is it mainly Reaper and Arrow that are doing this, or are you really in deep conversation about matchups?
Well, I'd say that the coaches have nothing to do while we're playing the game on stage. So like, it's their job to figure out what the hell's going on with the Fearless things, because there's so many champs out. Surely something is OP then. And yeah, they're back there. I don't know where, talking about it and figuring out a draft for us. And they cooked it well today. So congrats to them.
The win also means that you guys are guaranteed top 2 seed. We'll see if it's 1 or 2 based on the best of 1 that we're going to have after the break. How does it feel going to Sao Paulo in Brazil?
Is the best of 1 Fearless?
Yes, it's a Fearless best of 1.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. Anything that's been played before the first game in the best of 1. And
he makes that the Fearless best of 1 joke like at least once a day. He thinks it's really funny. But as for Sao Paulo, I was in Brazil like many years ago during MSI 17, I think it was. It was in Rio. It was so nice. People were very nice to me and my team during a time where we were kind of hated in EU. We were like our villain arc back then, and people hated us, and they didn't care. So I have a special place, for Brazil.
That'll be a nice throwback. I also hear that the coin toss is ready to happen. We have the coaches there.
Up here? I want to say my manager has lost every single coin flip this year.
Well, we should do the coin flip. We can do the coin flip right now. Yeah. No, I'm done. Call your heads or tails. This is suspense. We got Golden Glue and an Arrow right here in the shadows.
It's not even my fault. He picks heads.
All right, 100 Thieves is called heads.
Let's go!
And it's heads. 100 Thieves gets side select. Another lost coin toss. Okay, that's it here. We're going to have 100 Thieves with side select in the deciding game for the #1 seed coming up after the break.
I'm calling it C9 wins.
So I have a bunch of objects in front of you. I'm going to prompt you to pick them up. You just do whatever feels right for you. Feeling good?
That's my boy.
Feeling alright.
Nice. Just please pick up the mouse. Alright, could you pick up the mouse?
I'm not gonna pick it up. That would be weird.
Sweet, you put it back. Okay. Pick up the Red Bull. There it is now. Pick up the Rubik's Cube. And then can you put away the controller?
Goes in the middle. Put away the controller?
Yeah, whatever that means to you.
Dude, what's something I would actually do it. So close to mine. There you go. What is psychopath? It's mine.
Alright, connections. Alright, here we go. No, it's a swallow. Hang dog. Cheese, blue cheese, Swiss cheese. Cheese mark. Cheese down, cheese street. Sorry, Monster. Griffin, Monster, Partridge, Pickles. TV comedy families would never guess it. Words after K. Kmart, K-pop, K-street, K-space. I wouldn't guess Kmart. Or K-street.
Welcome back to the LTA qualification seeding match, whatever this is, because right now, 100 Thieves upset TL at the start of the day. C9 just upset Fly. They are the top 2 seeds from the north in what is going to be the Americas tournament. So now we're playing for seeding. The number 1 seed, the winner of this game will play the number 4 seed from the south, and the number 2 will play the number 3. Also, Emily doesn't have glasses. Raz does.
So, you're trying to be serious. I can't see because I can't see further than this far in front of my face. Raz can't see because my glasses prescription is so strong. I can actually read the prompter if I squint.
Here you go.
100 Thieves are ready for Brazil.
Yeah,
apparently,
actually, you nailed it on that one.
We have some tweets from River, it looks like.
Oh.
But yeah, I saw the guys. They were talking about. Okay, I thought this was gonna be more interesting.
No, it's a good game.
It's a River tweet.
Come to Brazil.
Yeah.
Literally, come to Brazil is the meme.
This is River. He's such a Okay, one of my favorite River memories is we're all standing at spring finals, right? This is such a tangent, but whatever. It's the end of the day. It's bonus week. And we're all standing and we're all like taking pictures with fans. River and Quid come up to us. They're giggling like crazy.
Yeah.
They come in. They say big fan. They have us sign something. I don't even remember.
Oh, I remember
They
this.
take a picture.
Yeah.
And then they walk away giggling. I still have no idea to this day why.
Whatever was going on in their head was funny.
Let's see what Blabber tweeted as well. I know from being in the room when they qualified, there was genuine excitement, partially, I think, by beating FlyQuest, the defending champions, working with the new roster, having Sven and Vulcan being reunited, having Loki back there. But Blabber also had a really solid series for C9.
He did. And, like, the tweet that did run up was C9 coming to Brazil. Let's go. There it is. We're so back. We're going to Brazil. Like, the genuine excitement, being able to, A, beat the best team in the league from last split, and also just punching in your ticket. That's insane for them, and it showcases. And on team fighting, they did it through team fighting, something they were criticized for, and something that FlyQuest was great at.
Yeah, and we'll run through today's highlights just to remind you how things went. But yeah, the big thing for me for Blabber is like that must be such a relief, right? Because
It's gotta be gum.
Yeah.
It's gum.
Yeah. He's just slow playing it into his mouth.
He's just
I'm sorry, Emily.
having gum in his mouth.
That is an interesting way to consume gum.
I thought he had 2 sticks in his mouth.
He looks like guys who have like their mouth guard hanging out.
Yeah.
And anyway, Vamos, me and this guy looking forward to the Brazilian. Raz, you had some advice for Sniper.
I told him to stay away from the Latinas. Look, he needs to focus on the game, all right? That's what I told him. Focus on the game. Speaking of the game, what we saw really early on was Quid flexing on Team Liquid. He had an incredible series overall. Meanwhile, Umpty in that game, not so much.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing for me from Quid was that he was, even in a lot of these fights where TL did end up winning the series, he looked so good on melee carries, and we knew that from him. We're like, okay, Quid is back. How is he going to deal with something like being put on a Victor, which he was in Game 3? Absolutely stellar game from him there as well. And yeah, it's a lot of team fighting results today.
That triple kill culminating with this Pantheon ult, Proto Belt. Miss
This is
everything,
so
press
fun.
W, kill him. But over 1,000 damage per minute in all 3 games from Quid, player of the series in that first series. And then this one didn't start well for Blabber and C9. They had, I think, a decent team composition with their range, but fell a bit behind early. It led to Blabber dying about 6 or 7 times on the Vi. Still made it last 40 minutes, though, and then they never looked back for the rest of the series.
Yeah, like that topside fight that happened later on in that game where Thanatos was able to find a nice snipe. C9 overall were a little bit more on page than we are knowing them for. So, like, it was impressive to see. Yes, in that game, FlyQuest took the win, but overall, at the end of that game and later on throughout that series, you got to see C9 level up.
Yeah, the big thing for me from C9 in their series is knowing when they could take these fights as opposed to FlyQuest based on their composition in a meta where you are going through so many different champions in Fearless and where everything is set up around these neutral objective fights. Knowing when you can fight and when you can take a fight or when you could just kind of poke or trade elsewhere on the map is super, super important. And I actually really loved what I saw from C9 in games 2 and 3 in terms of when they were choosing to contest FlyQuest.
And looking at this game that's in front of us right now, C9 versus 100 Thieves, both of these teams weren't necessarily prepping for the possibility of this game.
Yeah.
Even if they were, 100 Thieves was saying, okay, what will we do against FlyQuest? And C9 was saying, okay, what would we do against Team Liquid? Because these were both upset wins. Also keep in mind, C9 just played 3 straight games. They're coming in for 4th. 100 Thieves played 3 games, took a 3-hour nap, and are trying to get hyped for the stage game that's happening right now. They do look relatively high energy on stage right now, which is a good sign.
Yeah, that's why I was like, I was not looking forward to seeing 100 Thieves in their dazed state, but they don't look dazed. They look quite good. Another aspect of this one that I'm excited for is the fact that, remember the Worlds qualifying match? You remember who it was against? 100 Thieves and C9? Look, that was from last summer, even though there were roster changes with like FBI, JoJo, all these things. The hype around 100 Thieves really started from that point. So I'm excited to see this bonus match. We can get straight to it, Flowers.
All right, let's do it. Let's get into our final match of the day. We have gone the distance so far. Both best of 3s going to game 3s. Both of them being upset by the teams that people were not expecting to be in this seeding match now. So let's get into it. 100 Thieves versus C9. 100 Thieves won the coin toss. They're playing from the blue side. We're bringing in a little extra firepower for this one. I got Kobe back with me and Azael joining up for the TriCast as we see which one of these two squads is going to Brazil as the #1 spot.
In our first ever best of 1 Fearless, as Vulcan loves to highlight. So all the Fearless champs are also off the board here. Yeah, I kind of like what they're talking about, though. Neither of these teams, I would think, prepped for the other one. Yeah. Because even if you are looking into the future, you might do light prep, probably for TL or FlyQuest.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, if I could choose one team's position or the other, I would way rather be Cloud9 coming in right off that series than I would be 100 Thieves, who had to kind of sit around for 3-4 hours and really kind of maintain your energy levels. You know, we saw them back, you know, hanging out behind stage. Some of them were playing games, some of them were kind of chatting, listening to music, you know, kind of trying to regulate your energy a bit. But that can be tough to, you know, kind of keep your energy up and get ready for a game like this.
It's got to be like a Renekton answer to this Mbessa, right?
I would expect so.
Thanatos is so good at Renekton. He already used it into Mbessa, absolutely destroyed, got a large CS lead for himself. Maybe they're thinking of some other options, though, and maybe they're thinking, hey, 100 Thieves, are they setting some sort of trap for us? But holy moly, if you already have a Sejuani, if they then also added the Renekton on top of this into the Mbessa, it's just like, wow, that is giga melee synergy with Sejuani. That seems like a very fearsome top half of the map.
Yeah, and I love the fact that they went for these two first. You already know they have their top laner. It's not like Mbessa's going to be flexing around to a bunch of different spots. Renekton's pretty safe to leave up until that pick #3. Yone's high priority, Sejuani's high priority, like what we're seeing out of Cloud9 here.
Yeah, we do see some Mbessa mid, you know, played in pro play, but definitely not a lot of it. Poppy, I do think, is a good pick because it also potentially is a denial pick. Renekton, obviously, great option, but Poppy also very strong into the Mbessa and into a lot of the meta champs these days, which are so dash heavy.
And they're thinking about their AP options very clearly here from 100 Thieves. Zyra and Lilia are the two premier AP options, and then you kind of dip a little bit lower into the like Elise and Nidalee type of ranges. And so River going to hop right back onto this Zyra. Look for some power clearing of his own. Yeah, and the predicted Renekton comes true. Very easy kind of setup there for Cloud9, but now it's about what sort of mid lane bans can you also protection ban for this Yone here, because Cloud9 can continue to target here. Quid was massive for 100 Thieves in every single game of their series, even the game that they lost. And so I think throwing a couple more mid lane bans that way, do whatever you can to try and get a better situation there for Loki. Looks like they're not going to go for it, though, and they don't care.
I agree, but I also do think there's a non-zero chance that Mbessa is just going mid. You put the Poppy top against Renekton, that's a pretty good matchup. I do think there is the chance that they kind of flex things around, especially with how important it has felt like bot lane matchups have been throughout the day today. You know, Poppy support, not always a good blind pick. Well, pretty much always not a good blind pick down in bot. Is a strong neutralizer into some of these engaged champs, but especially if people want to go for that double range down in bot lane, it could be tough to deal with. A couple 80 carry bans all thrown the way, though, of FBI, and it makes me think they might just take one away here to try to thin that pool even more.
Okay, the Ezreal, the Kai'Sa, the Ziggs.
Varus is still up, though.
Yeah, he's one of those ones that's normally pretty
He's
highly
considered,
prioritized.
like, one of the highest prio ADs, but is still up and available. So 100 Thieves really considering, okay, what do we want to pinch here? What do we want to take away? We saw Sven have a good game on the Ziggs, so that was going to be banned away. And then, yeah, Braum has that final one. I do think with all the attention towards bot lane, you take your bot laner here to try to pinch the pool even more so, and then you leave support counter pick for last to make sure you know exactly what that 2v2 is going to look like.
Yeah, I mean, the Varus is just so good universally, such a strong lane as well. Whether they do lane swaps or don't do lane swaps here.
Yep, I agree completely. I think it works really kind of in all scenarios. Corki obviously has been quite popular as well, but Varus is going to be the lock. And yeah, it can be on hit, can be lethality, really just depends whatever you do need. But maybe a nod to kind of what they're expecting out of FBI was that hover.
All right, let's see what the answer will be from the side of 100 Thieves. Not only is this going to reveal their bot lane, but we'll see how that flex situation could potentially play out too. Will the Ambessa go top? Is it Poppy support? Or will Ambessa be flexed over to mid, Poppy in the top lane? I'm never believing the Riven. I'm never believing that. Snipers on the team, I'm never believing this unless you lock it. I'm not even going to remotely be bamboozled.
I'm definitely operating under the assumption that is Ambessa top, that they are picking a mid, that is Poppy support, but, you know, it is possible that they are going to try to get clever here and flex things around. And, you know, it's really just got to be about what is comfortable for Quid. Jax gets locked, so it is going to be actually the Ambessa mid, which has been, you know, getting some popularity, especially in the LCK. Some people are playing it. We saw Abbedagga play it here as well, I believe, you know, especially Grasp Ambessa. So this is going to be interesting to see because it could be Jax jungle. It could get really crazy, right? It could be Poppy support. It could be Zyra support. Like, they could go really crazy, but I am expecting a Zyra jungle.
Calm down there, buddy.
I'm expecting a Zyra jungle.
Calm down there, buddy. That is a jungle Zyra and a support Poppy. They're staying.
Kobe's drawn a line.
But what if?
John a line. What if true? I mean, you know, Faker playing one of the Ambessas early really also just like it gives everyone the key to the city, and you're like, you know what? That's all you have to have as like your explanation for like the possibilities of playing it there too. And so the Poppy does end up going support down into the Leona here, and the Poppy can do a lot of work into melee carries. This is
all three of their top side.
So heavy melee here. So honestly, thought it was a really good early grab for them.
I feel like 100 Thieves slammed the draft. I think that their draft is really, really strong. When I'm looking at 4 melees over on Cloud9, trying to deal with a Poppy and a Zyra, that seems nasty trying to get into the back line, not even mentioning, you know, the Jack Counter-Strike, the potential for CC there. This seems really, really tough for Cloud9 to deal with. I think if they get ahead, anything is possible, but if I could pick a draft, I way prefer 100 Thieves.
Kobe, are you on that same page?
I mean, especially from jungle perspective too, I do like being the Zyra because Zyra gets to build right into a Liandry's, and you're looking at a Sejuani on the opposite side, and then everybody's building health on this enemy team for you too. So there is huge potential, and I have long been a big fan of the River Zyra. Even last year when the team was not able to get wins with it, I thought he was just so good utilizing this champion. So they definitely have huge potential on that side, but very often we have seen people underestimate, you know, the simple power of Sejuani plus two melee solo laners, getting some surprise early kills.
Last game of the night.
Damage early.
Ooh. River going to take some damage here. Vulcan jumps in with the Zenith Blade. River down to half HP, but no stun available on a level 1 Renekton. Now Blabber's going to be in some trouble. Flashes over the wall. They need another hit to kill him, and FBI gets it. Goes over to follow as Vulcan's about to die now too. River's going to take kill number 2. 100 Thieves out the gate running.
The surprise early kills, and Snipers in all chat immediately.
It's not LMAO, it's low MAO.
He typed LOMAO, so we'll have to get an interview to follow up on that one. But it is all caps, and you can tell the enthusiasm behind this, because while it was like technically surprising early kills, it was Cloud9 doing the full chase out afterwards here. And take a look at it, because they're chasing full in onto the Zyra. Everybody collapses. You see the Jax coming down from the backside, and after Thanatos slice and dices in there, you know, immediately Blabber just gets burned down. It's an easy flash there for FBI to collect that one. And it was only 2 kills, so it's not a full feat.
but it is still such a big early lead for laning phase. Okay, so that's what also the sniper alt chat was. That's exactly what
that's a low
that translates.
That's a low That's a low mouth.
Yes.
Okay.
That translates. So thank you, FBI, for translating for us.
Yeah, exactly. Those are the closed captions right there. But, I mean, you are laughing when you have a start like that. Sven in a lot of trouble. The early buy there was grabbed from FBI. We didn't see River get to spend his gold, but he has the extra dagger. And I think even had an extra potion as well. Yeah, because one potion in inventory and one's already running.
All right, it's an awesome start here for 100 Thieves. And while there's no more kills on the screen right now, let's send it over to Raz for an interview with Golden Glue.
What's up, guys? Got the head coach of 100 Thieves for this one. Level 1 looked a little spicy.
Yeah, it's looking good. Came back to the room. I think everyone's a little tired. We've been at the studio for 8 hours, but we started with a double kill, so you'll have to see it.
What have you guys been doing basically throughout the time watching basically FlyQuest go at C9?
I mean, it was a pretty exciting match. We were just eating food. We ordered more coffee, and we're just like lounging on the. Actually, people were like lying on the floor. We were just full like resting, relaxing. We're pretty tired, but like, I mean, we got one more match to play, so we got to do it.
Any shock about Cloud9 being the opponent that you're facing actually instead of FlyQuest?
Yeah, I think most people would be pretty surprised. It's like 100 versus C9 right now for the first seed, but I think C9 played pretty well. They beat FlyQuest's esteemed Urgot front to back comp. They finally did it. So yeah, I mean, I thought C9 played pretty well, so this would be a pretty fun match.
Any thoughts of just now qualifying for Brazil?
Dude, I'm excited, but like those were the most stressful games I've ever watched from our team. Like, bro, the game 2 throw into like Quid is just playing like an absolute like maniac, but just completely smurfing. Yeah, we're really excited to go.
Appreciate it. I'm gonna send this one straight back to the casters.
I mean, Mbessa is the perfect champion to play like an absolute maniac and smurf on. This champion with almost infinite dashes looks quite good, and they did have a beautiful opening.
Nicely done in the early game from 100 Thieves, enjoying that plus 700 gold that they got. Again, you touched on it a little bit, but they only need the one more kill now for that first feat of strength as well. Feels really good.
Thanatos, by the way, on the Renekton, despite the early 2 kills going over, still staying true to his strong lane phase, and of course on the Renekton, that's part of the reason why it is one of his like favorite champions to play. But he got his early recall off to go get the double longsword buy and come on back to lane. So we'll see what he can get done with it on the top side of the map. Blabber currently finishes his clear again on the bottom side, so he's going to be away for a little bit, but Zyra also clearing away from him, so it won't be too bad.
Yeah, and Zyra got the early faded dashes, has the boots on top because of that extra kill. You can see Corki gets a very early tier, going to be stacking that up. So is going to be looking really good here at 400 Thieves if they can just continue this kind of pace of game. I do think there's a lot more pressure on Blabber to make things happen, to have that early action, you know, especially with these double melee soul lanes, and he is already here covering mid.
And I mean, it was quite a difference in Blabber's performance, specifically in the C9 series that just happened. Game number 1, when he wasn't able to get anything done, the whole team looked like they were just stuck. But then in the second 2 games, he was way better off. River showing up here in the mid lane, forces the flash at a Loki.
That was really nice timing there. He throws out the E right as the snapback is happening from the Soul Unbound, and Loki was not sure if the timing was perfect or not, so immediately had to flash to make sure that he wasn't getting it rooted up.
You'll love to see it from the Zyra, making sure that he guarantees that extra pressure on what is normally a very mobile, very slippery champion.
And regardless, those are the perfect times to go for ganks because their teleport was just used. So it's like, oh, yeah, like we don't actually get the kill onto Loki, but he just used teleport and he used his flash, so they got the shoved in a minion wave and you get more and more CS back for your mid laner. Nice little advantage there. For 100 Thieves. And these types of things with River, I swear, like it was after a full clear. Now they're going to head on over towards Grubs. Blabber does have his smite. He can grab at least one.
Guaranteed.
He gets one without the smite, so he's got another one.
Okay, Blabber and Thanatos honestly just cleaning up these grubs very, very easy. First 2, all 3 go over to C9. Clean and easy. Thanatos thinks better of walking into that tribe rush as 100 Thieves were waiting for him.
Yeah, I mean, that's really all 100 Thieves are going to get back off of this is just zoning him off some farm, getting a plate here for FBI. Thanatos not going to be allowed to walk all the way back in, and he has to know that they're probably around here, but Blabber is coming too.
Yeah, Blabber's ready to back him up, and Thanatos immediately popping the dominance to start off the fight, but he goes in too early, all alone. Third kill to 100 Thieves, and it looked all but free.
Yeah, that was, I think, pretty telegraphed, too. When the Corki is walking past the tower against the very strong Renekton, you have to know other people are around, and he just really overestimated his strength as there's the public execution.
Yeah, Quid wants to go in after Loki here, but he's got to be careful because Blabber shows up. Blabber flashing in for the E stun. Loki goes for the Fate Sealed, wants to get the kill on the Quid, but Quid, a beautiful job getting out of the way, uses the Repudiation for the extra shield to guarantee the snapback on Loki does not detonate that last sliver of the health bar.
Yeah, you could really tell Cloud9 wanted to make a proactive play because they had just lost the big one on top side, and Blabber was like, all right, this is our time. You know, we can make the most of this. He just went aggressive on you with his ultimate and under tower, but they just don't have the damage, and that Ambessa shield, so nice and big, allows them to survive under tower. So Quid here, let's see what they can actually do. Looks like Zyra going to hit another full clear.
Just going to keep power farming. And I mean, when you get that Landry's really early on, the plants get so annoying. You don't even have to hit one of your abilities. Just the plant autos, just start applying all the rune damage, start applying all of the item damage, and the poke can become very, very difficult to deal with. You know, not to mention, like we talked about, the potential for counter engage. I even think a game like this, Rylai's can be really strong against 4 melee. It's so disruptive just having that Rylai slow.
I mean, earlier when we saw the C9 versus FlyQuest series, in the game that C9 lost, where Inspired is on the Zyra, that was the build he went for. Liandry's into the Rylai's. It's so obnoxious with the zone control, especially against this complete buffet of melee champions. How do you maneuver through this garden of
slowly?
Okay. All right, fair enough. You got me on that. I gave you that
like 35% more slowly?
35% more slowly.
I gave you that one. Okay. All right. All right.
Honestly, he's going to get his recall off here before heading back over towards Dragon as well. Honestly, I mean, if they can get mid-prowl first, maybe a little support roam visit to then be able to transition and start stacking dragons for themselves, because already it's such a comfortable gold lead here for 100 Thieves. Vulcan's going to be the first one to visit mid lane here, though, and get Loki that push.
Yeah, you can see River wrapping around the other side there. And so far, Blabber just going to be heading back to base. Likely has at least another Giant Spell in pocket here. And we'll see if either teams want to start moving in towards these dragons. I don't think C9 is feeling super confident with where their team fight is at, but 100 Thieves are happy just playing this sort of pace of game.
Yeah, River just kind of camping here between top and mid lane. His camps are in a clear sequence of top towards bottom as well anyway, so he's not wasting any time.
Flash from River to lay down the Stranglethorns, and Thanatos ain't getting away from that one. Make it a 4-0 game for 100 Thieves.
That was really nice, and just knowing his limits there, knows there's no flash on Thanatos, so without his E, he can't actually escape from the Zyra ultimate. He's always going to get the pop-up. That's going to buy them the time to get that kill. They're going to get another play off of this as well. Going to be able to cash in on that. That is huge.
And it's so big because you're looking at your camp respawns. You're like, it's top down again. So I've got, you know, 20 seconds here. Hover mid, see if there's anything mid. Hover top, see if there's anything top. They actually do find something. And then you can just go in, hit another full clear here on your Zyra. Just power all the way on through. And you have the option. Do we want to fight the grub spawn, or do we actually just want to keep on clearing towards bottom side, towards the dragon? Ayla and FBI have already made their rotation over. But nobody leashing grubs yet. Blabber wants to make sure
I feel like they don't want to fight it with no flash, no ult on River.
River's walking over, though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, River's ready to challenge for this. If they take at least one grub, they will stop another point towards the feet going over to C9. As Ayla wants to go for the eject, they knock Vulcan out of the potential scrap, which means the rest of C9 has to scramble as 100 Thieves takes control over the top side River. Everybody on the squad grouped up now to secure these last two grubs.
How quickly can Loki push? Because there's no other teleports
Not fast enough.
There's no other teleports on 100 Thieves. So that bottom tower,
as of right now, would be a
can Loki like get some payment out of a tower plate or something for that?
I think he can get maybe a plate. You know, the wave is going to be coming in here soon. Probably can get one plate. I'm pretty surprised. I thought that C9 were for sure going to kind of draw the line in the sand there and try to actually punish River. He has a shutdown on him. He has no flash. He has no ult. You have flashes on both Loki and Blabber, and you had teleport available. I thought they were going to scrap over that for sure and try to go for 6 scrubs.
I do kind of like the call that they made, though, because since they got that one grub from the other pack, they're able to get 4
2K
bonus
gold.
for themselves.
I mean, you can't just...
And Loki does get a decent amount of payment off the tower. They were even threatening, they're like, oh, we'll hover Vulcan and Blabber here. Maybe there's another follow-up play on bottom side. They don't actually go for, you know, a kill on the kind of retake there from 100 Thieves. Instead, they're happy with the payment, tower plates, and dragon.
And that dragon feeling all right. The first Drake being an Earth Drake usually means it is a slower first take because the thing is so tanky. So first Drake here, 12 minutes into the game. C9 will still need another neutral objective before they could hit that magic mark of the 3.
Yeah, kind of impressive there, because you know we've got Trinity Force, we have Leandries that we were talking about. You have even the first item Eclipse there for Quid on the Ambessa, trying to make use of their item power spikes, but Cloud9 able to grab a couple of meaningful pickups for themselves. Gold lead still pretty substantial there, 400 Thieves, as another turret plate is taken off of mid during the reset.
And Kobe, last game you talked a lot about the fact that, okay, the gold can look scary, but as long as item breakpoints are where they need to be, as long as those are pretty close, it's actually still playable. Problem is right now, those item breakpoints are not yet there for C9 anywhere except the jungle. And Blabber's first item is a Heartsteel with no stacks yet. So C9 definitely not looking for any fights just yet. Need to get those first items completed so that they can contend with the Trinity Forces, the Eclipse on the Ambessa, and generally not keep getting caught by 100 Thieves. 45 seconds left on the clock until the turret plates fall.
And I've got to say, Ayla, I think, had a really good series earlier today. Some of the best League I've seen him play on stage. Was looking very confident. You know, the early game on the Elise was great. I think Rakan, even in the loss, he was playing really, really well. So it's exciting to see him on another playmaker here on the Poppy. It's a different look for him, but this is a champion that can have such a massive impact on the game.
Certainly is. Big combo breaker here on some of the possible engages from Cloud9. Meanwhile, though, we have solo lane matchups for side lanes, trying to get opposite side push. It looks like it is going to be handed off in bottom lane, and Sniper here hovered by River again, as River comes up to again harass Thanatos.
Yep. Sniper dropping the counter strike there. A little bit of extra damage thanks to the Trinity Force, but the turret ain't going to drop just yet. Blabber has arrived, and they lock up River. Sniper says, I'll remember you, brother. I'll make sure they give you a good eulogy, but there's nothing that Jax can do. Finally, C9 on the board.
Wow, the tower barely stays up, too. Thanatos calling in the backup this time around, as 100 Thieves are going for a similar play. It is going to be a trade. Teleport used down to the bomb side, though.
I'm kind of surprised if they think they're dead to rights, that they're not just suiciding for that, but they're going to look for a dive bot.
Yeah, they want this potential kill here onto Thanatos and the turret next to him. Quid does not land the public execution thanks to the flash from Thanatos, keeping him safe.
Extra teleport answer there, too. Sniper was arriving, so like that flash, like you said, that was critical. You have to get out of that ultimate, or Sniper arrives with his teleport, and then you are dead.
And they get the feats at the end of the day, so that is unlocked here now with the first tower grab. They already had the feats of the Warfare from quite early on in the game. Loki looks like he'll be able to just barely not finish off this tower, and we do see that Quid is heading out towards top, so I don't think he'll be able to get it on this wave. But FBI has just been kind of parked mid lane here, farming it up, constantly pushing in, poking away, and because he had that early kill, he got the tier that much earlier on, and it is stacking up here pretty quickly.
Yeah, FBI has the greatest individual gold lead over his counterpart in the game. Just about 1,000 gold up compared to the Varus of Sven. Especially nice when you look at the fact of what we were talking in draft. Varus is one of these really high priority picks. You feel like you should get a lot of value if that's in your draft. But so far, thanks to the start, thanks to the fact that FBI has been able to stay on course with the farming, he's feeling great as we head into the mid game.
Also seems like we're going to get the answer back as far as the outer turret. Finally will get claimed. Solo gold over to Quid. So all of them kind of exchanging little windows there, because Loki was able to just barely finish off, and he's got his Blade of the Ruin King, so Yone feeling quite capable as well. Rift Herald spawned, and Rift Herald immediately started here by 100 Thieves. They definitely have the priority for it.
And with the chunk that FBI has been getting on this tower mid, that's a dead tower. When they grab Herald, they just drive that in towards mid lane. That's going to be the last of the outers already gone. Vulcan gets eyes on it, but Blabber is so far away, there's not likely to be any sort of a response. Blabber going to just try to take away the Raptors, and we'll see if Cloud9 can get first move in towards this dragon.
They're going to have to try to do something. 100 Thieves still just running the show here in our seeding decider. Man, I got to find a better name for this thing. There's got to be a better name for this thing because I really don't know.
Astro Banger!
Astro Banger.
No,
okay.
no.
You're not down? I don't know. I don't know.
There's a couple
like
weird ways we could go with that.
I respect the attempt.
It was off the dome, okay?
Well, you know,
that was the first one.
Exactly. I had some misses yesterday. You covered for me.
We can workshop this, guys.
Kobe, I'm telling you right now, I want to see the post-match thread that says Astro Banger LTA North post-match discussion. That sticks for me. I like that. I'm in your camp on this one.
Clobbered in the Astro Banger so far.
we're gonna need some gifts as well.
See, when I use it, you're with me now.
Well,
you're understanding the hesitation.
Like that.
I actually think it's better.
Okay.
Okay, well, in this match, 100 Thieves has now tied up the Drake count as well at 1-1, grabbing that Ocean Drake. Still 2,500 gold ahead, so the gold lead hasn't really ballooned any further. Cloud9 are thankful for that one, but it still is
Has it
a
banged
nice...
any harder, though?
What?
I was about to say.
What am I supposed to do?
It's fine.
Why does it sound like it's a bunch of fake
It's been quite a
laughs?
long day here at the LTA.
You know the proper response. I understand.
I understand. That's true. You've trained me for this moment, my friend.
Yeah. We've been working towards this for years.
Workshopping all this time. 100 Thieves. They are. They know what to do in this moment as well.
They
moving into the
understand.
enemy jungle, controlling some vision, sweeping out some wards, placing down some of their own.
Is he gonna flash the wall and goes Sven? He's behind
He
him.
might just do it. Over the wall he goes. Sven flashing right past the ruins of the turret to try to stay alive. He flashes right as he's walking next to it to guarantee Poppy can't find the angle for the wall bang.
Still, I like the attempt there from Ayla. Vibra here to cover, but I mean, you're trading flash for flash. Obviously, Sven's is much more valuable, and it is going to be Quid with the flash. Sniper soon will have his flash up, and that Varus could be quite vulnerable.
100 Thieves still maintaining control over the enemy jungle. Blabber's going to take some shots as he tries to move through here. And now with the tier 2 turret dead in the top side, 100 Thieves is looking for more. They got to be careful. The engage under Quid, but he turns it right back around with a very public execution of the enemy mid laner. 100 Thieves, they control the enemy jungle. They take the enemy tier 2 turret. They kill the enemy mid laner, and they don't lose anybody. Happy Braum.
That was kind of crazy. Watching a Yone try and go in full combo with his ultimate onto an Mbessa, only for then the Mbessa, as soon as he gets out, to be able to use his ultimate to one-up the Yone and take down one of these huge play-making melee champions for themselves is such a feat here for 100 Thieves. Taking down the tower, getting the extra kill for themselves, really pushing that gold lead to the next limit here, opening up a lot more room to play with.
And you talk about item completions. 2 items are going to be coming in pretty soon for a lot of these 100 Thieves members, and that's where it's going to be so hard for Cloud9, who will be quite far away from their second item on a lot of their members. You can see second item already in there for FBI, tier fully stacked. He is online, ready to go.
It's so cool to watch the evolution of this 100 Thieves team. You know, such a young roster here with so many ups and downs throughout the history in the LCS. And this year, with all the talk, we actually heard leading into this year that 100 Thieves were surprising a lot of people in scrims and were absolutely smashing. And now for them to already upset Team Liquid and to come into this game and have a very sizable gold lead here versus Cloud9. And in that last sequence of gameplay, we saw 100 Thieves were the one making the first rotation. They push on top tower first. They get the early route through enemy jungle to rotate up there and are able to take that objective and then also come out ahead with the extra kill for themselves. It's just has been really cool to see the evolution of this team.
And look at River's inventory now. Not only does he have the buffed up boots from the feats of strength for the magic penetration, he's got the Shadow Flame completed. The MR on the enemy team is scarce. This Zyra is an absolute menace in any fight C9 tries to engage with.
I mean, when you're playing solo AP as a Zyra, you're super fed. You look over the other team and you see 3 Tabbies. You are laughing. Like, that is the dream game here for River.
And right now, he is taking the opportunity to go ahead and start up this Otacon on his lonesome. Thing is, Cloud9's not just going to let him have it. They're bringing in the TPs. They want to send the full 5-man squad. As Sniper still yet to join up with 100 Thieves up here. Now his TP is going to be channeled as well. Otacon finally going to lose patience, reset a little bit. Here comes the TP from Sniper. He's in the middle of everybody. They go in for the ejection, but now they've already killed off Sven with the Varus dead. 100 Thieves is pedal to the metal. Full throttle ahead. They've already killed 2. It's about to be a 3rd, but they'll let Thanatos walk because they can turn around and take the Otacon now.
That was beautiful. Right on arrival, Sniper comes in with Counter-Strike popped already, and Ayla hits him with the Poppy ultimate. It's almost instant deletion. They eject a couple members, Zyra ult goes down, immediately pick up the kills, and with Otacon buff here so early on into the game, they're going to get a whole bunch more tower gold. They can just force the next fight.
And it's just perfect target selection. They knew Sven has no flash from that earlier play. There's the ejection on the Leona. Immediate flash in with the Counter-Strike. The follow there from everyone piling in. Cloud9 just deleted.
Counter-Strike on 2 there from Sniper, and then the public execution to be able to finish off Sven. Like, the Varus doesn't get to move. They ejected the Leona front line and immediately just delete the opposition.
They are getting so close to claiming the first seed from the LTA North this split. That is not what anyone would have predicted.
No.
Everyone who was talking about it, even those who put them in the top 4, I had them top 4, were saying, yeah, they might be top 4, but they are a tier below those very top teams like FlyQuest, like TL, who are nowhere to be seen in this match. So it is definitely a day of upsets thus far, and 100 Thieves looking to continue that trend, looking to claim the #1 seed would be so hype for them.
I always enjoy being proved wrong when I underestimate one of our teams, and I feel like that has surely happened here today, not once, but twice, with C9 and 100 Thieves making their way into this match, and now 100 Thieves really just running circles around C9. 6,000 gold ahead, 7 kills up. They've got the Otacon buff still, and they're pushing towards the tier 2 here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, here comes FBI rotating over, but Sniper
loses the false life, but that's it. They slam Vulcan back into the wall. 100 Thieves looking at full force with these extra lives. They've lost 2 of them. C9 holding the line for now. Nobody on their side has died yet, but the health bars are low as they scramble to keep defending this tier 2.
Yeah, going to be able to hold on here for now.
Damn.
Not great Otacon usage because, you know, they didn't even really get any major cooldowns. Even if you trade your lives, but at least you get flashes and stuff, it's okay. But they haven't gotten much. Does get a pretty good ejection there on Sven, but their soul laners aren't with them after withdrawing from the GA. So it's going to be hard for them to even force anything, really. And it's kind of looking like a pretty useless Otacon take so far.
Yeah, a bit of a lousy Otacon, but compared to everything else in the game that has gone their way, I think they're still pretty happy overall with the state of things. 24 minutes in, less than 60 seconds now until the Baron spawns, and that's just another thing. Isaac, I know that you've talked about this before, how the game in 2025 just has these teamfight objective, teamfight objective, teamfight objective, really just go, go, go type of pacings, and unfortunately for C9, who are still 6,000 gold behind, the next objective's coming up.
Yeah, you never get a chance to really catch your breath and say, okay, these next 4 or 5 minutes, there's nothing coming up. We're going to play slow. We're going to farm. We're going to hit items. 100 Thieves just get right back out on the map, take control of vision in this area, and look to continue forcing fights.
And they did get the mid-secondary tower with that Otacon as well. So they did get something with it. You know, FBI was able to clean that one up as they were locked up under tower there. So still making progress.
Yep, 3rd item now done as well for FBI. Goes for the rapid fire, so he is very, very strong. And you can see the 2nd item's already done for Quid. Like, they are looking really powerful. There are some 2-item completions over on the other side, but they're kind of like a lot of cheaper items, like the lethality items coming through.
Yep, and I also like the rapid fire cannon, especially when we've talked about it already, but the very limited range on the C9 composition, the rapid fire just makes it so easy for FBI to land this reliable poke. Auto attack, like you shoot a rocket, you hit an auto attack, boom, you're going to get your Trinity proc, you're getting your extra mana. It's so easy to just whittle these health bars down.
And Cloud9 are faced with, like, okay, so we have to all-in dive, right, with all of our melees. All right, that is 4 melees, run into Zyra. Oh, sick! It's definitely difficult for them to navigate these waters, and Zyra now has an arm guard as well. So River with the big, big extra safety for that team fight. You can get right up in their faces, pop your full combo with your ultimate. Wait a minute, Quid is over the wall.
Yeah, speaking of getting in their faces, Quid is putting the pressure on. Vulcan and Sven both used their ultis already, and now Thanatos tries to join the fight, but he's immediately killed. Cloud9 looks like they have no idea what the hell they're doing, and 100 Thieves is happy to punish.
Can Quid just do whatever he wants?
Yes.
He's like, I'm gonna YOLO ultimate over the wall onto a Leona. Wait a second.
River trying to throw the Strangle Thorns down over the wall, deal with the remaining 4 players here on C9. Sven under pressure while Loki dives into the Baron Pit, trying to deal with the rest of 100 Thieves, but River flashes over the wall, almost gonna die here, but he stays alive. C9 lose 4, River still lives, 12-1 game, 100 Thieves are showing up today.
This is just MVP form from Quid today, man. This guy has been on a tear. FBI making such a big difference coming in with the team. The only roster change they made this split, and he has been big game after game after game. There's the engage, public execution over the wall, dashes out of the Chains of Corruption and the Leona ult, and then the double TP comes through. But guess what? It's perma CC here from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and they're so far down on cooldowns now because he was just able to juke 2 of them, instant deleted on arrival with the teleport. Here's where it gets crazy though. Over the wall, River's able to pop his ultimate out and then snap back with the ultimate knockup, overriding the Poppy ejection there and collecting the extra kills. River even survives. They can't do their last like 50 damage to him, trying to chase him back over the wall after he uses his flash. Golden Glue says,
I got you, baby girl. I got you, Riv. You see that? I'm such a good boy, haven't I?
Man, he was looking
say goodbye.
stressed at the start of that fight, though. It is fun to watch the coach reaction and see how invested they are. And now, oh my God, 10,000 gold lead, 27 minutes in. This is a stomp.
Not even close. 100 Thieves should have this one almost guaranteed now.
I love the listening on comms with this team too, because it always just sounds like they're a bunch of kids having fun playing League of Legends. They're literally just having fun playing League of Legends with their friends and winning on stage here, and about to punch their tickets as a #1 seed.
Well, that tier 3 turret is down over in the mid lane, as we are going to have the solo laners working together on 100 Thieves trying to take down the inhib, but Quid has finally overplayed his hand, and C9 can get a punish. However, the tier 3 turret is still down. The one in bottom lane now also taking a ton of damage from that enchanted cannon minion, will still stand, but just barely.
So he can't do whatever he wants.
Close.
He can. He just may be punished for it.
Okay, fair enough. Give him that one. They still retreat and go grab their dragon, grab their soul point.
And I mean, it costs them so much, right? You know, it was a really nice CC chain. It was the Sejuani ult into the Chains of Corruption, into the Leona combo with the Leona ult. But you spend all those and you get the kill. You can't really go out there and fight all these other members who are still so incredibly strong. So the dragon has been taken. That is soul point now for them. One more and they grab soul. The gold lead stays the same. They knock down one inhibitor tower. The other is low, as you said, Flowers, and they're going to go back, spend all their gold, and get even stronger. You can see even some of the tier 2 boots upgrades have come through for a few of those members. 3 of them have bought them up, FBI, Quid, and River. So it's not just the item completions. There's extra power that they've spent for in the boots.
Makes it that much harder for the melee squad of C9 to ever try to get away if they step too close. Quid with the 3 full items plus Super Boots Power Spike. Same thing here for FBI, and honestly, he's pretty close to the 4th full non-boots item. You can see that although that stopwatch is broken for River, he's really not minding it too much. 4, 1, and 8 here on the Zyra, and Sniper on the Jax, one of those few bruisers that traditionally doesn't build a ton of AP, but the Zhonya's Hourglass just fits so well into him with the AP ratios. Now he can jump in haphazardly, not even worry about it either.
Exactly, and I mean, honestly, you know, at this point with River, he knows that the other carries on the team are so fed that if they full send everything to him, as long as he presses R and gets out some plants, it doesn't actually matter if he dies, because you're going to be so punished for that.
Stopping recalls down there on the bottom side while the rest of the team goes deep.
And there goes Sven, just about to die, and Quid takes him out. 100 Thieves, they break into the top lane. They're about to smash inhibitors in top and mid both. Bottom lane tier 3 turret still under pressure. Sniper still pushing down there. He also has the TP. He could try to join up with the rest of the team if they just want to go straight for the throat here with the Nexus. Instead, now Quid's going to be focused a little bit, but Cloud9 does not have the firepower they need. Yes, they're going going to get River, but it's exactly what you guys are talking about. There's no way they can get him and get out alive. 100 Thieves have killed everybody except for Vulcan, and what is Leona gonna do? It was not expected for 100 Thieves to beat Liquid. It was not expected for 100 Thieves to stomp Cloud9 in the seeding match, but you should expect 100 Thieves in Brazil in a couple weeks as North America's #1 team.
Look at the almost disbelief on Sniper's face there, the excitement, the happiness. This team, their hard work is paying off early here in split #1.
I predicted
they're looking good.
All right, it's all wrapped up now. It's time to join Emily for an interview.
All right, Sniper, I'm going to steal you for an interview as you're congratulating your teammates. Congratulations, man. You guys are first seed, headed to Brazil. Coming off of an interesting pros episode where they said you guys were, what, team bonding day for scrims. How does it feel now to just prove absolutely everyone wrong?
I mean, it feels amazing. I feel like I've sacrificed like so much just to be where I am right now, and for it to like come to reality that like we're finally winning, we're finally beating like every single team in the league. It just feels amazing. And I mean, shout out to Quid and just everyone on my team in general. Like, they're just the best teammates in the world. I love them so much. They're like my brothers, you know. And yeah, they're just yeah.
I was gonna have River comment, but then he kind of choked on his water. River, did you have a response to that? Where, you know, like, what is the team atmosphere like? You guys just seem so like happy, chummy. Even when things go wrong, you're really able to bounce back.
I feel like we are playing for fun on stage, and then like it makes us like more stronger.
Yeah.
And then usually we played well on stage even last year, but recently our scrims going well too. So like we had like so confidence today. So yeah.
Nice. Is it the most fun team you've ever played on? Because you play on a lot of teams.
Oh yeah, it's most fun team. Cause like I can feel like young mood in this team. So like it's good.
All right, awesome. Thank you. Congratulations, River. I'll let you guys all catch up because you're so happy. You deserve the space to celebrate. We'll toss it back to the casters to close out the day.
Wow.
Who would have thought? Not me.
Not me.
Not me.
Whole 100 Thieves meme. I heard as well only 3 people from the Discord, the LTA North Discord, predicted 100 Thieves would be the #1 seed. Fate Score, the Enigmatic, and Kostarake.
Congratulations,
I did
you
not.
guys.
I predicted both Team Liquid and FlyQuest to win today.
Same.
And then even going into this one, you would think one team just played 3 games in a row, one team had 3 hours off. How are they going to look? And then bam, double kill level 1 into full stop.
Look, if you're just a Giga fan, just be a fan and be coping at the end of the day, because you might be right.
Wow.
And what a series
That's a
we
fun
had
series.
throughout the day. Like, no one expected C9 to take down FlyQuest. I had no expectations that 100 Thieves would take down Team Liquid in the way that it did. It could have been a 2-0.
Yeah.
And then, of course, you know, that mistake happened, and we got to 3 games.
Could have won all 4 games today. Anyway, players of the series from this weekend, with every series going the distance, which was pretty awesome. We have Vulcan, Quid, Caney, and Contracts.
A lot of them deserved it. Hey, that's the.
Which one didn't, Raz?
Okay, I should have said all of them deserved it. I should have said all of them deserved it. And I want to bring out a special shout out.
Honestly,
to the support.
Contracts deserves it, but he was the most questionable.
What?
Yeah, Palafox game 3 carried him through.
You are too much.
It was a scratchy, tough.
You love your recency bias.
You brought it up. I just made sure that people had closure. Let's pull up our Samsung SSD Fast 5 for this week of the LTA North. See what we have cooking. My eyes naturally always go top left first, and I always want to say, Fudge, fastest 100 CS.
And I'll look at like jungle fastest at level 6 because it's centered in my eye, and I look at Audioland. I was like, oh, damn. Oh, it's not. But fast kill, 51 seconds FBI, probably just the last game we had.
That's amazing.
The last game we had, the level 1 perhaps, mayhaps, that could have been it.
Yeah.
That level 1 was amazing, so I'm glad that it is now etched into the Samsung SSD Fast 5 history books.
Yes, FBI wins by over 4.5 minutes for fastest kill. Use code 990PRO LTA 2025 through February 23rd to unlock 50% off the 990 Pro SSD, which is available in 1, 2, and 4 terabytes on on Samsung.com.
You know what time it is?
It is time for the MasterCard Player of the Week. And this has got to be unanimous. It's Quid.
Who would vote differently?
Holy moly this week.
Who would vote differently?
5 solo kills, which were in his
44
first 2 games, over 1,000 DPM in all 3 of his games against Team Liquid. This last one only because Cloud9 was so stomped did he only have 2 kills on the Ambessa, but his mechanics were pretty much on point in every single game, starting with this.
Yeah, I mean, there were so many plays we could talk about. Of course, this was one of them. There was a team fight against Team Liquid where he took a TP flank and he actually just was a major difference maker on that Jace there. There was the Victor play where he was like 10% HP, went in because he knew he had Zhonya. Like, he's playing to have fun, and it's working like River said. Like, the team just plays to have fun, and they feel like they're playing, they're a much stronger team for it.
Yeah, Jace, Silas, Victor, Ambessa, 4 different champions in 4 different games. The Jace was really the turning point, though, because it did feel like it was going to be a stock standard Team Liquid 2-0.
Oh my
And
God.
these reactions are incredible from Quid.
Please make gifts out of those. Please make gifts out of those. I will store it and I will use it frequently.
Yeah.
That was good.
He's good. So they're the #1 seed from the LTA North. Let's check out the rest of the bracket. So #1 seed, 100 Thieves, #2 seed, Cloud9. Next week, February 9th, which is a Sunday.
Sunday!
We have Fly and Dig and TL versus Shopify. Shopify TL is going to be the first one. Loser goes home. Winner will qualify for the America Stage competition, and the winners of these will be playing a qualification match as well for seeding, 3rd and 4th, and they'll be going up against the South.
And I know what you're thinking. Bring that back up. Wait a minute. I know what you're thinking.
What are we thinking?
That is, oh God, FlyQuest and Team Liquid, that is just going to be a slam, like, blah, blah, blah. We said that about today.
That's what we thought today.
Upsets are possible, obviously, so I'm just saying.
Bigger upset alert, real quick.
Huh?
Bigger upset alert. For me, Shopify.
Nice.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Shopify is a good
Game
one.
3 Palafox, if he shows up.
Yeah.
You never know. That's it for us. We're going to be back next Sunday, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 Pacific.
Wow. What a day. Now we get in the games. I mean, it's clockwork around here. Now we play everything I just watched. Took a note. I'm playing Zyra Jungle. Oh man, I kept the community safe. You know what? It was probably someone that just made me mad or played really bad, and I just reported it. I'll be honest with you. What?
That's cool. How'd you do that?
What did I do? I just whispered. Just whispered at you.
I'm lagging real bad now all of a sudden.
No.
Is it literally just because of PC?
I don't know.
Because I wish you would have not picked up.
Grace, I don't know. I don't know. Quit getting mad. You don't even know what you're mad about.
It's fine, whatever. Remember, I got it for free.
What's up at the top?
ALT and then hit FPS when AOS not working.
Who questions my ability?
AO of Byzantine. Yo, what's up, brother? How are you doing? Aeon. Aeon.
Feel the thorns embrace.
Dude, we're kind of squishy. Oh my god. Oh wait, he's only the same, thank god.
Such a busy world.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Venture off the beaten path.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Things aren't always what they seem.
Minions have spawned.
Just a harmless flower.
Alright, boys.
None will escape my grasp.
Not a good start. Not having a great start.
Pierce. My prey thinks itself clever. Soon.
Dude, bad start. Bad start. Bad start.
What lurks beneath the soil? Just wait. The harvest is upon us. First love. So much more to see. You. Death is in blue. Ready. Fire. The forest holds many surprises. Live. Take care. Take the life from me.
Nice.
Come closer. Bloom.
Could have decided to go home.
Wait until my seeds take root. None will escape my grasp. Ready.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Just wait. What lurks beneath the soil? Live. Such a busy world.
An ally has been slain.
The harvest is upon us. Venture off the beaten path.
An ally has been been slain. Death is in bloom. Just wait. Things aren't always what they seem. None will escape my grasp.
Nice.
Just a harmless flower. My prey is so clever.
You try restarting your computer.
An ally has been slain.
That might help. You're done.
What lurks beneath the soil? Shut down.
Just making my way downtown. You know, walking fast. And I'm homebound. Do 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 do. Do do do.
The harvest is upon us. Death is in bloom.
Damn better. Bingo.
So much more to see. Choke the life from them.
What? Huh? No, I'm good.
An ally has been slain.
Yes!
Take careful steps. None will escape my grasp. Well. Pierce.
thinks itself clever.
Oh, that should be good. Good job, guys.
Be ready. What lurks beneath the surface? Come closer.
They get 3 grubs. They did.
An ally has been slain.
Wait until my seeds take root. Just wait. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Such a busy man.
Turret plating will soon fall. An ally has been slain. Shut down.
Soon, venture off the beaten path.
Dope. Dope, dope, dope.
Things aren't always what they seem. Just behind us. Death is indeed.
When I took her out.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Shut down. Shut down. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Took the line. The forest holds many surprises.
Destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain.
Just wait.
An ally has been slain.
Nice.
An enemy has been slain.
Put it aside.
Such a busy world.
Do damage to ops. Shit, I mean do that.
Venture off the
Your team has destroyed a turret. Has been slain. An ally has been slain.
It's fine, it's fine.
Things aren't always what they seem. Just wait. What lurks beneath the soil? Just a hand.
Rampage.
Kill him. Nice.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
So much more to see.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Let's get Rift down mid, eh? Hey, boys.
An ally has been slain.
The forest holds many surprises.
W.
is indeed. Unstoppable. Take care. Killing spree.
Nice, dude.
Wait until my seeds take root. Unstoppable.
Yes!
Venture off the beaten path.
Let's go, dude.
My friend thinks it's so clever. Just a harmless flower.
Nice.
The forest holds many surprises. Be ready.
kind of getting good with the unlock cam, huh? I do want to let everyone here know my confidence is through the roof right now. S minus 9313. Dog status is what that is. Oh shit, whoops. One 0 baby. 1-0. Get a P. Hold on. Oh, let me check OP on that. Dude, I got to pee real bad. Oh yeah. Well, he was third. I was second. He's dude, nice. Hold on, I gotta go pee. Hold on. All right, boys. Okay. Let's get one more in here, right? Hey, let's get one more. You know what I'm kind of thinking of playing. Oh, I kind of want to play some Cho'Gaths. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? A little Cho'Gath. You feel me? I feel like you guys were feeling me. Ain't she pretty? What's my highest mastery? Volibear, Knock, and Illawong. It's pretty on brand. Grace is 2 of those. Grace is 2 of those champs. If you do me a favor, like the stream, and then if you've already liked and you're not subscribed, subscribe. If you've already liked and you've already subscribed, there's nothing else. You basically operate a forklift at that point. I don't know what else to tell you. Dude, this guy's setup is kind of insane. What is all this back here? Yeah, I want the tank build. What the fuck? What the fuck? Beautiful. I need me a hot hands. I need me a hot hands. Hot hands. Gosh, I should pick Warwick to counter Ornn, but oh yeah, that's a good stretch, dude. Good stretch. real world end. That's what I imagine Cho sounds like when he's mad. We're thinking to play jungle. Ban and knock at the gate. Oh. 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 I'm playing Ezreal top. Oh, he has blitz too. Nice, dude. Gank prone, dies early. Gank prone, dies early. There's no way this is real, right? No way it's gank prone, dies early. Gank prone, dies early. Yo soy nasty. Olive on the side. P21H. Mastery wise though, I think we'll be okay. And we got DJ Sona, dude. Yes. Dude, I play that DJ music all day. All night long. All night. All night. All night. Ha ha ha. Ooh. I guess someone's playing on a toaster. Dude, I'm so almost on this. Here, let me lock in. Let me lock in. Hold on. God. Let me lock in. Hold on. It's a world record. No one else has beaten that. No one. That's a world record. Oh, you want it backwards? Let me log in. Hold on. Dude, I'm undefeated. There's this... Dude... Hold on. Damn it! Damn it, fuck. Fuck. Nice, thank God.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned.
So I'm gonna do pull it, I'm gonna pull up and I'm gonna dig it, I'm gonna get it, I'm gonna do it, and I'm gonna pull up the stuff across, I'm pathetic. Dude. Just wrap that whole thing. Easy, dude. Don't ever piss me off, dude. You know what I'm talking about? Like Casey Frey rap? That's what I was thinking. This 5 hours, 5 seconds.
Five bars. 5 bars, 5 seconds. Yo. Cinnamon, cinnamon, all feminine, feminine, all venom, and heart venom, and cinnamon, all venom, and cinnamon, sauce venom, enema, give him an enema, short minima, melanin, no melanin, all melanin, all men are friends. Fuck me.
Oh, dude, that's such a good video. What's another one? Oh, I know it exactly.
Ten more minutes until 40 milligrams of this Adderall kick in. Let me tell you something. I'm feeling pretty intelligent right now. Ask me anything in the comments. I bet I can answer that whole lickety split here. Milo, get your every in the house, boy. Oh my God, it's a dead roach in the pool. Milo, get your every in the house, boy. Oh my God, it's a dead roach in the pool. Poor chap never learned how to swim, eh? Oh, he's wiggling. He's still alive. What a problem, man. I'm spinning on it like I'm a legend, man. Be for real.
Good God. Be for real.
Who questions my ability?
I wanted to play Cho, but it's fine, dude. It's fine. We'll play Zarya, I guess. But it's a whole lickety spit, eh? Be for real. He's still alive. Look at this split here. Oh. Good swat, man. Like, subscribe, and if you're on Twitch, go ahead and hit that follow for me. Look at this split there. $1,300. Oh my goodness. Goodness gracious. Zoinks. They can split here. Would have been in me. Oh, don't even need that. Say that go, baby. Say that go.
Come closer. Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn. Things aren't always what they seem. Minions have spawned. Venture off the beaten path. What lurks beneath the soil? The harvest is upon us. The forest holds many surprises. Bloom. First blood. Death is in bloom. None will escape my grasp. Took the life from me. My prey thinks itself clever. Be ready. Wait until my seeds take root. Just wait.
Nice.
has been slain.
Thank you, Seth.
Careful steps. So much more to see. The harvest is upon us. An ally has been slain. None will escape my grasp. Healing.
Lick split your.
Choke the lockdown. Just wait. A promising garden. An ally has been slain. Just an enemy has been slain. Live. My prey thinks itself clever. Be ready. What lurks beneath the soil? An enemy has been slain.
Through W. Split your.
Such a busy world.
Here, I'll get blue first. I get blue, then we get drag.
Just wait. The harvest is upon us. An enemy has been slain. Things aren't always what they seem. An ally has been slain.
Nice.
Venture off the beaten path.
could have played that better. If I'd have waited for ult, it would have been a completely different fight. That's what's annoying about it.
The forest holds many surprises.
Go back.
Take careful steps. So much more to see. Just wait. Just a honey's flower. Come closer. Things aren't always what they
Killing
seem.
spree.
Just wait.
Nice.
Has been slain. The forest holds many surprises.
Shit. I'm getting confused. I don't know like that.
Death is in
Damn it.
Take careful steps.
Turret plating will soon fall.
So much more to see.
The path
None will escape my grasp. Just wait. Your turret has been destroyed. Such a busy world. Things aren't always what they seem. My prey thinks itself clever.
We go.
Your team has destroyed a turret. What lurks beneath the smile? The harvest is upon us. Live. Venture off the beaten path. Just wait. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Unstoppable.
We're playing good. We're playing good.
Rampage. The forest holds many surprises. Your team has destroyed a turret. Wait until my seeds take root.
Shit.
Take careful steps. Such a busy world. Things are always happening. An ally has been slain. Venture out to be content.
Dang it.
The forest holds many surprises. Wait until my seeds take root. Dominating.
I guess now we push for Baron and Atacon? Or we push top 2, set that up? That's the only thing that makes sense right now to me.
An ally has been slain. So much more to see.
I just got every assist on that.
Godlike. Your turret has been destroyed.
Alright, he says get Kim Baron. Alright, trust Big Dog. Trust the system.
Come closer.
Oh my god, she just melted her.
Legendary. Such a busy world.
Dude, W. C+, not my greatest game. 2-6-11. What's OP gotta say about it? That's 5th. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Sick. Didn't die, didn't die. That's impressive. Well, boys, I'm gonna get off here. What I will say was that was a great series, great league today. Good watch. Won both my ranked games. It's kind of a day to have a good league day. If you're not already, like, subscribe. If you're on Twitch, follow. If you have YouTube and Twitch, go follow on Twitch and follow and subscribe on YouTube. But let's dominate the week. And I'll see you boys later.